Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Today we have welcomed the team from Gaze in Red to Blue into the club, and we're rolling it out across all staff at the club from top to bottom.
They focus on performance and handling pressure, and that's crucial across all levels of our business, from the very top with our elite players down to our stewards and people who are first contact as our guests get to reception.
The introduction and the interest in Red to Blue has become increasingly more common, both at an individual level, and that's into education and into business, and specifically, of course, into sport, where it's always been a thing. But now the idea that an approach to mentality could be embraced and understood and deployed across a whole organisation, a whole club, from boardroom to turnstile, on the field and off the field, is really unique.
It's something that we can really look at and look to build on. We're talking about it being a high performance, but just in everyday life as well. So how we conduct ourselves and how we go about and how we deal with the situations that we're put in just in everyday life.
Every day can be an opportunity to do more of what really matters in your life. Introducing Pluxee, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner, inviting everyone to open up a world of opportunities and enjoy more of what really matters in their lives. With a large global presence and an affiliate network of 1.7 million merchants, we're making life more joyful for 36 million consumers around the world. We're a new brand, built on Sodexo's rich heritage, with big ambitions for the future and a strong focus on accelerated growth. At Pluxee, we're shaping the future, strengthening our partnership with clients, and creating meaningful relationships with consumers to give people what they really need. From creating personalized experiences to developing innovative benefit solutions and platforms, we harness the power of digital to bring freedom and enrichment to work and beyond. Because we're dedicated to making life better for millions of people across more than 30 countries. And we're committed to working with local communities responsibly and sustainably. Feel the Pluxee effect. More joyful moments, more opportunities, more of what really matters to you. We are Pluxee, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner.
Evening, everyone. Great to see you here. Thanks very much for coming.
It's great to be at Worcester Cricket Club, networking with people, grazing food with a menu that we've created to go along with the wine.
It's a brand that we're very close to. It helps our brand, it helps us to get out there. It's springboarded us to another level, shall we say. It's a great place to bring customers to, bring clients, promote what we try to do as a business, which is create partnerships with our customers.
We're a local firm based in the city centre. We get to mix with nice local businesses. We've gained a lot of exposure and clients off the back of it.
You come to the club on a summer's day, beautiful views, and the food offering, the drink. It's just a good day out with some really good clients, really good people.
The cricket club last year did a fantastic job. They won the Metrobank Cup. That's brought a lot of focus on Worcestershire. Here's to future success in 2026 and beyond for Worcester Cricket Club.
This is Mike the plasterer. He needs a trusted supplier for his materials and tools. Mike needs Profile Store. With an easy-to-use website, you can check stock online, order it, and collect it within the hour. Profile Store offer free delivery over £125 and fast overnight shipping. With over 2,000 products in stock, they're sure to have what you need. So get yourself down to the trade counter in Kidderminster today. Get the job done with profilestore.co.uk.
We're here today in Macron campus here in Bologna in Italy. Macron have brought out some of the team, the men's and women's first team captains, a couple of players from each side. They've given us a tour of their impressive campus here and told us a little bit more about their history as a company and how they work in sport.
We're very, very excited. I think it's a landmark deal for Macron because we've been in cricket for the last few years through deals with Cricket Islander and then most recently with the West Indies and South Africa last year. But what we were really missing was a county club in England, and then having Worcester. That I think will be a milestone for Macron. We're really excited to work with the Worcester and expand the relationship further in the next few years.
It was a long process in terms of finding the right teamwear provider for us. From the start, actually with Macron, they were really impressive in the way they went about their business. They were really big on sustainability. The depth of their range was really important to us because it allows us to really reduce the prices on, in particular, Pathway and Academy kit to reduce those barriers of participation. The other big thing was we've been able to be super innovative on kit designs.
This season's kit launch, we wanted to really try and do something special and given a lot of opportunity to have some fun with the creative around it. There's a really interesting campaign. Being able to come out to Bologna, it's been a fantastic experience.
We've had a huge amount of conversations over the last 12 months really about designs, how we're going to bring certain things to life. Beard have been integral for the team there in terms of that creativity, actually making it really arty, really bold, stand out and innovative while actually making it very Worcestershire too. Ativo as a principal partner on front of the show, the Rapids have been key to that process as well. They've been engaged in every step along the way, making sure the designs work for them as a brand as well. This year, for the first time, women are going to match the men's in terms of range throughout, rather than just having one Rapid shirt. They've got two in different competitions.
It's a massive pleasure, obviously, for Claire and I to be out here, and also just to feel like the women's team is really being pushed is really valuable to us.
So yeah, we've had the opportunity to make 4 really standout kits this year. We've based it on this idea of the art of the game. So we've been looking at how can those different art forms and genres like merge into what we're doing with the kit and make a creative process that makes sense and kind of has a narrative, tells a story. They are like my babies, but there is a favourite. For me, I can really see myself wearing One Day Cup shirt. That kind of more streetwear-y feel definitely appeals to me more, and I think that'll be a staple of my wardrobe for a while.
My favourite kit was the T20 kit. Love the colours, love the design the most.
Yeah, I really like the traditional feel of the training shirt, but actually on the county shirt, there's not a huge amount of design to it. It's a cream traditional cricket shirt, but I love what we've been able to do with the trim on there, and that's down to Macron actually giving us more bespoke options and say over that and working with them to do that. For me, the standout, my favourite one is probably the T20 shirt. This is the elements, it's like every time you look at it, you kind of find another element. That really excites me.
I'm a little bit traditionalist, so I like the off-white one as always, but I think the blue one is really, really nice, really, really different. So I believe the fans and the players will love it.
To be able to connect what we've done with Bologna, with Macron,
it just takes it to another level. And so we're fortunate we've been able to explore the city a little bit as well. We've had a fantastic time being around here, but we've also been able to incorporate some of the city, the location into the campaign. It's something we're really excited about. Yeah.
We are about to start day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 game between Worcestershire and Middlesex, with Middlesex resuming at their overnight score of 291 for 8. The not-out batsman Seb Morgan on 38 played some lovely shots last night, and Toby Rowland-Jones yet to open his account, and it's Rowland-Jones who will be on strike to the first ball of the morning, which will be bowled by Adam Finch. By the look of it, Finch probably the pick of the Worcestershire bowlers yesterday, 4 for 70 for him, and Middlesex, as I say, 291 for 8. A glorious morning at Worcester, it really is. Beautiful. The ground is bathed in sunshine, the breeze a little bit less than it was yesterday, and very, very pleasant conditions indeed for cricket this morning as Worcestershire prepare to bowl the first ball. My name is Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and alongside me is Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London. We'll also be joined by Melinda Farrell from The Cricketer at various points later on. Morning, Kevin.
Morning, Frank. It is a lovely day, isn't it?
Here's Finch then from the Diglis end, his favoured end, bowls, and that's really good delivery to start with. Rowland-Jones just walking into the forward defensive and pushing out on the offside.
What do you reckon then? Middlesex have got to be saying to themselves, 320 was the figure I had in mind yesterday. I was like, they shouldn't be going for less than 320 with Morgan there and Deploy there. Can't remember if Bosch was still in at that point actually, but
yeah.
But even still now, Rowland-Jones and Morgan, one more batting point, whether it's a nudge and nurdle to that batting point.
Yeah, something like that. Finch in, bowls, and Rowland-Jones is forward again, more solidly this time, pushing into the offside. From a Worcestershire point of view, talked to a few of the players last night actually, and to the coach. They felt that they'd done okay yesterday. They thought they'd kept in it, picked up that important wicket of Deploy just before the end, and they thought it was pretty much on as even. Good pitch, which might flatten out a little bit today and tomorrow. Bit slow, lacking a bit of pace, but nipped around. But no reason why they can't get runs themselves, I think was the feeling. Thought Finch bowled well, and he's in again now and again. That's a good delivery and just fended out on the offside by Rowland-Jones. So yeah, I think we assessed it saying that maybe Middlesex had just nosed in front, but there wasn't much in it, was there?
Yeah, I think exactly that. Runs on the board always count for something, don't they? But the balance always in the first innings of a match is wait until the other side are batted.
Yeah.
However, I do think there were points yesterday that Worcestershire could have got a grip of Middlesex, and for various reasons, whatever they were, didn't. And that might have been pace of the pitch, whatever it was.
Here's Finch again, striding in bowls, and Rowland-Jones again is defending into the offside, and D'Oliveira is again the fielder.
But these two probably hold the key for Middlesex, and Tom Helm. I said that I can't get away from that spell of Tom Helm, which is the best for me that he bowled in Championship cricket here a number of years ago now. But if Helm can come out and bowl like that on this surface, those bowlers just find an extra little something, don't they? And even on a slow surface, they find an extra bit of pace or an extra bit of bounce.
As Finch did yesterday, actually, from time to time.
Exactly, yeah.
And then he comes again now. Fifth ball of the day. Bowls, and Rowland-Jones is on the back foot this time and steers it down on the offside, and Libby does the fielding. There's Swanepoel loosening up in front of us, suggesting that he is going to bowl from the New Road end.
Well, your best two. It's got to be your best two, isn't it?
I think Taylor's probably the pick of the bowlers, but I think Swanepoel 21 overs, 5 maidens, and on for 56 yesterday, and Ben Allison said to me in his interview after the game that the collective opinion was that Swanepoel probably had bowled a bit better than that.
Yeah.
Deserved a bit more, so maybe they've decided to back him this morning. Finch in again, bowls, and that's first runs of the day. Over pitch on leg stump and clipped through mid-wicket for 4 by Roland Jones. So 295 for 8, just 5 runs away now from that first batting point, and it is going to be Swanepoel from the New Road end.
When he finally retires, Toby Roland Jones, I think I might even miss that shot more than I miss his bowling. He's, big tall fella like that. That's the whip of the bat up above his head at the end of it as he clips through mid-wicket. It's a lovely drive as well. It's just great hand-eye coordination on the drive, as opposed to aesthetically or technically it's the best looking drive you'll ever see. It's not, but there's just something about 6'5" and that bat flowing through the covers, and similarly that whip through mid-wicket there. When he gets hold of it there, it's gone. There's no point chasing that. It's rare that one won't hit the ropes. 295 for 8. Roland Jones has 4, so he's off the mark, and Morgan has 38, and Morgan's taking his guard. Line length bowling this morning, isn't it? Just keep hitting top of off stump.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what they've got to do, and I think that's what will reflect at the end of the Worcestershire first innings as Swanepoel bowls his first ball of the day. It's a little too full, but cover bails him out. He gets a hand on it and prevents 4 through the covers as he deflects it to mid-off. So it's just a single for Morgan to start his day. He moves to 39. If Middlesex, we'll probably watch the start of the Worcestershire innings with a closer eye now in terms of, do Middlesex have them playing relentlessly on that off stump? And if they do they get the rewards for it? They got pitch maps and things nowadays that can tell us all these things as well, don't they?
Absolutely, yeah.
We'll go and see the analyst at lunch, tell him to show us the pitch map. But 296 for 8 it is, and Roland Jones awaits. First ball of the morning from Swanepoel to him, and it's full again, and it's driven back by the bowler. It bumps off the right hand of Swanepoel, and Roland Jones thinks about a single because mid-on was wrong-footed and was running to try to protect a boundary down the ground, but the right hand of Swanepoel had prevented that. Feels even brighter out there today.
Yeah, I think it is. Bit less cloud, bit brighter. Lovely day, beautiful day.
It's a squinting day, isn't it? I don't feel I was squinting yesterday, just sitting back and enjoying the view. As his full ball wraps on the pads, a massive appeal and a slow finger from the umpire. Roland Jones is gone. He has a very suspicious look back at the pitch. And Frank, we're not in line with that, but the shots that he played and where the ball struck him suggest there was significant movement there.
It kept low, I think. That was the other thing.
Well, did it jag back a long way in doing so? Yeah, it kept a long way low, that. It jagged back as well. And the way that he was wrapped on the pads, he was expecting to play that ball just outside the top of off, I'd suggest, and he ended up being wrapped on the back pad on a ball that kept low. And not really too much doubt there for the umpire, even though it was a slow raise of the arm and a point of the finger too. The former Middlesex captain, who drags himself off it every time Roland Jones gets out, not having a huge slog of the bat. You always think, I wish he'd had a huge slog of the bat, because he's capable of such big shots. But he falls for 4, so Middlesex are 296 for 9. Worcestershire have a third batting point, Frank, and Middlesex are 4 shy of a second batting point.
Yeah, Worcestershire 3 bowling points, so nice for them, and they'll be happy with that. As I say, they think they did okay yesterday. And Middlesex now, the most important thing is to make sure they do get those 4 runs. They'd be gutted, I would imagine, to not pick up a second batting point. But Tom Helm is the new man, and that did nip back, and it did keep a little bit low. So,
well, after the ball that got Leas Deploy as well, when Deploy got out, I said it wasn't the worst thing in the world for Middlesex, because they'll look at that and think, there's a bit in this, and we've got 300.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a horrible delivery, that was.
Well, similarly, then you see one that keeps low and think, there's a bit in this, and Middlesex have got 300. I'm sure that's what they'll be thinking and saying to themselves before they come out to bowl, look, these could be very good runs on the boards, but time will tell.
Swanepoel probably thinking that he's got a little bit of reward for all that work yesterday, really, as much as anything.
Yeah, he found the edge of Robson, didn't he? I think pretty early on, as in he comes, bowls to Tom Helm, who drives to mid-on, and there's no run. And honestly defy you to find a better number 11. It's incredible, unless a batting order's been switched, unless a night watchman's been sent up. But Tom Helm is a technically really good batter. But he's the number 11. There's only 1 wicket to go, and that adds a little bit of pressure, doesn't it? So the whole situation to Morgan as well, who not only will be thinking about the 4 runs, but 11 more for a second first-class 50 as Helm's forward, defending. Pushing back to the bowler once more. Again, technically very good for a big, tall, fast bowler. Possibly, he looks technically more correct than Roland Jones. But Roland Jones' hand-eye coordination is something else, and the ability to strike the ball. 2 slips, crouching down behind Helms. A deep square, long leg, and a deep third as Sonopol's in. He bowls, and Helms driving. What a shot that is. Glorious. And that's the 300 up. Well, I wasn't kidding you, Frank. That's not a bad cover drive, is it, from Tom Helm? 300 for 9.
Shot. They got the batting point. That's what matters. Very good shot indeed.
Well, it's a lovely way to get it, wasn't it?
Just having a look at, just trying to watch this replay, but you never quite get the sort of detail that you need, do you? Yeah, it looked a pretty good shot, didn't it? But certainly kept low.
It's the kind of ball that
nipped back.
Yeah. It's the kind of ball that deserves a wicket. It's kept low and it's nipped back. Having started just outside the line of off, you think, "Oh, come on, Humps."
Yeah.
That's got to have a chance.
Well, he's been very, very calm in his decision making, hasn't he? Ulas Gandhi, the Indian umpire, had a good look at it. Anyway, Finch to Morgan. That one's outside the off stump and left alone. Finch seeking his first 5 for some time, and hoping he can get it in fairly short order this morning, and then Worcestershire will regard it as a batting day. Those bowlers that toiled away yesterday can get off and put their feet up. One of the reasons Allison might not be bowling this morning, he had a problem with the big toe yesterday and had some treatment on it after the game. There's Finch again. He's in. Bowls, and Morgan is dabbling at this one outside the off stump.
I think they should play it. I think they should play it straight here, don't you? I don't think there's any reason. Again, with Helm's batting credentials, I think just the gamble button here is not to slog. The gamble button is just play.
Yeah.
Accumulate slowly, because equally time. Keep them out there for an hour. And then you've got an hour before lunch, and you get another hour after lunch, if that makes sense, rather than, coming out after lunch with a ball that's 30 overs old. So, yeah, I'd hang around and frustrate them this morning.
Finch once more. And, well, Morgan cuts at that one, a bit wider that one, ill directed from Finch. And he tried to cut it away to backward point and made no contact.
It was there for it, wasn't it? But there's for example, in terms of saying it's a slow pitch, I'm not disputing that it is, but I mean, poor old Lords. 10 overs into that match, they were saying what a slow pitch it was at Lords, and look at the match that it was. You can't call it a slow pitch after 10 overs and condemn the pitch after. Then they were condemning it for another reason. 30 overs later.
Finch again. Bowls, that's short, and Morgan swings it away on the leg side for a single. Latigan is fielding out on the boundary, and they take one, and that will suit them, because despite the fact that Helm is, as you say, a very competent number 11, I suppose they'd rather bowl at him. He's just come in.
Yep.
I know Morgan's only just restarted, but he
absolutely
played very competent.
Yeah, absolutely right. But you look at the pace that Finch has got going, and indeed Swanepoel and Taylor. It's not every now and again there's certainly a ball that they get some reward from off this surface, isn't there?
Oh yeah, definitely. Finch again is in. Balls. That's a good one. Beats him outside the off stump on the back foot this time. Yeah, I think so. It's just that it's not. It's a pitch where you've got to put a lot in to get a lot out, I think. And Finch, he is easily the quickest of the Worcestershire bowlers.
Well, he's got a few to fist through here, hasn't he?
And he did yesterday. But it's not, it's not. Keeper's not taking it in front of his face very often, is he? It's that kind of pitch. Finch again bowls, and Helm is forward, just steers this off the face, down on the offside for a single. It's the end of the over, successfully negotiated 302 for 9 Middlesex. They've lost one man this morning, Toby Rowland-Jones, LBW, to Bears Swanepoel for 4.
I'm going to get myself in trouble for saying this with the Middlesex bowlers, but I suspect that your attack is a little bit quicker than Middlesex's. The Worcestershire attack with Taylor and Finch, Swanepoel, Allison. There's just a little bit more pace in it than there is perhaps for Rowland-Jones, Morgan, Bosch, and even Helm. Helm will be the quickest.
Swanepoel in 2 Helm bowls, and he's forward, pushing that out on the offside. No run. Yeah, Finch is the quickest. As I mentioned, young Jack Home yesterday, who is just a 19, 20-year-old, and he's a slip of a lad. I've said many times, he reminds me of Simon Hughes when he started all those years ago.
Is he deceptively frail?
He bowls at high pace.
Swanepoel in bowls. That's left alone by Helm through it. Goes to the keeper.
But he isn't. Yet he doesn't have a great deal of control at the moment. He's a very useful batsman, but a lot of potential. And sometimes you just don't know where that pace comes from, do you, with certain bowlers? But Finch is the quickest. Taylor, a fairly consistent fast medium. Talked to Waite too about his bowling. He said he had a side strain just a little bit early for him. Swanepoel bowls, and Helm turns this down to fine leg, and there's a very good attempt at a diving stop down there, but unable to cut it off. Finch, and they get 4. But that said, Waite was out there bowling a bit this morning, so obviously I think the plan, he might bowl in the second innings, he might bowl against Gloucestershire next week, but he said yesterday that it was just a little bit too soon, and he didn't want to do it and be out for 6 weeks, were his exact words. Swanepoel in again, 306 for 9 now as he bowls, and Helm is defending out on the onside. So Helm has 9, Morgan has 40, and it's 306 for 9. And glorious day here at New Road. The ground looks a picture. Smallish crowd today, not as many as yesterday, didn't expect there to be. Swanepoel in again bowls, and Helm is on the back foot and nudges that up to mid on where Waite fields, and they take a Taylor fields, and they take a very well judged single on a good wavelength there, just nudging it up to mid on and calling his partner through.
Press box is quieter today as well, isn't it?
Yes.
We've sent Clive Eakin outside. Not by demand, but by performance, clearly. He's gone and sat outside today, so he doesn't have to listen to us.
Swanepoel again.
He's in bowls. This is turned down to long leg. Single taken. 308 for 9. He's not listening now because he turned around and he's listening to Scarborough, isn't he?
And he's kept the strike. And I'm sorry, I'd nicked a couple of deliveries.
That's all right.
That's all right. Lost track completely.
308 for 9. We were nattering, Frank. We were nattering.
Morgan 41, Helm 10, the man out today. Rowland-Jones for 4.
Conversation between 2 old mates without ever missing a ball bowled, and we never miss a ball bowled.
Didn't miss a ball bowled.
And we're not 2 old mates, but other than that, things are going all right. Cathedral looks dirty today, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does look dirty today, doesn't it? Wait for the sun to come round.
Can I send him a message, or is that going to give the game away that I'm... Shall I not wind him up? Leave him alone.
It's Finch from the Diglis end. Bowls, and that's beautifully driven off the back foot by Morgan, but straight to D'Oliveira at extra cover.
Yeah, it'd be interesting just going back to the pace of the Middlesex attack to see what they get out of this pitch, because my suspicion would be, without having any guns on it, that speed guns on it, that there's just a little bit more pace in the Worcestershire attack than there is in the Middlesex attack for this game.
Yeah,
got Cornwall and Sharma are their quickest 2, and they're not playing.
I don't think it matters, on this pitch. I think you just got to get it in the right areas, really. certainly enough there. That's a lovely shot from Morgan, hammered away off the back foot. And Libby at backward point, running away to his left. Saw it early, but just couldn't get there. He timed it so well. It was a poor delivery, to be fair, from Finch. Just gave him a bit of room, and it wasn't of a good length either. And he isn't going to miss out on that. Played really well, the young man, said Morgan. 45 now, and looking every inch the all-rounder that Kevin Hand described him as yesterday.
Yeah,
not just a bowler who bats.
No, genuine, isn't he? Yeah.
There's Finch again. He's in and bowls, and that's another lovely shot. That'll bring him his 50, I think. Oh no, it won't. It'll take him to 49. Through mid-wicket. 2 poor deliveries on the trot. Short and wide, and then over full and on leg stump, and that is meat and drink. You mentioned Roland Jones playing that shot so well, but I think any top batter gets a half volley on leg stump, just clips it away through there. And the man's gone in from slip now. Henry Cullen has gone in to plug that gap, but that's a bit disappointing because this ball is only 20 overs old and we've now only got 1 slip in. As Worcestershire seek this last wicket. Finch trying for that 5 much better this time, and Morgan just pushes out on the offside, and that completes his 50. Well played, the young man, in the circumstances as well. 58 deliveries, very good indeed. 8 fours, and a splendid effort from a player who I'm sure we will see and hear a lot more of over the coming years.
Well, that's a second
Morgan.
Yeah, that's a second first-class 50 in 9 first-class innings.
Yeah, not bad.
I mean, even if you were a batter, you'd say good start, lads. But he's an all-rounder.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, everything looks in place.
And in the circumstances that he came in, I think he's played exactly the right sort of knock. Very good. Tom Helm on strike on 10 off 10. He's not done too badly either. Finch is into him, gives him a bouncer, which he probably expected, ducked out of the way of.
And he'll probably get back.
And no problem.
It was a gentle bouncer, if it makes sense, rather than nasty bouncer. It was a bouncer that wasn't going to hit him.
On this pitch, it's very difficult to bowl a nasty.
But you know what I mean? It wasn't into his armpit. It was well over his head. It was like, yeah,
it's
look,
got to be
just
short.
a reminder.
To get it up there, it has to be so short, I think. Although, you know, I mean, the one that got deployed was not a bouncer, was it? It was just just back of a length.
Well, there were a couple of top edges on the bouncers yesterday, weren't there? Max Holden and Deploy spring to mind. The ones that went safe over the keeper.
There's Finch again. And Helm is playing this one defensively off the back foot. Nicely negotiated. And look at that, they've raced on, having got that bonus point to 317 for 9.
They've got to be thinking about the 350 now, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Having got this far, they have to, and they're playing it right, aren't they? We're not seeing any reckless shots. But it is that unusual situation where you've got a number 11 who is, you know, he's a number 9, really. Tom Helm. Very, very good batter. If he came in at 8, it wouldn't be ridiculous. And, yeah, he's offering Morgan faith here to just go about his business, keep plodding along. Oh, there's the silhouette of the cathedral on the stream this morning. Looks wonderful. Here's Sonipol in bowls and inside edge down to long leg. Forward defence from Morgan. Exasperated cry from Sonipol. 318 for 9. It's brilliant cricket, isn't it? It really is. Here we are, second one. It just feels like things are in the balance a little bit. It feels like, if they get to 350 here, that's starting to feel like a really good score. Worcestershire thinking, come on, 1 wicket, let's get this done, 1 ball. Sonipol, 1 slip in place. Bit of bounce on that, on the tall Helm who's struck on the splice. But he's played it well, angled bat into the ground, and he comes down now and has a prod at the surface. 318 for 9. There's enough in it, isn't there? There's definitely enough in it, but as you say, whether there's enough pace in the surface for a bowler to go through a side, and indeed to go through a side twice. But it feels like one of those pitches where you need one who's really in the groove, and he, picks up a 3 or 4 in a spell blast. As here's a lovely ball with bounce again. They're appealing the LBW, but there must have been bat involved. Helm saying that that's jagged back a long way with his hand movement. Thereafter, he was halfway forward. It felt very, very high to me, and as I say, it felt quite a loud noise, so it felt like it was more than just the dull thud of some protective gear. 318 for 9 it remains as we see the replay. If anything, it perhaps kept a tad low again, didn't it? I don't think it particularly jagged back, do you?
No.
Sonopol in bowls, and Helm is on the back foot, and he defends. Back to mid-on. That one hit the bat hard enough, didn't it? But yeah, his hand movement on the previous one, he just kind of shaped to say, that's jagged back at me. It's moved back. Maybe he was trying to caught the umpire. Say, yes, it's done a bit. That's going down the leg side, but it did keep low again, and it was straight.
Batters tend to do that these days, don't they?
Yeah.
Joe Root does it a fair bit.
It's gone that way.
So it's just a reaction, isn't it?
Sonopol bowls, Helm's in behind again defending, and there's no run. But I tell you what, given that it didn't particularly jag back or do a great deal other than keep low, it wasn't a bad shout, because my biggest doubt from this angle was height.
Yeah, maybe he got a nick on it, I think, because they kind of strangled the appeal, didn't they?
Yeah. It did sound too loud to just be protective gear. Goodness me, Noah Cornwell was struck by a bouncer on Sunday at Merchant Taylor's School, and it hit him on his forearm. And it was so loud, the noise. As in comes Sonopol, he bowls, and forward goes Helm defending. End of the over. 318 for 9. Helm has 10, Morgan has 51. Frank, honestly, I think you've been to Merchant Taylor's School. You're very close to the pitch as well, but the noise when this fierce bouncer hit flush on the forearm.
And that's why he's not playing in this game.
No. He's not selected at the moment in it. But honestly, Frank, you looked at it and it was such a loud noise, and the crunch was so loud. He thought he's lucky he had a forearm guard on there.
Right, yeah.
Frank, he didn't have a forearm guard on. It was the most horrible sound I've ever heard of cricket on the bone.
And it didn't break.
Yeah, because he's in the squad for this one. Extraordinary. It's just reminded me actually that noise of that one. 318 for 9.
They often get hit on the forearm these days. Finch in, balls, bouncer, good bouncer this time, but well negotiated by Morgan and called wide by the umpire.
Well, he was looking to give himself room. It was the end of the match and the game was gone. Cornwell's capable of some massive shots. He cleared the grandstand at Lord's once, Cornwell, but he is Middlesex's number 11. And that's what he was doing. He was just getting out of the way, and he was looking to heave that ball anywhere he could, so the bowler kept on following him. So it was a short ball that followed him, and he kind of ducked into it a little bit, But it was nasty, really nasty. The noise was sickening, and he was down for a long while, and as he came off holding that forearm, he thought this could be out for a while.
Yeah, he's lucky not to break.
Well, the fact he's here is incredible.
Finch in, bowl, short, Morgan pulls away on the leg side, doesn't really get hold of it. Well, he got hold of it well enough, but he's going to get 2. He didn't middle it, he's going to get 3 actually. Good running. 2 young men, long way back. Latigan had to run around a long way as well, so pulled it up just inside the rope, and they back for 3. So 322 for 9. Morgan goes to 54, and Worcestershire, perhaps having got that early wicket, now feeling just a tiny bit frustrated that they haven't been able to follow up, and having got that one or second batting point with the lovely shot by Helm to the boundary, they're now pretty much within reach of another one. 322 for 9. Finch to Helm bowls, and he's driving into the offside D'Oliveira Fields, and there's no run. It's glorious, as we keep saying. Bit of fluffy white cloud, not much breeze today, just enough to keep us cool, and most of the fielders out there not wearing sweaters. This is Jack Home that I was telling you about. No, it's not. It's Harry Dorley walking around with this drink for by Swanepoel.
Never mind
Another seam bowler.
Never mind that. The fellow with the biscuits has arrived. That's Mel Farrell. You can hear in the background. The excitement's built. The biscuits are here.
Here's Finch again. Bowls, and this one's fended away rather uncomfortably by Helm, and it might almost it wasn't a return catch. It wasn't far away from being one, but it's just as well it wasn't, because Finch wasn't looking. I think as he followed through, he kind of turned away really as that one came back at him, and it wasn't far away. It was encouragement for it might be more encouraging for Helm as the batter to think, well, if it's going to stop like that in the pitch, it might be good news when I bowl, because that one did just seem to hold in the surface. Finch again is in and bowls, and he's driving nicely through the covers. Lovely shot. A chase for D'Oliveira, back to deep cover, and they've gone for 2. They're back for 3. Even despite a hesitation, they're back for 3. Runs beginning to come a little bit too comfortably for Brett D'Oliveira's satisfaction, I would imagine, at the moment, as they try and knock over this last wicket. And Middlesex have gone to 3-2-5 for 9, and those runs that can come in a situation like this can just change a game without you realising it, and Worcestershire don't really want to concede many more. Jake Levy's been dispatched back to the boundary now, so that if anything goes out there now, it'll only be a 1 rather than a 4 or a 3. Finch to Morgan. Bowls, Yorker, good delivery, well dug out by Morgan, really well dug out, got a good bat on it, and as a consequence picks up a nice comfortable single. D'Oliveira says stay back to Libby, and it's 3:26 for 9, and Morgan's gone very nicely on to 55.
Helm's gone nicely on to 13, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It's Middlesex fans this morning would have thought, oh, Toby special, 20 or 30 runs. He'll clatter it around New Road, crash bang wallop. Little cameo from Toby, and this will really jolt the score on.
Finch in bowls, a little bit short outside the off stump, left alone by Helm. End of the over, 326 for 9, and Morgan is on 55. Helm is on 13. 1 man out today. Roland Jones LBW just want to pull for 4, and after more from Kevin, he will be joined by Mel Farrell.
Thanks, Frank. Frank Watson, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Our third voice, Melinda Farrell, is coming to sit down alongside me, and 326 for 9 marks a really good start to the second day here for Middlesex. Another half an hour of this, and it'll be really frustrating for Worcestershire. Swanepoel's in, he bowls, and inside tickle from a forward defence from Morgan. It's just nudged in the end off that inside part of the bat for a single. 327 for 9. Morning, Mel.
Good morning. Good morning.
How are you?
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Sun's shining.
Cricket being played. Opera last night.
Opera last night at the cathedral.
It's all downhill from here, Mel.
Well, it's a very, you were saying another half an hour of this, and it'll be very frustrating. I think this is already very frustrating.
Swanepoel's in, bowls, and a bit of bounce on that one. Bottom hand comes off from Helm, and they have a single. 3:28 for 9. Mid wickets running around towards square leg to collect it. 32
runs added with this partnership, 10th wicket partnership, and just a little bit sloppy from a great start to the day, getting Toby Roland Jones out within the first 8 minutes of play, but the subsequent 20 minutes have been frustrating for Worcestershire.
Forward goes Morgan defending, and there's no one. He's a good batter, Sebastian Morgan, isn't he?
He really, really is. It's a bit like we were watching Caleb Falconer earlier yesterday, in that you look out there and you wouldn't think he's so young.
No.
You wouldn't think he's a teenager. Is he 20 yet?
But no, he's 18.
Oh, it's 18. There you go. So you would not think so, would you? He's so assured, confident.
Swanepoel, fourth ball of his over, he bowls, and a confident-looking drive is pushed to mid-on. No run.
That's it. I mean, he's taking the lead here. He's not batting as though it's. You know what? Not batting as though I've got to be a bit timid here and just farm the strike. And to be fair, he's got a pretty experienced partner in Helm.
You're going to struggle to find a better number 11, I'd say.
Yeah.
Than Tom Helm. He's the kind of guy that you could easily see him coming in at 8. Helm. And here's Swanepoel bowls, and it's a bumper through to the keeper. 3:28 for 9. But yeah, I think as much as the runs, it's the time this morning. Because Middlesex will get 2 bites of this second new ball now. They'll have an hour at it before lunch. They might have a lot less before lunch. These guys keep going, but you know, if it played out, if you said to Middlesex this morning, look, your 9, 10 and Jack could get you to near 12 o'clock, and you'll have an hour at them before lunch with a new ball, and then you'll come out again, opening bowlers go again just after lunch. That would be the perfect morning, really, for Middlesex. Well, I suppose perfect would be for them to go on to 450, wouldn't it? But here's Swanepoel in, bowls, and it's last ball of the over, so the field comes up. He's tucked up a little bit by this one, and mid-wicket fields, there's no run, 328 for 9. But the problem for Worcestershire here is, as much as there is a number 11 out there, both Morgan and Helm are quite at ease with life.
They are, and they've just been a little bit sloppy, I think, this morning. They weren't. They got the first wicket, and if they cleaned them up within the first 15 minutes, you'd say, well, it's been a great start to the day for Worcestershire. But this partnership, maybe they've just been a little bit too eager in searching for the final wicket. But give a lot of credit to the pair who are out in the middle at the moment. And it really has been lovely to watch Morgan. Very much like Middlesex, you've got just a couple of fantastic young talents in both of those, Faulkner and Morgan.
Well, you think of Navia Sharma, Noah Cornwell. The Middlesex are blessed at the moment with young players coming through. It's an extraordinary array of young talent. It's been said to me a couple of times that of experienced Middlesex players, these are some of the best they've seen.
Here's Finch with the new over. It's just defended out in front of point by Helm, no run. To be fair, I would also say that... Oh, it's Ben Allison. It is too, sorry.
It just changed,
beg your pardon, they have changed. I would also say one of my favourite young players in the country at the moment is Dan Latigan.
Yes.
So we will see him bat today, and he's I'm going to watch his progress with great interest. Again, young, you can't put too much on young players, but he's lovely to watch. Here's Allison again over the wicket, and that has just helped on its way up to mid-on, no run.
I'm just checking back, because for me it was Latigan what won it in the match at Lords. Between these two, he scored 65 off 63 at the start of the Worcestershire second innings in a very low-scoring game. Libby got 79 off 142, but it was Latigan's 65 off 63 that it was completely out of keeping with the game, and it turned the game in Worcestershire's favour in a way that Middlesex just weren't able to recover from.
At the moment, next ball from Allison, and that stayed low, and I think it's missed everything, gone to the boundary. Did it miss everything?
It did miss everything, I think. Well, it was the umpire signal. Sorry, I looked down at the stream to see. We've seen a couple keep low now. Roland Jones's LBW kept low, didn't it? And Leas Deploy's caught behind last night, got big.
Yes.
And that's why 300 on this pitch.
Oh, no. It's actually an edge, and it's dropped short at first slip, and then it's gone.
The reason it dropped short is because it did indeed keep low. Yeah, our eyes didn't deceive us, but it did take the edge, all right.
Yeah, we are. I feel like I have to remind people we are definitely not behind the bowler's arm. Here is Allison, I should say again. It's defended back up the ground. But we've seen such contrasting styles of batting in the play that we've seen so far. When the first session yesterday was a real go slow. It was 62 for 1 at lunch on day one when Robson and Holden. Oh, you've just reminded me, talking about Holden. We had the wonderful Andy Zoltzman on yesterday, and he did send me a message last night as Allison is in and bowls. That's driven, but only as far as mid-off.
He was desperate for the run because it was such a nice shot, wasn't it? You could see, shot. Oh, come on, that's such a nice shot. I've got to get a run for it, and he didn't because it was straight to mid-off.
It was. Now, so we were talking about Max Holden's, because he was, 12 off 100?
Yeah.
And so Andy Zoltzman, we couldn't find the stat quickly because it was really testing his database. But he promised that he would send me a message overnight once he worked out the relevant stat. Now, I'm going to wait until after this ball because I feel this needs to be delivered with gravitas. Allison is in and bowls, and Helm just squirts that out to backward point. Jake Libby runs in from the deep, and they'll just take a single, but Worcestershire won't mind that because it'll keep Helm on strike. 332 for 9 with Helm on 19, I should say, and Morgan on 56. So, this is a message I got from Zoltz. The lowest 100 ball score by a top order player in the first innings of a championship match since September 2017, when Asim Hamid was 11 off 100 for Lancs versus Essex. So Max Holden's 12 off 100 was the lowest 100 ball score.
Sonopol's in, bowls, and this is turned by Helm to square leg off the back foot, no run.
In almost 9 years.
Well, I think, and that is a brilliant stat, and I think that bears out a slight suspicion that Worcestershire missed a trick yesterday morning, because as well, what that said to me was, what was it, 11 off 12 off 100?
Yeah.
And he probably scored at least one boundary in there and a couple of twos. As here comes Sonopol to Helm, and Helm edges. It felt as though it died on him a little outside of the off stump. He played it on the back foot, and it runs low along the ground through what probably would have been a third slip, but I doubt it would have carried. 3-3-4 for 9. Of that, let's say 100, let's say 95 of those hundreds were dot balls. How many of those were forward defences, middle of the bat, or how many of those were left alone? I'd suspect a great many of those were left alone, which suggests to me in that morning session, it was my feeling certainly yesterday, Worcestershire didn't make them play enough, which I think, in reflection, I'm sure they'd like to have gone fuller and straighter. As forward goes, Morgan to a full and straight ball from Sonopol. It's defended at cover, and I do think that the way that Robson and Holden batted yesterday, that's what set all this up. I said it yesterday afternoon. I thought that first half of the day yesterday put Middlesex into a position to reap reward. It was proper first-class cricket.
It was indeed. I think we're going to see Tom Taylor back into the attack soon. He's vigorously warming up.
Sonopol's in, bowls, and it's short, and it is through to the keeper. Did he? Wide. I was going to say, did he pull out of the shot? I think he did slightly, because it was on height. It got big, and that's the other thing, Mel. We've seen a few keep low now, and we've seen a few get big. So
yeah, a bit of variable bounce creeping in. I mean, from a Worcestershire point of view, I guess they'll be frustrated at the moment, but then they'll be looking at that variable bounce. It does look like a nice day for batting.
Yeah. Sonopol's in, bowls. This is left alone outside the off stump by Morgan. 3-3-5 for 9. But what I think is the start to the innings, Middlesex will look at it. It's going to be so interesting, because Latigan, Libby, we've just mentioned how Latigan went at Lords in the reverse fixture. Can you see Latigan being 12 off 100?
No.
So if Middlesex can get enough balls in enough areas regularly enough, then they feel as though they should have a chance to have a very different start than Worcestershire did with the ballers. Here comes Sonopol, bowls, and forward goes Morgan defending. But it might be that Worcestershire come out and hit 350, and actually we find, as Frank was alluding to yesterday, and he said was confirmed by a few last night, there's not enough pace in this pitch. And maybe there isn't enough pace in the pitch to force the matter, but we shall see. We shall see when both sides are battered.
I mean, I think we've got a cracking game set up. Ultimately, it's
as long as the weather holds, I think so.
I think. Well, I had a look at the forecast, and actually, it looks really good. There might be a few showers before play tomorrow, but it didn't look like it would rain during the day. It may be a slight one.
Sonopol, last ball of his over. It's defended by Morgan, fielded at cover. 3-3-5 for 9. That may well be the end of Sonopol for now, as Mel was saying. Taylor appears keen to get going. So Helm's 20, Morgan's 56. BBC Sport bringing you live championship cricket here from BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC London with Frank Watson, myself, Kevin Handon, Melinda Farrell.
So it's going to be Ben Allison continuing. He's just walking back towards the Basil D'Oliveira stand now. And yes, so I went to the opera last night.
Ah, yeah.
It was incredible.
Was it everything you hoped for in that cathedral?
It actually was.
In the cathedral itself.
It really was. The acoustics in there were phenomenal. The backdrop could not have been any better. As Allison is in and bowls to Helm, who just turns this in front of square leg. They'll get a very quick single, brings Morgan onto strike, which is exactly what they wanted. The the orchestra, the 4 singers, so they had obviously the 4 different, tenor, baritone, soprano, and alto, and it was amazing. It surprised me how many of the arias I knew, even though I didn't know the names of them as soon as they started. I was like, oh yeah, I know this one. And of course, finishing with Nessun Dorma, which...
Oh, it finished with Nessun Dorma.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was something else. Morgan waits as Alison bowls, and he pushes forward at that one, and it whizzes past the outside of the bat. Good delivery from Alison. Just a little bit of an uncertain prod there from Morgan. We haven't seen too many of those. So, just looking down below us, I love this. Swanepoel's fielding on the boundary, and he's just gone over, and I love this about this. It's just a little word with one of the fans here, made as if to grab his cup of tea, I think. And I love it. Here's Alison in and bowls. That's tried to flick that down the leg side, but he hasn't got anything on it, Morgan. Yeah, it's a wonderful thing about so many of the championship grounds, but you come here, this is one of them where there's really lovely interaction because you're so close to the players who are on the boundary field, and a real sense of friendliness and community.
Yeah, I walked in this morning and I just thought exactly that. E Road is the county championship, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, fantastic venue. In comes Alison and bowls to Morgan, who shuffles forward and presses that one into short extra cover, where D'Oliveira is lurking.
Everything that's right about county cricket is here at New Road right now, isn't it? All
really
the things that we love about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's why I do love coming here so much. And now, because of all those visits in the past where I never got into the cathedral, this time I actually got into the cathedral. The stained glass window that we can see on the, it's facing us on the riverside. From the inside, it's like a kaleidoscope. It is just stunning. Alison bowls, and that's driven square, and it ends up being fielded at backward point by Libby.
And was it a packed house last night?
Oh, there would have been at least probably 250 to 300, I would have thought. And it was just amazing. The candle lighting, they had the bar set up there. The singers would sort of walk down. We were in the good seats, so we were quite in a pew, sort of quite close to the front. But they came
pew with a view.
Down, pew with a view. As Alison bowls, that has just turned into square leg by Morgan, and they'll take a single to finish off the over. Morgan keeping the strike for the start of the next. Middlesex 337 for 9 with Helm on 21 and Morgan on 57. He has batted really well with solid support from Morgan. So this partnership now worth 41 very, very handy runs for Middlesex.
Yeah, this is, when Roland Jones fell, they were 4 runs short of the second batting point, and here they are now, 13 runs short of a third.
Yeah. So it's Swanepoel who's going to continue. I thought we might have seen Tom Taylor by now.
He was trying to send a message, was he? It's his Swanepoel in, bowls, and onto the pads. Deflects away down to long leg. They will run 1, and the umpire will signal a leg by. There you go. 3-3-8 for 9. He kept us waiting there, the umpire, didn't he?
Yeah, he did actually. Yeah, Taylor's still, he's rolling his arms, he's putting his head from one side to the other, loosening up the neck. He's now stretching out his hamstrings and calves. I think he's keen. He wants a crack.
Swanepoel to Helm, defends. Well, somewhere around Ethan Bosch coming in or just after he got out. I remember saying to Frank yesterday, Middlesex will be really disappointed if they don't make 320 from here. I think if they can get 320, then they'll be happy. And here they are this morning with the number 11 out there, although he is as good a number 11 as you'll get, on 21 from 32, and they're 3-3-8 for 9. Really frustrating now for Worcestershire, and it does just start to push a little bit of pressure to the hosts here. We put Middlesex in yesterday as Helm's on the back foot, turning to square leg. There's a yes, there's a no, and there's a very quick agreement that's The latter is the correct call.
Well, and look, Worcestershire's batting has been a little bit flaky this year, so it'll be a real examination. They've certainly got plenty of talent, and they do tend to bat quite deep as well. They're without Adam Hose this week. It's taking the week away for personal reasons, so that is a loss. But they do bat quite deep.
Swanepoel bowls, Helm defends, and there's no run. Well, Middlesex had them, and this was the great frustration in the defeat at Lords for Middlesex. As much as Latigan took the game away from Middlesex at the start of the second innings, at the start of the first innings, Worcestershire were 61 for 5, and Middlesex walking away from it. They all agreed they should never have let Worcestershire get to 191, and that was Brett Oliveira, 75.
Gets them out of trouble.
Swanepoel bowls and forward goes. Helm, now that bounced up and behind him, and he had to turn around to see where it went from the forward defence, and then with his right boot he gave a little simple side.
That was a nice little
side-footed pass.
In fact, I like the fact instead of going away and practising the shot, he's walked away and he's practised the kick.
He's thinking about the football. He's thinking about the World Cup.
Speaking of which, how was your night? When did you get to bed?
Late. Football related, I should add, listeners. 338 for 9 as his full ball to Helm, push back to mid-off, and there's no run. Helm's on 21, you're going to get me in trouble, Mel.
No.
57 for Morgan. And did you head to the anchor yesterday for a quick one before the do you know there's 2 anchors? There's one on the river, as we found out, because after you left...
You're a terrible person, Kevin. We.
There is the pub called The Anchor on the river.
Yes.
There's a second pub, which we may not return to, in conversation or for a drink. Well, I might go for a drink.
No, it's lovely there. Yes,
but Frank,
apologise.
The reason being, when you left yesterday, I said to Frank about the other pub, and he only knew of The Anchor on the river.
Right. Well, no, there is another one, and I didn't realise exactly how it sounded. Right. First ball of the over from Allison, and it's just played up to short mid-wicket for no run by Morgan.
I might pop into the Pheasant on the way home. Well, you have to with these pubs. You can only call them. You can't say their full names, can you? We certainly can't on air, just in case.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, that was just before Zoltz walked in yesterday. I was, I had quite the sweat on at that point. As I said, "Hello, Zoltz."
Oh, it was good to have him on yesterday, Zoltz, and to get that stat today.
Yeah, excellent.
It's a really good one. Allison in bowls to Morgan, who gets in a bit of a tangle. He's beaten the outside edge. Maybe a bit of movement from there. Certainly, that's what Morgan is signalling. Gets past him anyway. Allison, he had that really good spurt yesterday where he removed both Robson and Holden. Roderick came up and kept behind the stumps as well, which was probably what did for Holden. And dearly love to clean this up before they get to 350. Here he is bowling. Oh, it's a real swish. Bit of a wild swipe by Morgan, and it gets past him and into the hands of Roderick. So, 18-year-old, just maybe a little rush of blood to the head. To be fair, at this point in time, you'd forgive him anyway, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, that's the first one in a while, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It really is.
He's a calm and measured young man, but he can't. His highest. This is the second time he's passed 50 in first-class cricket, and his highest first-class score is 97.
He's Allison who bowls, and that's driven more conservatively up to mid-on, and they'll come through for the single.
The priority here for the team is 350, isn't it? And then beyond, right, okay, well, how far can you go now?
Yeah, exactly.
But there's got to be a little bit of an 18-year-old's mind who's on 58, sun's out, Helm's batting nicely, tired attack. There's got to be a little bit of him that's thinking, oh, could I get there today? Could I get there today?
There's just a little chat going on between the pair in the middle, and that the single signal from what it looked like from Morgan was that there is a little bit of lateral seam movement that Allison is extracting from the pitch. It's Helm now on strike as Allison is in and bowls, and that is a movement, and it's got the edge. Well, it got big on him, and also just left him a little, I suspect. And that is it then for Middlesex, all out for 339. Helm, the final wicket to fall, but really useful runs for that 10th wicket partnership between Morgan and Helm. They got together at 296, so 43 runs added for the 10th wicket partnership.
Just good line of length bowling, wasn't it? Good bounce, taken up to the right shoulder of the keeper. And that for me is the interesting part now as we turn our mind to the side of the Worcestershire innings. Not so much ones that are getting big. The deploy one did. That one didn't necessarily. That was just the bounce was true. But there have been one or two that kept low. And you wonder just whether Middlesex can force that matter at the start of the Worcestershire innings, and if they can, then how far through the innings can they go and keep that pressure on? But it does feel as though there should be pressure, and there will be, 55 minutes before lunch now for Worcestershire to bat, so Middlesex will get 2 bites at the new ball.
Very handy indeed. It's been an entertaining match so far, that is for sure. So for Middlesex, just looking through, Sam Robson was patient for them early on, particularly after they lost Ben Geddes for 5. Robson making 70, and they had that partnership. He was partnered for quite a long time by Holden, who made a very patient 49 off 151. And when Deploy and Falconer came in, they really got things moving. Deploy making 85 and Falconer 37. They had a little bit of a collapse, courtesy of Finch and Allison losing Cracknell Bosch and Zafar Gohar quite cheaply. But Morgan, undefeated on 58, was brilliant. And that little partnership with Helm at the end, worth 43 runs, helped them get that batting point. And 339 for 10. I think they will be quite happy with that. The best of the bowlers as far as wickets concerned for Worcestershire, Allison 4 for 77 off 19.5 overs, and Finch 4 for 93 off 26. Taylor and Swanepoel also taking 1 wicket apiece.
Yeah, I was going to go through that kind in terms of the economy as well for the bowlers, because I think that's what Middlesex will certainly say as well. They'll want to be tight on that off stump, but if they go that little bit fuller and straighter, which I think they should, then that will allow Latigan, Libby and co to score at a quicker rate than Middlesex did at the start of their innings. I think it's going to be so interesting the first couple of hours of this Worcestershire innings, just the way that both sides go about it, 'cause there could be a stark contrast to the Worcestershire bowling performance in terms of the runs might come more easily, but similarly if Middlesex get 1 or 2 going, you could end up with the two sides standing toe to toe at the start of the innings, so it should be fascinating. Frank is due to replace me in less than 3 minutes, so I'm thinking we may as well natter on for a couple of minutes, haven't we? Unless you really want a cup of tea.
Well,
oh well, you always want a cup of tea. We could take a short break.
No,
the heavy roller's still out, and the heavy rollers
out.
It's going to take that a while to get off, isn't it?
It will. We'll take a short break. We will refuel with caffeine, and we will leave you to just for a short while. The current state of play: Middlesex all out for 339, and we will be back with Worcestershire's first innings response very shortly.
2 game between Worcestershire and Middlesex, with Middlesex having been finally dismissed in their first innings about 10 minutes ago for 339, 4 wickets each for Ben Allison and Adam Finch. Top scorers, Lewis Deploy with 85. Sam Robson made 70, but it was excellent 58 not out from young Sebastian Morgan. Worcestershire are about to begin their reply with Toby Rowland-Jones bowling from the Digley centre, the left-handed Daniel Latigan, who is marking his guard out as I speak. 4 slips are in place. My name is Frank Watson. I'm from BBC Hereford Worcester, and alongside me is Melinda Farrell. Mel, I think Worcestershire be a little bit frustrated by that last wicket partnership this morning.
It was really a very handy group of runs for Middlesex, and I do think it would have really frustrated. They could have had them all out. You think under 8 minutes in, they took the 9th wicket. They could have had them all out for under 300.
So Rowland-Jones from the Digley centre bowls outside the off stump, and Latigan leaves that alone, and through it goes to the wicket keeper.
Oh, and you heard the cries from the slips cordon. They're all out, their tails up, full of energy. They've had a day of rest apart from their time in the middle, and they'll be raring to go. We did see a few balls shoot through low and a couple get big on batters, so there's some encouragement in there. It's going to have to be good from Worcestershire.
Rowland-Jones in again, tall figure, bowls, and Latigan is forward, pushes this out on the offside defensively.
Having said that, Frank, it's a lovely day. It looks like a nice day for batting, albeit the vagaries of the pitch. And they have, in my view, one of the most exciting young batters in the country out there in the middle in Dan Latigan, and the experience of Jake Libby as well. So we just have a cracking game set up, I think.
Here is Rowland-Jones again. He bowls, and Latigan is driving off the back foot as my little grandson arrives, and my daughter.
Oh, really?
Coming in to see us if they want to.
Oh, that's very exciting.
I'll just go and grab them.
You go grab the molar. I'll carry on at adding to the family and community atmosphere that always greets you when you arrive at New Road. One of my favourite venues around the country. So Worcestershire yet to get things going run-wise. Latigan on strike, as in comes Rowland-Jones, and he just plays that into the ground. It's out in front of point, and there'll be no run again. And it looks like Tom Helm is vigorously warming up those shoulders. Hello. Oh my goodness.
My grandson Hal has arrived in the commentary box.
Hal, did you say?
Hal is his name.
Hal, hello Hal. You're going to shake my hand. Very nice to meet you.
This is Mel, all the way from Australia.
Yeah. Oh, his eyes just widened, his mouth opened. Yes, I've come a long way here just to commentate with your granddad.
Rowland-Jones round the wicket, and there's the first runs or first run of the innings as Dan Latigan just eases that through. Extra cover for a single. So Worcestershire are away. Middlesex 339 all out. 2 wickets going down this morning. Rowland-Jones for 4 LBW to Bears Swanepoel, and Tom Helm caught by Gareth Roderick behind the stumps off Ben Allison for 21. Lovely day. 4 slips remain for the right-handed Libby, who will be facing the last ball of this over from Rowland-Jones.
He's very good, your granddad, isn't he? He's really smart. Hey, you think so too?
Here comes Rowland-Jones to finish the over. Libby waits, and he's away himself, just tucking this one off his hip behind square on the leg side for a single. Zafar Gohar doing the fielding down at square leg, sends the return in. So the first over successfully negotiated by the Worcestershire openers, and they're 2 without loss.
I am quite fascinated to see how Dan Latigan goes, because you and I were both at Northants when they played that game, and Northants rolled them very convincingly, but I saw Latigan get a really good start and then perhaps just a little bit of impatience. So he is only young and he's got so much to learn, but so much potential there as well, which is why Worcestershire made every move to sign him up and lock him in at the club, even though they had to use up an overseas place to do it. That is the realisation and the belief in his potential that's held here at New Road. And I tell you what, Alan Richardson and Ashley Giles have generally been pretty good at spotting talent, you have to say, over the years that they've been here. First ball from Helm, and it's pushed into the covers by Libby No Run. But there is that still, there's lots of potential, and the road to batting greatness in particular is paved with the bodies of the players, with young players with high potential, high ceilings, all of that. It's one thing, delivering much harder. As Helm is in and bowls, and Libby's on his toes defending that up to mid-on, no run. But there is a lot to like about the young man, Dan Latigan. He's very tall, much taller than Libby. He's got broad shoulders, another bit like Falconer and Morgan. He just looks so confident, doesn't he? As Helm runs in away from us and bowls, and Libby strides forward and drives that very nicely. It's not quite got enough on it to get to the boundary, so Coverfielder runs back, but they will get a couple. So score moves on to 4 for none and Libby on to 3.
Yeah, I agree with you about Dan Latigan. Great potential. I think there are things he's working on, I think, in his technique, particularly I think in his footwork, but puts the bad ball away, that's for sure. And he appears to have a really good phlegmatic temperament.
Helm in, bowls, and push forward, it's gone! He's caught the edge! The outside edge of Libby, and the first wicket falls for Worcestershire. Jake Libby departs for 4, just fishing at one outside off stump, and Helm, after batting really well for 21 runs in that 10th wicket partnership, is the first to break through, and it has been a wonderful morning for Middlesex so far. Worcestershire 4 for 1.
Yeah, really nicely bowled from Tom Helm. Had to play it, I think, just outside off stump, and Libby is on his way. Great start for Middlesex. Libby gone for 3, and the worst possible, well, not quite the worst possible start for Worcestershire, but not far off it, as Cracknell takes the catch. Just what Middlesex wanted. Libby, the man who you'd probably back if you're looking at someone that you want to bat all day, and he trudges disconsolately back to the pavilion. Both teams turn up in the morning, don't they, with a plan, and Worcestershire it would have been, well, let's get these last 2 wickets early. Middlesex it would have been, well, let's see if we can get over 300. So they get an early wicket, and it all looks to be going their way, and that excellent last wicket partnership, which added 43 before the last wicket went down. And now the plan is different. Middlesex saying, well, we've got a nice little 50-55 minute spell before lunch to try and knock them over, and if they can pick up 3 in that spell, they'll feel with 339 on the board that they're well on the way to seizing control of this game. And they've got that big early wicket. Good bowling from Tom Helm, tall figure, just getting the ball to nip away, and yeah, very, very good from the visitors.
So Gareth Roderick, after a day and a bit behind the stumps is the new player at the crease, right-hander, as Helm is in and over the wicket, and he's on the back foot defending. They take off for a very quick single, real hustle as a cover fielder ran in and had a little underarm at the stumps, but they were through very quickly.
Just watching a replay of that, Libby, that's really good bowling from Helm.
Did it move
had
away?
To play it. It's just top of off, just above that on the back foot. Just squared up maybe a tiny bit, and shoulder of the bat regulation. I mean, really, really excellent bowling from Helm.
Well, he's had a terrific match so far, hasn't he? Really valuable runs at the end of the innings, and then comes out and almost immediately takes a wicket. So he's got one ball remaining, and he's in, bowling to Latigan, who extravagantly pulls his bat out of the way, not interested, and the end of a very successful over for Helm. 3 runs coming from it, and the wicket, most importantly, of Jake Libby. Worcestershire 5 for 1 with Latigan and Roderick both on 1. They've got a lot of work, a lot of very hard work to do here, Worcestershire.
Yeah, that one, that last one, one of the first deliveries I've seen a keeper take. Cracknell, not the tallest, but taking it with his gloves pointing skywards. Helm getting a bit more lift and bounce. Finch got a bit for Worcestershire, but he was banging it in really short to get it. But Helm, tall, Roland Jones, tall, just extracting a bit of bounce from this pitch. Really good stuff so far. Roland Jones in again, bowls, and Roderick is forward, pushing that out on the offside.
Tell you what, Helm's also in fielding at first slip at the moment. You don't often see a fast bowler go from bowling and over to fielding at first slip.
He's pretty good at first slip, I think. Helm, good all-round cricketer, isn't he? I think got deploy at third, Geddes at fourth. Not sure he's at second.
He's got a. He's been very.
Sweater on.
Yeah.
No number. There's Roland Jones again, bowls, and oh, that one nips back, takes Roderick on the pad. Might have got an inside nick on that.
They've all got their hands on heads everywhere.
Just seeing if I can see a number through the sweater, but I can't. Little ginger beard. I think it might be Max Holden, actually.
So Kevin informs me it's Sam Robson.
Oh, it's Sam
second
Robson,
slip.
yes, of course it is. Roland Jones again bowls. Really good start by these Middlesex seamers. Absolutely on the money, making the batters play at everything, asking quite a few questions. It's a really crucial little spell this before lunch for Middlesex. Well, for both sides obviously, but Middlesex, as I say, if they can get a couple more in the 40 minutes before the break, they're going to feel in complete control of the game, I would have thought. Roland Jones in again, bowls, and Roderick is on his toes rather suspiciously, dabbing that down on the offside.
I love seeing Toby Roland Jones bowling. We were talking about that 2016 final. Final match of the season when Middlesex defeated Yorkshire to win the championship, and Toby Roland Jones took a hat-trick. I've got a photo of me that someone took when I was interviewing him, looking like a hobbit because he's so tall, just after that hat-trick. To see him still doing it at the age of 38 is brilliant.
In he comes, bowls, and Roderick is forward, pushing up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Bosch.
When we were at Northampton, we were there, of course, for Ben Sanderson's ridiculous spell in that second innings. What did he take? He took 7 for, didn't he?
Yeah, he took 6 in the space of about 10 balls.
It was incredible. And so you look at him, you look at Ben Rain and how good he is for Durham, you look at Jimmy Anderson. I love seeing these bowlers do well. Roland Jones is in and it's just pushed up to mid on and no run.
Yeah, I'm just reliving that nightmare. Thanks.
Oh,
for
sorry.
reminding me of that.
It's 5-1 at the end of the over.
Game. I mean, Worcestershire lost 5. Ben Sanderson took 5 for 6 in 21 balls, and then in the subsequent game, Worcestershire played Durham here, and they lost the game again in an hour when they lost all 10 wickets for 49 runs in 25 overs in their second innings. So I mean, they say you can lose a game in a session. Well, you can lose a game in an hour, can't you?
Well, it's been those collapses that's been the issue, hasn't it? As Helm begins a new over and the first ball slashed away, beats the cover fielders. Latigan, is it going to get all the way? It might be pulled in. That's a terrific bit of fielding by Sebastian Morgan. He chased that down and just flicked it in off the rope at the very last moment. But they did run 3. Cracking shot by Latigan. Great bit of fielding. Good bit of cricket all round.
Yeah, good work from Morgan. Nice to have a youthful athlete in the field.
Well,
the oldsters, isn't it?
Well, we're talking about the veteran bowlers. You've got Helm 32, not really a veteran, but Roland Jones at 38. But then you've got the teenagers to send scurrying around the field as Helm. He's in a bowls. That one's leapt up on Roderick, and he's done really well to get on top of the bounce and drop it towards square leg, and they come through for a single. He's extracting some really good bounce as Tom Helm out of this pitch.
Yeah, that's why this first period is so important, isn't it? The ball's hard. Helm and Roland Jones are both tall. Batters have just got to get through these first 20 overs, and it should get easier. But it's easier said than done.
The temptation is there to drive for Latigan, who waits as Helm bowls, but he does whip his bat out of the way. They've got it's a real invitation, isn't it? Because they've got a mid-off. They've got the 3 slips. Is there one hiding behind the other? No, 4. So 3 slips and a gully, shall we say? And they've got a point fielder, and then there's a big gap between point and mid-off for the left-handed Latigan. And he's already managed to get one through there. That's a real temptation. Here's Helm. Oh my goodness, he almost played at that one. That extra bounce from Helm, and then he awkwardly whipped his bat out of the way and came perilously close, I suspect, to edging that one. I know you spoke about the technical things that Latigan is working on. I suspect that temperament is also key. He likes to be aggressive. He likes to feel bat on ball and score. And I think as much as technical work, it's all going to be about his temperament as well. His Helm is in around the wicket now, and he leaves more comfortably. Again, that good bounce from Helm.
Yeah, you're right about. Well, I mean, you can't buy temperament. You can't really coach it. It just is or it isn't really, and I think that's a given with Latigan. But the more experience he gets, the more times he goes out and faces the new ball, the better it's going to be, obviously. But he was perilously close, as you say, to getting a nick on that one before last.
Helm bowls and he leaves just quite confidently that time, and that finishes off the over. Worcestershire 9 for 1 with Latigan on 4 and Roderick on 2. We've had an hour and 23 minutes of enjoyable cricket. Takeaway, whether you
quite a lot's happened.
Yeah, whether you're a Worcestershire fan or a Middlesex fan, it's been a wonderfully entertaining match for me. We've had everything in it, really different periods of play. But you've got, a team in the 300s and another team batting on day 2 with Weatherset Fair.
Roland Jones from the Diglis end bowls and beats Roderick. Reached forward for that one, the Worcestershire number 3. Didn't make contact through to Cracknell behind the stumps. Good start by these two, really good start, I think. Making the batsman play at nearly everything. Libby, the man out for 3. Big wicket as well, because as I said, he's often the man that Worcestershire would look to. They're thinking, well, it's a batting day, we want to bat all day, and he is gone in the second over. Roland Jones now bowling the 5th. Bowls and turns Roderick round, just gets a little outside edge and runs it down behind square on the offside for a single. Beautiful day here at New Road. The sun's just disappeared behind a cloud, but it's a glorious view as we look across to the famous old cathedral where you went last night, Mel, and you had a lovely evening.
Was telling Kevin, it was amazing. What a first experience to have in the cathedral. The acoustics, the operatic arias that just transported you. It doesn't matter that you don't understand the words.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It just, music takes you to a different place.
Absolutely. Roland Jones round the wicket bowls. Latigan just turns this on the leg side. Zafar Gohar comes in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. Worcestershire 10 for 1. Struggling just a little bit at the start of this innings. But you've got to put down the foundations to get a big score.
Oh, that's exactly right. We certainly saw that Middlesex did that. Remarkable patience shown by Robson and Holden.
Yeah, their second wicket pair, so if Worcestershire can do the same, wouldn't be a bad thing. Roland Jones in, bowls, and Latigan leaves and is given out, caught, not caught, LBW I think, left it alone, it's come back, it's hit him on the pad I think, and he has been adjudged LBW. So Worcestershire have lost their second wicket.
Well, he's shouldered arms and hasn't offered a shot, and it's flicked his pad on the way through.
It was coming back enough, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Very similar to the dismissal of Zafar Gohar yesterday, wasn't it? Was it Gohar? I think it was. Very similar.
Ooh.
Whether it was coming back enough is the key. But if you don't offer a shot, you're always giving the umpire an opportunity to make a decision.
Yeah, tight call, I think, that one. But you're right. If you don't offer a shot, it's fraught with danger unless you're really sure that it's going to miss. But that's a real loss for Worcestershire, losing their second wicket with just 10 on the board. And Dan Ladigan too, we've been speaking about the potential. He's still on a learning curve, is a young man.
Yeah, look, he might have been a bit unlucky there, I don't know.
Yeah.
I suppose if you're a Middlesex supporter or you're a bowler, you're going to say no, and we can't see perfectly, but it hit him outside the line, obviously. It was coming back. Whether it was coming back quite enough was what the umpire had to make his mind up about, and Sirish Shanmugam decided it was, and it was very similar to, I think it was the Zafar Gohar one, wasn't it, when he was LBW to Ben Allison yesterday. So Brett D'Oliveira is coming out to join Gareth Roderick. Worcestershire are in a bit of trouble at 10 for 2 in the 5th. This in reply to Middlesex's 339. And some rebuilding work to do. The first priority is to get through this next half an hour to the lunch interval, and that is not going to be easy.
Turned around, didn't it? 8 minutes in, Worcestershire take the wicket of Roland Jones, and you're thinking, well, this could be a good morning for Worcestershire.
Yeah.
But then it's turned around, and you'd say it's a great morning for Middlesex.
As Roland Jones bowls and D'Oliveira is forward. Yeah, looking at the replay, actually, I think it's a good shout. You know, I think maybe I was being erring on the side of Worcestershire optimism. I try really, really hard not to be biased.
Frank, I think you're brilliant, because do you know what? You never ever shy away from being critical of Worcestershire.
I try though. You know, you don't want to do is go, oh, he's been unlucky there. And I look watching it back, and it has come back fairly sharply, and I think it's just an error of judgment.
You're always also very generous with the opposition in making sure they get full praise.
Anyway, D'Oliveira was off the mark with that little inside edge, and it's gone to 11 for 2, and Roderick plays this next one from Roland Jones out on the leg side. It's the end of the 5th over. Excellent stuff from the Middlesex new ball bowlers and they are seizing control of this game. Worcestershire really need to dig in. 11 for 2, and the sun's back, and it's a glorious picture as we look across New Road. It really is. Not a great crowd in. The crowds have tended to be better on Fridays than on Saturdays. I'm not sure why that is.
Well, I can reveal, if anyone was listening yesterday, might have heard me talking about seeing some people in some bright coloured T-shirts around the traps. And I met them at breakfast this morning in the hotel. As soon as I saw their T-shirts, I knew. Anyway, so I found out who they are, Frank, and I'll tell you when this is over before I take a break. It's Helm, who's in over the wicket, first ball defended back down the pitch by D'Oliveira, no run. They're up here from Plymouth, and it is the Philanthropist Cricket Club of Plymouth who are up here playing some fixtures. So quite a few of them have been in watching in the morning and then playing in the afternoon. They've given me a wonderful little booklet about with their fixtures on it. As Helm, he's in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who just has a little fiddle at that one, and it whooshes through, and there's hands on heads everywhere once again. But they've written a book. They were telling me they've written a book on 40 years of social cricket that's in the MCC library, and their philosophy is that they don't play competitively. They play philanthropically. So it's all about social cricket and enjoyment. And I do love in here they've got all the names of the president and vice president, chairman. But the one I love is Helm. He's in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who just turns that towards square leg, no run. Their scorer is listed as Phil Anthropist.
Which means whoever gets given the job.
But yeah, they've got a beautiful, their little fixtures list has this wonderful, the old school drawings of the players in striped shirts and tight white trousers, and top hats in the background. It's really great stuff. Here's Helm bowls, and it's another one that beats D'Oliveira. And I tell you what, Helm is bowling beautifully this morning after batting really well.
Well, we did say that we thought that the second wicket pair yesterday, Robson and Holden, batted beautifully and paved the way for that large score, and it's beginning to sort of show us how well they did bat, isn't it?
Helm bowls. This time D'Oliveira does get bat on ball and nudges it out into the offside. No run.
I thought Worcestershire, on another day yesterday they could have picked up 4 or 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
And that's no doubt what Middlesex will have said. And Sam Robson, who said that, I think yesterday, will have said to the Middlesex guys, you know what, we could easily have been 3 or 4 down yesterday morning, and we got away with it. So if we bowl well, we can make life difficult for them, and they certainly are doing that, particularly Helm.
He's in now, bowls. Oh my goodness, that has leapt up, and D'Oliveira, he's not a tall man, but he had to limbo very quickly, snap his head out of the way of that one. Very good over again by Helm, at the end of which Worcestershire 11 for 2, with both D'Oliveira in the middle on 1 and Roderick on 3, and that is a signal for me to hand over to Kevin for a wee while and leave you in peace, Frank. Give you a rest from me.
Thanks, Mel. That's Mel Farrell off for a well-earned break. Kevin Hand of BBC London will come back in alongside me as Toby Rowland-Jones begins another over from the Diglis end and bowls, and Gareth Roderick is forward and pushing out on the offside, but unable to take a single as Sebastian Morgan comes in very, very quickly from cover point to do the fielding. It's 11 for 2 then. Both the openers gone. Libby for 3, Latigan for 4. Libby caught behind by Cracknell off Helm, and Latigan LBW offering no shot to Toby Rowland-Jones. An outstanding start from the two seamers. Hardly bowled a ball that hasn't needed to be played, and that said, Roderick is able to leave this one alone outside the off stump. But good stuff from Middlesex, and as I say, if they can get a third before lunch, they will feel that having taken their first innings score on this morning to 339, it's not put themselves in an unassailable position, but they've taken control of the game, and it's been a very, very sound team effort. Roland Jones in again from the dig descent, bowls, and that one is well, a bit close to cut. Roderick gets into position to cut it, finds that it nips back at him, and ends up sort of, well, he gave up on the shot really and kind of allowed it through to Cracknell. But there have been more difficulties with the up and down nature of this pitch in this 7 overs, 6.5 overs than I expected early on. I thought it might flatten out, but it's the height of these two and the very good length that they're bowling. Helm in particular causing problems with his bounce. This one Roderick is able to work away on the leg side for a single, which takes him on to 4. D'Oliveira is 1, but it's really tough out there, and as I said, I think it puts into perspective that second wicket partnership yesterday for Middlesex between Robson and Holden, which at the time we thought was very good, very measured, very calm, but in retrospect is looking better and better. Roland Jones in again, bowls. D'Oliveira is forward, pushing back to the bowler, and again there is no run. 12 for 2 then, Worcestershire. $339 the Middlesex total. And a fair amount of encouragement for the bowlers out there, as you would expect. Crucial little spell before lunch. Roland Jones in, D'Oliveira on the walk, turns this on the leg side. No run. End of a very, very nice over from Roland Jones, which just cost 1 run, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5 for him. And they're up against it, Kev.
They are. We did suspect, didn't we, that if Middlesex get it right from the off, 350 could look big, and it looks big right now. I think the fact that they're missing Navia Sharma, Noah Cornwell, Ryan Higgins from this match for me, well, the 2 quickest are Sharma and Cornwell, and Higgins, well, needs no introduction whatsoever, but what they do have is Tom Helm bowling beautifully. He's right arm over the wicket, bowls and goes past the edge again. BC and Roderick just outside the off stump. I don't think we'll see somebody, I said this to Mel just before the end of the innings, I don't think we'll see somebody scoring, 12 off 100 as Max Holden did, because I think that the edge is in play more, it feels, in the Worcestershire innings now, and I think that is Middlesex asking more questions than Worcestershire did yesterday morning. That was my suspicion yesterday morning. They didn't ask enough of the right questions. As here's Helm in bowls, and Roderick's up on his toes defending this one. It's pushed back. It feels like Middlesex are at them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think. I reserve judgment on that because I still think Worcestershire bowled pretty well yesterday morning. I thought the bowling for the first hour and a half yesterday was pretty exemplary. I thought it's just that they did bat very, very well.
I do think you have to always balance that in terms of how well did the opposition play, and I don't think that Sam Robson and Max Holden could have played it any better.
Yeah, exactly.
As here's Helm in bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. But equally, what I'd say is Helm in particular right now, but Roland Jones as well. Can they do much more than they're doing right now? Not really. They're doing everything right, aren't they? And that was my reflection on yesterday morning. I thought they didn't do much wrong.
No, I don't think they did.
Worcestershire.
And as I say, I think I did hear that Sam Robson said that he thought they bowled really well too.
Yeah. Here comes Helm. Bowls, and this is on a length defended by Roderick back up the track. Well, it's a dig in, isn't it? We did wonder whether we'd see another Latigan show as we saw at Lords in that second innings when Worcestershire were under the cosh. But it is a dig in now for D'Oliveira, which is what he did in the first innings, of course, when they were 61 for 5 at Lords. His 75 led them to near 200, 191 was it? Boy, oh boy, do they need that now. But it's Roderick on strike, 3 slips in a gully, crouched down, and Helm bowls just full of a length, just outside the off stump, and left alone by Roderick, thrusting that pad forward. Any doubts on the LBW at all? Happy with it?
Initially, I thought he might have hit him outside the line. Didn't play a shot, and initially when I watched it, I said, "Oh, has it come back enough?" Watching it again, I think he did. I think it was a good shout. And I was just saying to Mel before you came on, I hate that because it makes it. I really try very, very, very hard.
Lovely ball from Helm again, top of off stump, defended by Roderick, nicely in behind it.
I really try very, very hard not to show any kind of, bias one way or another. And
you thinking it was not out?
And no, well, initially I just went, I wonder if that's actually come back enough. Was he unlucky? And then I think, actually, you watch it again, it's a really decent shout, I think, and absolutely no problem with it at all. So very much disappointing, but no, I think it was a pretty good shout. It's hard to tell exactly, isn't it? But he had a good look at it. He played no shot. They often get given when they play no shot, and I on reflection, I think it's probably coming back enough. So yeah, decent shout, no problem with it. 12 for 2. Roland Jones in to D'Oliveira, and he's forward, pushing back up the pitch. Have you looked at it again?
I'm trying to have a look now. Yeah.
You can get it on. Get it on here.
What was the score for the fall of wicket? It was. There we go.
So,
I mean, not offering a shot always gives
wide, obviously. It's hard to tell, but I mean, yeah, I've got no problem with that really. I think he's as you say, he's offered no shot, and you take a risk, I think. There's Roland Jones over the wicket, D'Oliveira on the walk, trying to disturb his length a little bit, beaten by that one outside the off stump. It is absolutely tough out there at the moment for these two. They are struggling.
Oh, gee, that was a good ball that got Latigan as well. I've only just seen that on the replay. Straightened on him, didn't
Libby.
it? Libby, sorry.
Oh, really good delivery, yeah. Really good delivery. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that harks back.
Perfect delivery.
I almost felt bad in a way for harking back to that 5 that Tom Helm took. I looked it up, 2019 it was. Just the best of Helm here at New Road, and if he can produce that again today, could be trouble.
Roland Jones in, bowls. D'Oliveira is pushing out into the covers. No run again. Runs hard to come by for Worcestershire. Roderick has 4, D'Oliveira has 1. 2 men out, Libby 3, Latigan 4. Wicket each for Roland Jones and Helm. They have been at it in this pre-lunch period, and Worcestershire really, really, really need to get through these next 15 minutes, get into lunch, lick their wounds, and just have a rethink. Roland Jones is in again. D'Oliveira again, skipping down the pitch this time and just pushing it back to the bowler. What are you doing, Kevin?
Just trying to see that scoreboard over there, but the shutters are down, so you can't see it. You have to duck down to see it, can't you?
Lean this way a little bit.
Yeah. It's a pity.
Is it the same? It's slightly better, I think.
Yeah, it is, isn't
it? But it is a pity that we might be able to get that blind up a bit further. Actually, it's a blind in the press box window, which sticks out a little bit in front of our position as we look to the scoreboard on our right. As Roland Jones bowls, and D'Oliveira is again pushing defensively out on the offside. And there's no runs. The last ball of the over about to come up. 1 maiden, 1 for 5 so far for Toby Roland Jones. 2 maidens, 1 for 7 for Tom Helm. There has been nothing to hit for the batters. Nothing whatsoever. No width, nothing too full. Real grind out there. He's in again. balls, and D'Oliveira is on the walk again and just pushes defensively out on the offside. End of an over, a maiden from Roland Jones. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5 his figures. Worcestershire limping along at 12 for 2.
The good thing on looking back on the replays on the streams on YouTube, other streaming platforms are available, is the way that you can rock and roll them.
Yeah.
You can really rock and roll on there, and just looking back at the LBW on the impact now, from where the releases of Roland Jones wide around the wicket.
Yeah, that's the thing about being hit outside the line, isn't it?
Here's Helm, right arm over. He bowls. Ball beats the edge of Roderick's back. I tell you what, that might have just missed. But it was the problem is when you right arm around to a left-hander like that, you leave it alone.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've talked to a lot of umpires about this, and I've done my umpiring exams and everything myself, and watched lots of videos. And it's amazing how much if somebody bowls round the wicket, so a right armer round the wicket to a left-hander, or a left armer round the wicket to a right-hander. If they hit the batter in line.
Here's Helm, bowls, and this is defended back up the track, and there's no run.
So imagine a left arm around the wicket seamer hits the batter in line. If that ball is going to go on and hit the stumps, that batter has to be a long way back, because if you let it go from right at here and it hits the batter in line, it's almost, they show you videos, or a right arm around to the left. But the fact that that's hit him outside the line means that it's got more chance, if you like. It's just whether it came back enough. But I think it's a decent shout. I don't think he'll have too many complaints.
Helm's in, bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump. 12 for 2.
It's one of those where if you were given not out, you'd think, oh, I might just have got away with it. And if you're given out, you think, well, you know, Dickie Bird wouldn't have given it.
The other, exactly. The other way to weigh it up nowadays is if it had gone upstairs.
Yeah.
Would it have been out?
Yeah.
Would it have been umpire's call?
Exactly.
I reckon that if it had gone upstairs, it's umpire's call.
Yeah, exactly. We're agreed, Kev. We're happy. But Dickie wouldn't have given it. No, and I think the game's changed, and we were talking about this yesterday since cameras came in and Hawkeye came in.
Helms past the umpire. He bowls 3 slips and a gully, still behind Roderick, who leaves alone outside off.
I don't think he's going to be sat up in the dressing room watching the replay, thinking I've been done there.
No. On another day, he might have got away with it. It's one of those.
Exactly.
But as a bowler, you're probably feeling really rough if it's not given. You're thinking, oh, come on.
Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, he's gone. He's in the book. That's what they say, isn't it?
The other thing is around the wicket as well. You get so few LBWs. You say, well, it was probably at that angle it was going down.
Yeah, and if they hit you in line, in front of middle, it probably is going down.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless you're sat back
on
exactly. The stumps.
Yeah. Here's Helm. He's in, bowls, and up on his toes, Roderick. He's timed that beautifully. Through square, long legs coming around. There'll be a dive, a tumble, a roll, and a flick back in. They've turned for 2, and they're thinking about the third. I'll settle on a couple there, and Roderick's moved on to 6 from 26. I did say we probably won't see somebody on 12 off 100, but Roderick might have a chance.
That was good from Morgan.
Or D'Oliveira, indeed.
Good fielding from Morgan. I was just saying before you came on it, you've got a couple of veteran seamers, but it helps having a few athletes in the field, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Charging around, a couple of youngsters, like Morgan and Faulkner.
Helm, 32 years of age now, he bowls, and up on his toes, Roderick defends. And that is the end of the over. 10 bowled, 14 for 2. You've just looked at the clock. What time is it, Frank? Save me looking.
I'd say it's 46 on the scoreboard. So that's the one they go by. So I'd say you're going to get 4 more overs probably before lunch. So tough for these guys to survive. We're going to have a change of bowling, aren't we? No, we're not. Beg your pardon. It is Roland Jones continuing from the Diglis end, and well he might. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5. Hardly bowled a bad ball, but he's got the benefit of Cracknell standing up to the stumps to stop D'Oliveira using his feet, as he kept doing in the last over.
Yeah, and that's that sideways movement, isn't it? Max Holden was kept back in his crease, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Likes a little walk.
So Brett D'Oliveira, the captain, on strike. Cracknell standing up, 4 slips. And Roland Jones in, bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward, pushing defensively out on the offside. There's nothing in their minds at the moment other than just getting through to lunch, I think. I'm not saying that they're not trying to score any runs, but it'd have to be a half volley or a short one for them to be kind of lured into some sort of attacking frame of mind, I think. Gets the length right. Don't think D'Oliveira is going to be taking too many risks. Gives the bat a little twiddle. Settles down. Now, here comes Roland Jones. Again, D'Oliveira can't do much with this. Just pulls a hand off the bat, drops it down on the onside. It's hard work out there at the moment, isn't it?
Well, it should be.
It's not fun.
No.
It's fun in the sense that, you know, this is what you practice for and this is what you build your technique for, etc. But it's not. It's
proper
joyous.
cricket. We did say like yesterday, it was proper cricket. The first half of yesterday.
Absolutely.
Really, really good.
It's
proper.
Been a good game. Been a good game so far. Middlesex have played pretty well today. Roland Jones in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira's on the back foot to one that's slightly shorter of length. Dead straight though. Plays it back up the pitch.
Yeah,
Captain just going for a little chat with his bowler.
What's he want? Long leg finer? No, wider. They're bringing another one across on the offside. 3 slips a gully. In fact, short leg. Oh, there we go. Faulkner is putting on the helmet
because he's pushing forward at it.
Yeah,
Isn't he?
yeah.
Thinking he might just get a nick. I think that's a good shout. Good captaincy from Deploy. Faulkner's going. They go quite deep at short leg these days, but then he's there for the one that pops up, I guess. If D'Oliveira lunges forward, here is Roland Jones again. Bowls and that's nipped back. It's taking him on the pads. Big shout for LBW. They like it. Umpire Shanmugam says no. I don't give captains out. No, he doesn't. He says no. It's probably done too much, I reckon. That's my initial response to that. That it's just done a bit too much. I'll certainly be hoping that's the case.
Yeah, to the leg side.
Doing too much.
Yep.
Yeah. But his heart would have been in his mouth.
Seamed again though.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the angle anyway was probably going to go against it, but once it seamed, it was certainly going down.
4 slips and the short leg. Roland Jones is in and bowls, and D'Oliveira is driving through the covers. Not entirely convincing. Time it perfectly. Only gets 2. As Morgan again is the fielder doing the chasing. Good work from him. Another good bit of fielding. They've kept the pressure up here. It wasn't Morgan, it was Holden actually. They've kept the pressure up, haven't they? In the field. Haven't given anything away. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. D'Oliveira moves on to 3 then off 20. Roland Jones in again, bowls, and he lets that go outside the off-stump. Cracknell takes end of the over. Good over from Roland Jones. Just the 2 from it. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. And it is very similar to the start of the Middlesex innings in terms of the accuracy of the bowling. Nothing being driven down the ground. Nothing being cut because there's no width on offer. Excellent, excellent stuff from these 2 seamers.
Oh, lunch smells good.
What is
Just
it?
got a little whiff, I don't know, but a little whiff of it's come through. It smells like gravy, doesn't it? What would it be on a Saturday at New Road? Here's Helm beginning the new over. He bowls and that's defended into the offside. There's no run.
Don't know, but I've got to dash off myself at lunch, as you know, and do dash up the road for a quick errand. But I'll probably take a bit of lunch with me, or get some more when I get.
Well, there's not many of us in today. It could be one, but
Yeah,
left
could be
you,
a
and you
few
get back as well. Yeah.
No, I'm not having doubles. Got to be more disciplined than that, Kevin. 52 on the clock now, so by the end of this over it'll be 54. 5. We might get 2 more.
I need to go for a double because I'm deceptively frail, Frank, because here's Helm is in, bowls outside of the off stump, it's left alone.
Yeah, a quality that you share with one famous. I've got another quiz question.
Hey!
Much easier, much easier. So I'm just going to say this, throw this one out there. People will get this very easily, but it was too hard yesterday. So in my lifetime, so in the time I've been watching Worcestershire, certainly, let's say in the last 40 years, 3 seamers.
It's Helm, bowls, and this is popping onto the splice of the bat, but defended on the front foot by Roderick.
Who have played for both Worcestershire and Middlesex. I don't want you to say the answers because you'll get it pretty quickly, and we'll give them this afternoon. But if people want to see if they can, don't cheat on this one. Don't use Google. Do it from your memory. 3 seamers in my lifetime, so since the 80s, say, who've been playing.
18.
Since the 80s, who've played for Worcestershire and Middlesex, 3 seam bowlers. At Frank Watson 58 on X or Twitter if you want to have a go. 3 seamers who've played for both counties.
Helm in bowls, and this is defended to mid-wicket.
Pretty easy, I think, if I'm honest.
I think I've got 2 of them straight away, but I'm not obviously going to say the third.
Pretty easy. 16 for 2. They're all well known.
Yeah. 16 for 2 on the morning session of the second day here at New Road, and with 3 slips and a gully in place, the pressure is on. 2 to come, the 12th over. Still 6 minutes to lunch as Helm bowls and forward goes the right-handed Roderick defending again. Yeah, it's a real dig in here. It's one of those situations where you think, right, at this point the priority is get past Roland Jones and Helm and see what Bosch and Morgan have got in them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now we know that Morgan's got a huge amount of potential and Bosch is an overseas. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it'll be there day to day. At the moment, Helm and Roland Jones bowling fantastically well. Last ball of this over from Helm as he's in, bowls, and Roderick leaves alone. Lifting ball outside off stump taken by Cracknell, and Helm has now bowled 6 overs. He has 1 for 9.
Yeah, and we're coming up to 12:55. I think we'll get 2 more overs in before lunch.
Yeah.
And Roland Jones peels off his sweater to bowl the first of them from the Diglis end in bright sunshine. Glorious, glorious English cricket scene here. I know we go on about it, but it really
we don't go on about it enough.
It doesn't get much better than this. The ground looks in fantastic condition, and got a decent crowd in. Not quite as many as yesterday, but bathed in sunshine if they want to be. But it's not too hot. It's just right. As Roland Jones comes in again, Cracknell in a sort of half squat, standing up to the stumps. D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside.
I said to Mel in our spell earlier that when I walked in today, a little later than usual, but what it meant was there was a good number in by that point, which was nice because usually we walk in and the ground's empty.
Yeah.
So today walked in and there were a good number in by that point, and he just walked in and he thought, everything that's right about county championship cricket is here today at New Road.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely. And a good contest out in the middle, really intriguing stuff. 4 slips, short leg. Roland Jones to D'Oliveira, works it to that short leg, not in the air, it wasn't a catch, and it went through Faulkner, but everybody got a little bit excited. Go hard as the fielding, they sneak a single. 17 for 2. D'Oliveira goes to 4 off 23. Roderick is 6 off 33. Very similar to what we saw yesterday. In fact, slower than we saw yesterday, because although in particular Max Holden was very circumspect, Robson actually scored a little bit more quickly than that. But they're finding it very, very difficult. There's just nothing to hit at all. 2 experienced seam bowlers working in tandem. Roderick is forward to this one, pushing up to mid-on. And there's no addition to the score.
Well, it will be interesting to see the youthful exuberance of Morgan. If he can come in with that energy of a youngster and keep it on a good length, then there should be relentless few sessions ahead here, really, for Worcestershire.
And the thing is that what you would expect, I think, if you've watched this kind of scenario a few times, is that, and you know, Morgan might not think it. Roland Jones bowls and bouncer, which is good shock value actually, because he hasn't done that yet, and Roderick ducks underneath it. But if you're Morgan, you know, you're thinking, well, I'm the youngster, and I'm going to come on after this experienced attack, and they'll probably have a little go after lunch as well. But when I come on, there's a good chance these batters are going to just maybe not even consciously decide to have a go at my bowling, because I am the youngster. And they have had so little to hit, and there is an advantage for him really, that he might just find them playing shots that they wouldn't have played earlier, if that makes sense. I think that's how it works quite often. Another dot ball from Roland Jones. We will definitely get another over in before lunch, because there's still 2 minutes left on the clock and only 1 ball to go.
I'm watching poor old Richo climb up those steps to the dressing room there.
Does that
he's about 3/4 of the way up the pavilion. I'm not sure he's going to make it, Frank. I think he needs to have a sit down. He's always looked knackered, doesn't he, Richo?
You're very rude to him.
Yeah, I am.
Roland Jones in again, bowls, and Roderick defends. Out on the onside at the end of another very, very good over from Roland Jones. Just 1 run from it. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8. The players sprint to the other end, and we're going to get 1 more over in, because the clock shows 12:58.
He's just one of those fellas, Richo, isn't he? If you had a world of Alan Richardsons, it would be a blooming great world, wouldn't it?
It would indeed.
He's a great man, Alan Richardson is.
It would indeed.
I was in the players' dining room at Lord's the other day, and they've got the Wisdom 5 Cricketers of the Year hung on the wall there, as they do every year. And Alan Richardson, he was once hanging on that wall, wasn't he?
He was indeed. Yeah.
His helm, last over before lunch on the second day, is in, bowls, and forward goes D'Oliveira defending to point. They'll have D'Oliveira's 75 at Lord's in mind. They'll have that 61 for 5 at Lord's in mind, when Worcestershire twice in that match came back to turn the odds. I mean, 61 for 5, the odds were against them in the first innings. 191, a good score. But that start of the second innings, you thought, if they're 61 for 5 again here, I don't think there'll be any recovery. And Latigan came out and thrashed it, 65 or 63, hit it all around Lord's. Libby went well. Here's Helm, slip crouching down as he bowls short, and he's hooked. Round the corner it goes, leg up in the air from D'Oliveira as he does so. He moves to 5 from 25. But that must be in Middlesex's mind, and I'm sure in any little team talk, any little huddle in between sessions, they'll be reminding themselves, do not let them not only recover but get back ahead, as they did twice at Lord's, and went on to win it. Big game in the county championship season in Division 2, this, with two sides' aspirations of playing in Division 1 next year, as in comes Helm, bowls, and defended by Roderick from within the crease. It's eased to mid-wicket. Mid-on coming down is Roland Jones. Well, if you'd have offered them 2 before lunch, they'd have taken it.
Yeah.
But when that second wicket fell, what was it?
5th over.
Yeah.
They'd have fancied 3.
They really would.
Which they could still get. But yeah, you're right.
And in the 14th over, aren't we? So they mustn't go searching for it, is the other thing, Middlesex, as here's Helm, which they haven't yet, as he's in, bowls, and that's a little short, and it's punched to point. No run, 2 to come of the session. As Helm wanders back. And he bowled one of the balls of the match so far, didn't he, to get the first wicket, I think.
Yeah.
It was as good as it gets.
One of those where you walk off thinking, well, what
do you do about that?
Yeah, I'm not going to lose sleep over that as a batter, because if he bowled at me again, I'd probably nick it again.
Helm past the umpire, he bowls, and there's another lifter through to the keeper, dropping the bat and dropping the gloves after it's beaten him, Roderick, and then bending his head backwards as if to say that got big, and down he comes and prods at the surface, and D'Oliveira comes down and prods on that spot as well. I don't think it'll be in the Worcestershire batters' minds, will it? Because they'll have seen it themselves. They'll have known coming out there's a bit in this surface.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be easy. It's a battle of wills, isn't it? Out there, really. As Helm, last ball of the session, he's in, bowls, and brings Roderick forward, full of ball. To be expected, I think. He defends it to cover. And that is lunch on day 2. D'Oliveira, the home skipper, puts the bat under his arm, pulls off the gloves, and he's walking away at great pace. He's going to have to come up with another good one here, D'Oliveira, you fancy. Roderick's doing a fine job, 6 for 41, and Frank.
Yep.
At the moment, Middlesex, as we said, noses in front all the way in this game. It's a pretty big nose right now, I'd suggest.
Yep. Good morning session for the visitors. They resumed on the 291 for 8, lost an early wicket. Roland Jones out for 4, but then 43 added for the last wicket by Helm and Morgan. Helm eventually out for 21. Morgan a very good unbeaten 58. 4 wickets each for Allison and Finch, and then Worcestershire losing Libby, caught behind by Cracknell off Helm for 3, and Latigan LBW to Roland Jones for 4. And at lunch they are 18 for 2 in response to that first innings 339. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We'll be back at 1:40 or just after with further coverage. Until then, thanks for being with us.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to New Road, where it's the second session of the second day here between Worcestershire and Middlesex. A game that is the reverse fixture of Worcestershire's win at Lords, which puts a bit of pressure on the away team, and it's the away team who've actually got their noses in front at the moment. 18-2 Worcestershire in reply to Middlesex's 339. Your commentary team for this one, Frank Watson, BBC Hereford and Worcester. BBC Third Voice for this one is Mel Farrell. I'm Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London, and Sebastian Morgan was about to run in and open the bowling, which has surprised me in two ways. One, that he was so ready to run in and bowl. Two, that he got stopped by the umpire because D'Oliveira wasn't ready. And three, that it's not Roland Jones. Hello, Mel.
Hello. Oh, yes,
you're on.
I'm just checking that I'm on. It's Toby Roland Jones and Tom Helm bowled beautifully, has to be said, before lunch.
Morgan's in, bowls, and forward goes D'Oliveira, pushing defensively to Roland Jones at mid-on, and he's on the spot straight away, Morgan. Yeah, they both bowled well, didn't they?
Really, really well. Gave nothing away. D'Oliveira and Roderick, at the moment, they're trying to do what Sam Robson and Max Holden did yesterday, and that is dig in and just really look after your wicket. Don't worry about runs, just bat time and stay in there.
Here comes Morgan, bowls, that's left alone outside off by D'Oliveira, through it passes.
So Robson made 70 off 131 and Holden made 49 off 151. He went really slowly, 12 off 100 balls. But what it did do is it set things up for those who came after to be a bit more aggressive and push the game along. Having lost 2 wickets early, I see these two now crawling along, but they need to stay out there.
Yeah, it's the crawl of yesterday morning. As Morgan bowls onto the pads, it falls away into the onside. There's no short leg now. Charging in from mid-wicket is Faulkner, who was there. I wonder will that be a position they reprise soon enough. 22 for 2. It's that 12 off 100 deliveries, isn't it? That did you say it was 2017, Hamid?
Yes, so Andy Zaltzman came in.
I think Clive Eakin is going to try and get it on the BBC Sport website from Andy Zaltzman, accredited,
yes.
of course.
Of course.
Here's Morgan past the umpire, he bowls, and forward goes D'Oliveira. It feels like he's really been searching for the ball here off Morgan, which is actually a little bit of a change. Not that Roland Jones didn't bowl well, but it feels as though, and down he comes to prod away at the surface. He's not quite sure of the impact point of the ball on the bat at the moment.
Yeah, it's been terrific today. Has Morgan terrific?
Yeah, with the bat. I mean, he looked so becalmed out there, didn't he? Which, in a good way.
Yeah, he just batted with a real authority.
Yep, here's Morgan in bowls, and D'Oliveira turns to mid-wicket in the zone. It's exactly what Worcestershire need themselves now, somebody to bat the way that Morgan did, just calmly.
Well, maybe they might want that later. I think what they're looking for now is for Roderick and D'Oliveira to dig in like Robson and Holden did.
Yeah, but he was dug in. I thought he was dug in this morning. I thought he batted so calmly. If there was a bad ball, he put it away, but he never went looking for the runs, bearing in mind that he had a number 11 at the other end.
Yeah, that's true. He did. He was very positive. Sebastian Morgan, he was undefeated on 58.
How many balls faced in 80? You see, I think he slowed down a bit, because wasn't he going at more than a run a ball?
Yeah, going about a run a ball for quite a while.
Morgan in bowls. There's a mid-wicket in place now. A short, straight mid-wicket as well as Faulkner. It's who is that running in? It is Max Holden. I thought, and I could be wrong, but I thought they almost recognised out there this morning, Middlesex. When Roland Jones fell, you thought, well, this could go in a flash, so maybe they'll throw the bat. But it wasn't so much the accumulation of runs, which were going to come by just being out there, but by being out there, it was doing a lot. It was slowing Worcestershire down, putting more overs into their legs, and meaning that there will be that short burst before lunch as Morgan's in, bowls, and this ball's turned into the onside and there's no run. Rather than a long session this morning for Worcestershire to get their teeth into, it was more a short session to survive, and survive it they did not. They lost 2 wickets. So yeah, I liked the way that Middlesex went about it this morning. It seemed extremely calm and very considered.
Yeah, it was terrific, and that 10th wicket partnership between Morgan and Helm ended up being worth 40 how many runs? 39, 43 runs. It was very bad at maths.
40 odd.
runs. 43.
Here's Morgan bowls, and it's defended by D'Oliveira. 5 he has from 33 now. Roderick 6 from 41, and 22 for 2 Worcestershire.
Now, you mentioned that stat from Andy Zoltzman. So Max Holden's 12 off 100 was the lowest 100 ball score by a top order player in the first innings of a championship match. God, there's a few caveats in this. Since September 2017, when Haseeb Hameed was 11 off 100 for Lancashire versus Essex.
Lancashire Essex
statage.
2017.
Great statage from the great.
Very good. Well, hopefully Clive's listening down below us at the moment and he'll have picked that up because he was asking about it, but he's also monitoring the game at Scarborough for BBC Sport.
Oh, I'll make sure that I pass that on.
Oh, it's a double change. Ethan Bosch.
He's running in now, bowls a full delivery that's just pushed up towards mid-off by Roderick. No run.
This is an interesting call. You'd have thought that 40-minute break would have allowed Roland Jones and Helm to go again. And it was the Australian way, wasn't it? Warner McGrath start the session with your 2 best bowlers, set the tone. But they've thrown the ball to Bosch and Morgan.
Bosch is in now, bowls, and that's down the leg side. Half a shout for a caught behind, I should say, but no, it's just down the leg side.
Hasn't quite had his stellar moment just yet for Middlesex, Ethan Bosch. He's clearly got it all, an all-rounder, bowling all-rounder. I wouldn't quite suggest that he's a Sebastian Morgan all-rounder, genuine.
I watched a bit of him in South Africa, of course, brother to Corbin. So, another one from a very talented family, a cricketing father as well.
Defended on the front foot on this occasion from Roderick away into the offside. Oh, you've got his brother.
No, this is his father.
Oh, his father.
Tertius Bosch played one game for one test match and 2 ODIs for South Africa.
What year was that then that he'd have played? That must have been 90s, was it?
So he played against
92.
Yeah. 90. Just having a look as in comes that one leaps up out of the hands of Bosch. Whizzes past the bat of Roderick. So he played in a test. His test was in Bridgetown against West Indies.
If you were going to have one test. I mean, Bridgetown. Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh, that's a great place, isn't it? So that was interesting. Very, very interesting.
I'd mistakenly thought Bosch had played for Essex, but it was his brother, wasn't it?
Yes, in comes Bosch, full ball. That's actually dug out pretty well by Roderick towards mid-wicket. They're being tested. Their defensive techniques, their judgment in leaving, and their temperament is all being really tested right at this moment by some very good bowling. And Bosch turns and runs in past the umpire, bowls over the wicket, and that is really nicely driven by Roderick. Gets it past the infield. It slows up a bit in the outfield. So they're just going to get a couple, but that'll feel good to just get a few runs going. The outfield does a few times yesterday as well, I thought, and this morning. The outfield isn't lightning fast, is it?
No.
It does feel like it slows up a little bit.
Yeah, there's that lushness, isn't there, that green.
It was lovely to see the fans all out in the middle wandering across the outfield, as we see at so many county games. I love that connection with it. I actually heard a gentleman was on the phone and walked past me below, and I wasn't deliberately earwigging.
I heard this. You said something, so I just said that on air, and then you walked past and said, "I've just listened to a fellow on the phone saying that."
Yeah,
he's pinched it off me.
He genuinely just said,
I mean, he's right.
Everything you want. county championship to be is right here at New Road. It's exactly what the championship should be. And it was funny because you'd said that, and then I heard him say that as well. So it's you know.
Did he accredit me?
If I didn't know him.
Here's Morgan, starts the new over. It's pushed away into the offside in the snow. But it's true, absolutely everything you'd want from a county championship game is here today, isn't it? There's nothing missing.
No, exactly. Well, I think if you're a Worcestershire fan, you might be thinking you'd like to see your side with a couple of fewer wickets and maybe a few more runs. But as a spectacle, as a community event, as a cricket lover, you can't ask for much more.
Morgan bowls. Oh, it's chipped up just fine of mid-wicket. There's a short leg in place. It was past him in a flash. Holden retreats to the boundary from mid-wicket. It was fine of him. No chance of a dive and a catch, but it was in the air for a while.
Yeah, that was a little bit chancy. Yeah, you didn't know who was possibly in the game there between short leg and mid-wicket. Very fortunate.
D'Oliveira moves to 7 from 35 with a couple more. 3 slips and a short leg crouching down, and Morgan's midway through his run-up. He bowls now, and that is just full of a leg. Then a quick single's taken. Charging in from point is Geddes through. At the wicket-keeper's end misses. I think they'd have been home even with a direct hit. I think it was a well-judged single into that little gap that's been left by the coming together of short leg and mid-wicket. In fact, they're going to take out the short leg now for Roderick. And where will they all go? Does that mean Holden comes back into the covers? No, Holden comes to a straight mid-wicket, and Faulkner from short leg.
So Holden wears a floppy hat.
He does.
I like that.
Yeah.
And there's not too many wearing a floppy hat, so that makes it better for identification purposes.
I think Sam Robson used to. He's a cap wearer now. I'm pretty sure he used to wear a floppy as is. A full ball from Morgan, defended 2 points.
Well, Sam Robson is the only one in the slips wearing a vest, as you would imagine from his Australian connection.
Yeah.
He's going to feel the coolness, the briskness of the breeze more than others.
Should he have played for Australia instead of England, Sam? I think he'd have played a lot of Test cricket for it. He had the best record alongside Cook since Strauss retired. Nobody had a better record alongside Cook. Morgan's in, bowls, and this is pushed back into the offside, and there's no run. I think he'd have had a field day in Test cricket around the world, away from English tracks.
yeah, that's a very fair point. It's. I think Australian society in general is dismissive of experience gained overseas by Australians.
Apart from Chris Rogers. Mind you, Rogers played a lot of Shield, didn't he?
Yeah, he played loads of Shield. I think if it was just from what he did over here.
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of a thing in that.
Morgan bowls, and this is turned fine of mid-wicket. Again, uppishly for a moment by Roderick on this occasion. They take 2, 31 for 2. I remember George DeBell writing a piece back then, where he said that he thought that Australia had picked the wrong opener with the surname beginning with R, i.e. they went for Rogers and they should have gone for Robson. But Rogers had a wonderful run for, and he wasn't talking down Chris Rogers, but he was talking up Sam Robson, because what then happened was England nipped in, gave Robson his Test cap, and that was the argument settled as Morgan's in, bowls, and he's pushed back up the track to mid-on. There's no, I know there was a suspicion that the ECB called Robson up when they did, which was perhaps ahead of schedule, because they were worried that Australia might nip in and grab him. 31 for 2, and of course Robson had a wonderful career with Chris Rogers. Rarely better was Sam Robson's career than when he was opening with Chris Rogers.
Yeah,
they could have taken it. They could have gone together.
So much of it's timing, isn't it? As far as when you come in and what the side is at the time you.
And
come
Rogers
in
preferred 3 as well. So you'd have been looking at Warner and Robson in another universe, a parallel universe. What do they call it now? The multiverse nowadays.
Yes, it's the multiverse.
In the multiverse, the cricket multiverse, it would have been Robson and Warner with Rogers at 3. Because Buck always preferred 3 than opening, didn't he?
He did well though as a foil. Okay, new over starts from Bosch
To Warner.
A full ball that D'Oliveira pushes out
As a foil to Warner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. But you could imagine, Warner sat in between Robson and Rogers. That would have been quite the top three. But he had that run for England, and then he was dropped out of sight and never given a chance again.
It
shook him up.
But, I can imagine, but there is that tendency, and I can say this as an Australian who spends time over here, as Bosch bowls, solidly defended by D'Oliveira, gets right behind it, no run. So when you see things about Australians who are over here playing in the county championship, there's to be honest, a bit of snobbery when it's reported by the media. They expect if someone isn't carving it up in Division 1, let alone Division 2, then there's a wee bit of snobbery, a feeling that the county championship is substandard, as in comes Bosch, and it's hurried D'Oliveira a little bit, but he deals with it well and just turns it towards square leg, no run. But there is a bit of a touch of snobbery. I mean, the Sheffield Shield, you've got 6 teams. It's essentially it's a high performance tournament that it's very concentrated talent wise, but also there's a lot of stuff. All the stuff we're talking about what makes today such a brilliant day in county championship cricket is in comes Bosch. Oh my goodness, that's a nice looking drive. Hasn't quite timed it, D'Oliveira, so he's not going to get full value, but he was down on one knee punching it through the covers. I'll get 2, and D'Oliveira now moves into double figures. He's on 10 and Worcestershire on 33 for 2. So there's all the stuff that's here, the fans, the atmosphere, the sense of community. It's rare that I've been to a Sheffield Shield match where there's been more than 50 to 100 people. And Bosch bowls as an inside edge that goes to the right of Cracknell, left to the right, Cracknell I should say, left, and Cracknell runs to his left and picks that one up. I'll get a single, 34 for 2. But it's free. Most of the Sheffield Shield matches are free. You'd be lucky. I once counted at the MCG every fan that I could see in the entire MCG, and I did not get to 50. So there's pros and cons. In comes Bosch. Oh my goodness, that has got D'Oliveira arching his back to get his head out of the way, and that's another fine probing over, but dealt with pretty well in the end by D'Oliveira. And Worcestershire now 34 for 2 with D'Oliveira on 11 and Roderick on 10.
Now, I've tripped myself up with this argument before of 6 elite teams versus 18 in the UK with population.
Yeah.
It's more than double the population, but only just more, isn't it? The population of the UK. But Sam Robson's spoken to me about this in terms of the Big Bash, and he said, the thing about Australia is how spread out everything is.
Yeah.
So the reason why the Big Bash used to sell out, he said everything's so spread out, it's something to do, everybody congregates in that area on that one spot, whereas the competition in the UK for things to do is so much more. Here's Morgan in bowls, and this is worked off the hip down to long leg for a single, 35 for 2, and I think that relates as well to the number of teams.
Well, you've got big population centres, very big population centres in Australia that are spread out, and so that's...
So you have one elite team at the top of each of that population centre, basically. Yeah. Whereas in the UK, there's one considerable population centre, which is London, and you have 2 teams. It's almost, to be honest, it's almost 4 teams, isn't it? The amount of Essex cricketers that are produced out of East London is huge. The reach they have in East London is massive. 3 slips crouched down as here's Bosch in bowls, and this is turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And similarly Kent, it's almost it's not quite quarters, is it, for London, but Essex is east and a bit of north-east London, and Kent is southeast London, and Surrey and Middlesex are the other half. But you've got a fair old slicing up there of a serious population centre of London, haven't you? So in terms of the number of cricketers and the reach that you have in that area, as here comes Morgan. Once again, he bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, and there's no run, 35 for 2. So, the argument that, 6 elite teams versus, well, we've got 18, and it spreads things out a bit. Yeah, but we also have 2 divisions, so...
No, that's exactly right. And, look...
Which we'd never change now, 2 divisions. We'd never change it.
No, there's things that are better and worse. And I always think, if you could combine the best things about the Sheffield Shield with the best things about the county championship, it'd be incredible.
Morgan in bowls and through to the keeper, 35 to it. Yeah, probably what we all need to remind ourselves in cricket is that comparison is the thief of joy.
It is, but I also think you can learn from other things too.
You can, but we do get so carried away in this country of, why isn't this right? Well, England aren't doing badly.
No.
They've won a good couple of World Cups in the recent years, and they've had a pretty good run in Test cricket as well. And all these players, as Ben Stokes says, came from county cricket originally. Right, things are changing now, and there's a new competition. So here's Morgan in bowls, and this is punched through the covers. That's a gorgeous shot. That's probably the shot of the Worcestershire innings so far, as Roderick moves to 14. Up on his toes and powerfully struck off the back foot.
It's there to be hit. It was short and wide, but the way Roderick got himself up almost on tippy toes and slashed at it as if brandishing a sword, it was very, very well
It's a shot that can break a bit of pressure. Just alleviate a bit of pressure, and all of a sudden the shoulders feel a bit more relaxed for the batters, don't they? And the bowler all of a sudden starting to tense up, thinking, well, I don't want him to do that to me again.
Well, I was speaking to a couple of guys, a father and son, before play today.
Morgan bowls onto the hip. It's turns for a single through square leg, just fine off, 40 for 2.
And I'm not saying this to suck up to our listeners. I genuinely said this was explaining this to the guys, is that it's so incredible, the fans here. And I do find that fans in England tend to be... this is how I put it. People who watch cricket in Australia, the love for cricket is a mile wide and an inch deep. So loads of people watch it in December and January, in between football seasons. And then they don't really follow Australia overseas very much. They don't... Sheffield Shield can be an invisible competition unless there's like a bat off or a bowl off for a test position. That's... And if you think I'm exaggerating...
Well, it used to be like that for the Championship for a little while, but it had a massive revival.
Here's Bosch, first ball of his over, and it's a little prod, a bit ungainly from Roderick, who played such a lovely shot in that last over for 4, but that was a little tentative. So the Sheffield Shield final this year, Victoria, South Australia, who were going for the double. Melbourne, sporting capital of Australia, famously so. It was played at Junction Oval, and tickets were, for a full adult ticket for the final, I think it was like a tenner. As Bosch is in and bowls, and that's defended pretty well in the end, I should say, out to point by Roderick. So entry fee a tenner for the final, and Australia loves a final. Day one, the crowd for that was 981. On the Saturday, day 2, the crowd was... Although that was Thursday. Friday, it was 1,127. Day 3, 2,347. Day 4, the highest attended, as Bosch is in and bowls, and it's the inside portion of the bat, but safe as it goes to mid-wicket, no run. 2,800, the highest crowd for a final on a weekend, and it was sunny weather, beautiful weather. Now, if you're telling me that on your best day on a final match that was deciding the county championship season, and it was held at the Oval, if you were only going to get, if you weren't going to get 3,000 on any day, you get far more than that. As Bosch is in and bowls, that's clipped nicely off the toes by Roderick, who's just found a little bit of momentum now, and that was slightly over pitched, and he took full value as well. 4 runs, 44 for 2.
I've got a lot to come back, so go on, you finished first.
I feel always feel the game here should really value the interest that fans have in county cricket, because
I think,
cricket in general,
I make this argument all the time.
because it's not there in Australia. And in comes Bosch, and this is pushed by Roderick with his hands right out in front of his body into the offside, no run.
But the biggest growing demographic in this country is the grey pound. Embrace it, county cricket. You've got 6 months to say, look at what you can do with your time. Look at where you can spend your money.
Well, the Oval, they did have that initiative too, didn't they, about
The work from
home.
Yeah.
Which, the game has to be creative about that. I think that's
But the two most creative areas should be the grey pounds.
Yeah. As Bosch is in and bowls, and that's hurried Roderick into his defence, but he drops it straight into the ground in front of him to finish off the over, 44 for 2.
And the kids.
Yeah.
You should have 1 full stand per day of schools. Just bring them in, put something on. Lancashire did it at Old Trafford, and it was fantastic. Just went to lunch on. Is that my lunch that they're bringing down in front of us? Yes, it is. So there's a rattling going away in the background. What time is it? One of us is due to go. Is it me? It's me, isn't it?
Is it?
I'll just finish this point quickly.
Finish that while I shuffle.
Oh yeah, you're going that way. You're shuffling. So I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, Old Trafford. They were packed with kids, and then they went off at lunch for tea, and the biggest roar and cheer, and it's like, wow, this is, what's going on? Is somebody down there to sign an autograph or something? One of the players have gone. The kids went absolutely wild as here's Morgan into bowl. This is, a leading edge just in front of mid-off, and then a run out. He slipped. Oh no, the throw misses. Bosch coming around from mid-off. Well, he'd set off for a run that really wasn't there. You can't run off a leading edge into the covers. Then he slipped as he tried to turn, and then the throw missed from Bosch. Well, that was a comedy of errors all round. 44 for 2. But what the kids were all queuing up for at lunch and got the biggest roar of the 4 days, the noise was unbelievable. They put on a mascot race for the kids, of the Burnley mascot, the Lancashire mascot, a few others. It was fantastic. And
the Burnley mascot is fantastic.
Yeah, Scott Reed was beside himself at that point.
He is fantastic.
It's Morgan bowls. This is turned through square leg for a single. 45 for 2. On that note, Frank can pick up on the Burnley mascot, and I'll hand over to Mel.
He's also the rugby league mascot at one of the rugby league clubs in Lancashire, and he's a gymnast, and he does all sorts of.
Oh, he won hands down. He was cheating.
Yeah, he is very, very good though.
The cheating Burnley mascot.
Anyway, there's a new law of cricket there from Kev. I've just heard you can't run off the leading edge into the covers. I didn't know that. I thought you were allowed to.
Can you do it? You can do it on a rainy night in Stoke, but you can't do it off a leading edge into cover.
Here's Morgan from the Douglas End bowling to Roderick, who plays that up to mid-on. 45 for 2, just a hint, maybe, dare I say it, probably shouldn't, in the last few minutes, that these two have kind of just found a little bit of timing and rhythm out there. But
Roderick in
really
particular,
hard.
he's been given, got one that was short and wide, and then one that was over pitched, and he dispatched both of them to the boundary. Yeah. And so, maybe just a glimpse. They've dug in really hard. They have. They've done but trying to do what Robson and Holden did yesterday.
Exactly. Morgan again bowls, and that's 4 more.
Yeah.
Short and wide, and he's not missed out. That's the key. Roderick cutting it through in front of square, and he goes to 23, and the total to 49 for 2.
Yeah, they've really, really guarded their wickets, and there's a little fist bump between the two. I have to keep going, but just in the last couple of overs, when he's been presented with a ball to put away, Roderick has put it away, and that's really important.
Absolutely. 49 for 2. Then D'Oliveira 13 off 44, and Roderick's 23 have taken 65 deliveries. That tells you just how tough it is out there. But it's good. It's good.
It's good, isn't it? It's really good cricket. Great cricket.
Morgan again is in and bowls, and Roderick this time turns on the leg side and gets a single He waits until the diving fielder at Geddes at mid-wicket has missed it. Thought he might stop it, but he didn't. And the 50 is up for Worcestershire, so they're 50 for 2, which looks a lot better than 10 for 2, which is where they were in the 5th over. And Gareth Roderick and Brett D'Oliveira are, as Mel says, digging in.
It's been great cricket though. It really has. There's been so much to enjoy about this game. No matter which side you're supporting, there have been times when there have been punches and counter punches and back and forward as it should be. Short legs in.
Morgan is in, and D'Oliveira is forward and pushing back to the bowler. And again, he can't add to his 13, but he won't bother about that. He's played this sort of innings before. It's all very well going out and smashing it when decks are flat. That was a no ball as well, I've just noticed, so a couple more added to the total. But this is what it's all about. This is where you earn your corn. This is what you develop a technique for, isn't it? So you can cope when things are tough. Morgan in, bowls, that's how Foley. D'Oliveira drives. So maybe 1 over too many for Sebastian Morgan, because he's conceded 2 boundaries in that over. And at the end of it, Worcestershire are 56 for 2.
Well, D'Oliveira then just getting one that was kind of there to be put away on the offside, and like Roderick has done in the past couple of overs, he's made the most of it without taking the risk as well. So maybe you're right, Frank, just a little sign that might be just getting a little bit easier, but it has been really good, very enjoyable cricket, and I wish I was going to be here for a couple more days, to be honest. I'd love to be here for all 4, because it's so good to watch.
Bosch to continue from the New Road End. It's you, isn't it? Sorry.
First ball from Bosch is just pushed out into the covers, no run. Hang on, now I'm confused.
Yeah,
is this you? It's me. Oh, sorry. I was pausing for you. I've got myself. It's when we change commentators and which end am I? Right, I am the New Road End, and you're the Diglis End.
Yeah. 0 for 9 from 3 so far. He is.
Yes, bowled brilliantly. Bosch, he's in over the wicket, bowls, and Roderick is up on his toes. He manages to get that through a gap in the covers. It'll just be a couple. But all of a sudden, they're finding those gaps. I say that with caution on the Worcestershire side. Still a long way to go in overcoming that start when they were 10 for 2. But these two have certainly done some pretty hard yards in there. And it does, since in the last just probably 15 minutes, last few overs. I've got to keep it going though. Need to keep this partnership going as Bosch is in and bowls, and Roderick just drives that one up to mid-off. There's no run there. As Ben Geddes does the fielding. And Geddes now actually runs down and takes up a position at 3rd slip. So they've got 3 slips in now. No, he's not. He's just moved across. He's gone to gully. So we've got 2 slips and a gully point. In comes Bosch, and that's pushed up to short cover by Roderick. So still being defensive. So they've had the short leg has been there for D'Oliveira. We did see him pop one up that was kind of over the head of short leg and just wide of mid wicket. That was probably his most risky shot, where could easily have gone a metre one way or the other. As Bosch is in and bowls, Roderick, well, he's guided that really well in between gully and point. fielder has run out there to cut off the boundary, but Roderick gets another 2. Why are they clapping? It's a 50 partnership. Yes, it is. 50 partnership. So very, very valuable. Really good partnership between these two. They're starting to get more 2s. Not only are there a few more boundary shots, but there are a few more 2s, Frank.
Yeah, definitely. Just not looking for big shots, but just being a bit more positive.
Well, and finding the gaps. The gaps are just opening up a little bit. Here's Bosch again, and Roderick pushes this one behind point, and it's a tumbling stop that prevents the run. But again, a positive over that's seen the 50 partnership come up between Brett D'Oliveira and Gareth Roderick. And Worcestershire 60 for 2, with D'Oliveira on 17 and Roderick on 28. So it's been a real dogged fight from this pair. And just starting to, I say this, don't curse me, Worcestershire fans, if it's premature, but just starting to look a bit more positive now and finding the runs just that little bit easier to come.
Yep. I asked a quiz question this morning.
Did you? I missed it.
I asked one yesterday. It was too hard.
Right.
So I asked an easier one.
What was it?
Well, and an answer was given to me by somebody when I was walking around the ground at lunch, which means that I can add another one to this now, because I didn't know that. I asked for 3 seam bowlers who have played for Worcestershire and Middlesex in my lifetime, in the last 40 years, I said. In fact, I'm going to say 4 now, because I've been told one more. So 4 seam bowlers, quick bowlers if you like, who played for both Worcestershire and Middlesex in the last 40 years. Here's a change in the bowling. Roland Jones back into the attack, and D'Oliveira is taken on the pad. It drops down on the onside. There's no run. Roland Jones, who bowled beautifully this morning, is in his 8th over now, 1 for 8. Don't give the answers.
No, I wasn't. I was just going to make the little observation that ball popped up, and they haven't got a short leg in for D'Oliveira, which they have had up until this point.
And I think they might have, especially if the keeper Cracknell goes back up, and he's still got the shin pads on, hasn't he? At the Faulkner, who's gone out to mid wicket now, but the keeper went up to stop him walking as well before lunch. Stays back in the crease this time. So 4 seamers who've played for both Worcestershire and Middlesex in my lifetime, in the last 40 years, we'll say. I think it's quite easy. Try and do it without Googling it. At Frank Watson 58 on X or Twitter, if you want to have a go. At Frank Watson 58. Nobody's had a go yet, but somebody who was walking around the ground. Oh, somebody has had a go. And he says, oh, maybe a 5th one. Goodness me.
You've opened a can of worms.
Bifters. Roland Jones bowls, D'Oliveira defends. Bifters has got 2 of them. Derek Payne suggests 3. One of them I'm going to have to check. But there are definitely 4 that I can think of. So 4 seamers in my lifetime, the last 40 years, who've played for Worcestershire and Middlesex. All for fun. There's no prize. But get in touch with me on Twitter. At Frank Watson 58 if you want to have a go, and I'm just checking on this 5th one now. There's probably 10, but it's just the ones I can remember, isn't it? So I'm just checking. Yes, a 5th. Goodness me. I'll have to tell Kevin D'Oliveira defends again. So 5 seamers.
It's growing all the
4
time.
4 right arm seamers who have played for Worcestershire and Middlesex in the last 40 years. Certainly 2 of them very, very, very famous, and one of them still very, very, very much on our radar, and the other 2 quite good friends of myself. Here's Roland Jones is in over the wicket, bowls D'Oliveira on the walk, and that's why Cracknell was standing up before lunch. D'Oliveira really went walkabout there, and then left it, and then had to hurry back as Cracknell threatened to underarm it from his standing back position. So there you go. Let's stop at 5. We'll say 5 seamers. 5 seamers.
10 seamers.
Worcestershire and Middlesex in the last 40 years. 2 of them very, very famous. Well, they're all quite well known, to be fair. And Roland Jones is in, and D'Oliveira's working this on the onside. Again, there is no run. He's really struggling to get it away, D'Oliveira, but he's hanging around in there. End of the over from Toby Roland Jones. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8. So it's at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, and I'll give the answer after tea, just after tea, something like that, just for fun. But I try and come up with questions, Mel, that relate to both counties. Yesterday it was good, but it was a bit too tough.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah,
they're all too tough for me.
Well, you know some of you know one of these guys very, very well indeed.
Do I?
Oh, you know 2 of them very, very well indeed, actually. Yeah, you do. You know 2 of them extremely well, I would say. One of them you've met very recently.
Oh, wow.
And when I say very recently, I mean during this English domestic season.
That I've met for the first time?
No.
Not for the first time?
No, you know him very well. And he lives very close to you. 60 for 2.
Right. And he lives very close to me. Oh, now I'm intrigued. I can't wait till after tea. Wow. He lives very close to me. So is there a Warwickshire connection as well? As here's Bosch. Bowls, it's defended on the back foot by Roderick. No run, of course. Okay, yeah, I've got a little clue. That's really, really silly of me. I should have known that. Yes, you're right.
The other one you know very well. I'll give you a clue on that.
I'm getting the clues on pieces of paper. No, certainly know that one. Oh, indeed. Bosch in bowls, defended stoutly on the back foot again by Roderick, he is starting to look, he's getting more fluency even in his defence, I think, more so than D'Oliveira. He looks good. I don't want to put the mockers on him.
It's tough, isn't it? This is where someone like, I'm sure Brett D'Oliveira is going through exactly this process mentally now. It doesn't matter how much I'm struggling. Gareth's beginning to find a bit of fluency there, and all I've got to do is just stick in.
Absolutely. As Bosch runs in and bowls to Roderick, who reaches for this one, and it's stopped at mid-off. But yes, it's a front foot no ball from Bosch, who just has a look down at the crease as he walks back. So it's another couple of runs to the score. 62 for 2. They'll take them any way they come. Well, the local lads of Worcestershire. Gosh, it's a gorgeous day. We've been so lucky. I brought so many jumpers with me, Frank. Here's Bosch. Bowls, back foot defence again. This time just into short extra cover from Roderick. No,
it is just perfect, isn't it?
You're in your shorts.
Yeah.
You got your kicks out.
Right today.
Hey,
right today.
Got your legs out.
I was a bit warm yesterday. I thought shorts today. Yeah. I walked down this morning, you see. So.
Well, I'm still in my jeans and I've got a little hoodie on as well. But I brought jumpers, I bought big long trench coat as Bosch is in and bowls, and that has just completely blocked a full delivery that is smothered by Roderick, and it barely rolls a metre away from him, but well dealt with. Yeah, it's I suppose the weather has improved a lot from what the forecast was.
Yeah, the forecast's okay actually for this game. Might get a bit rainy again in the midweek, I think.
There's Bosch bowls and Broderick. Oh, that's come off the outside edge, but it dies and falls short. Bounces a couple of times before it reaches gully. So still testing. Really fascinating. Honestly, this has been a terrific game to watch. We've had so much good, hard, proper red ball cricket, haven't we?
Ooh, Notts are in trouble against Somerset. I'll go through the scores next over.
Here's Bosch bowls. That's turned into the leg side, picked up at mid-wicket by Caleb Falconer. And at the end of Bosch's over, Worcestershire 62 for 2 with D'Oliveira on 17 and Roderick on 28. What's going on elsewhere?
Yeah, okay, what's going on elsewhere? Some really interesting scores. Northants are playing Gloucestershire at Wantage Road. Northants got 4-6-5. So they've got a big 100, didn't they? And Nathan McSweeney got 100. Gloucestershire are 38 for 2. At Chester Street, Derbyshire in a bit of trouble. Durham 377. Derbyshire 30 for 3. Glamorgan struggling at Hove. They got 155. Sussex are 292 for 6.
Oh.
So they lead by 137 as D'Oliveira defends again. First ball of Toby Rowland-Jones' next over. Yorkshire made 4-6-9 at Scarborough against Warwickshire. Warwickshire 43 for 2 in reply. Essex 401 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Leicestershire 25 for 2 in reply. And what about this one? Somerset 310. This is at Trent Bridge against the champions. And Notts 82 for 5.
Wow.
In reply. And what about this at Blackpool? As Rowland-Jones bowls again and D'Oliveira defends and misses and is taken by the keeper.
I'm gasping at the score.
Kent made 178. They then bowled Lancashire out for 87 and Kent are 47 for 1. So Kent are 138 ahead with 9 wickets remaining. And that Lancashire first innings, Matt Milnes 1 for 25. Keith Dudgeon 6 for 21 from 12 overs. Oof. And Hassan Mahmood 3 for 32. D'Oliveira goes for a big hook and he's got a top edge and he is caught. So Toby Rowland-Jones has got the wicket with a shortish delivery. Good catch running around from mid-wicket. And Toby Rowland-Jones has got his man. He's tied D'Oliveira down. He's dropped one in short. He's gone for the pull. Big top edge. Yeah, and Caleb Falconer running around, kept his eyes on it, told everybody else to get away, and took a good catch. So Worcestershire's resistance is finished, and they are 62 for 3. And Brett D'Oliveira, first shot he's played in anger really since lunch, and he's got a top edge, and Falconer has taken the catch, and Toby Rowland-Jones celebrates as if he's won the World Cup.
Yeah, and just watching Brett D'Oliveira trudging off, throwing his head back, just the frustration of having stuck out there, faced 55 balls for his 17. There were a couple of shots where it looked like he might be getting somebody. He was struggling in comparison to Roderick. And the first really aggressive shot he plays, he gets the top edge. Well done by Caleb Falconer as well, because honestly, he could have read War and Peace a couple of times before that ball dropped down again. It went miles high, could have landed on top of the cathedral across from us. But he did well. And
it was a good catch.
Yeah, it was a very, very good catch. So now Matthew Waite...
Yeah, Matthew
bumped
Waite
up the order.
Bumped up the order to 5. Yeah, it's the first time I've ever seen him bat as high as this.
I mean,
but
that's partly
in the absence of Cassidy Valley and Hose.
Yeah, I was thinking, particularly with Hose being out, but his batting's been. He's got them out of trouble quite a few times in the lower order over the past couple of years.
He has, and he's also quite capable of counter-attacking if he gets the chance.
Yeah.
Just to go back to that game at Blackpool, Lancashire 87 all out, only 2 players in double figures. Keaton Jennings made 13, McDermott made 23. Everybody else out in single figures. They're in real trouble there, Lancashire. They're a funny old side, aren't they? Quite capable of beating anybody in the division. Also capable of that. Rowland-Jones bowls, Waite leaves, and the ball goes for 4 wides actually.
Wow.
No wonder he left it. I took my eye off it and dived across and got keeper couldn't get anywhere near it, and 4 welcome additions to the Worcestershire score, but they need a bit more than that, to be honest. They're in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, they are. It's a long way to get themselves out of
They were
trouble.
doing well, but that Roland Jones quite rightly celebrated that wicket with a gusto because it was an important breakthrough as far as Middlesex were concerned. This one is played defensively off the back foot by Matthew Waite out on the offside. Phil Neal, the Worcestershire president, or last year's president, former captain and England operations manager for hundreds of test matches, just entered the press box showing somebody round. I always say about Phil, Worcestershire listeners will be bored with me saying it, as Toby Roland Jones is in and Waite is defending out on the offside. Hundreds of test matches, 5 Ashes series I think. I said, how many tours did you go on? Oh, ridiculous, something like 50 tours or 30 odd tours. Only ever lost 1 bag. That's not. Adil Rashid's duffel bag went missing at the airport once. Other than that, he did everything brilliantly. Uncle Phil, they used to call him. He said by the end of his career with England, they didn't even know he used to play, let alone he'd skippered Worcestershire to the county championship twice, etc. Roland Jones to complete the over. Waite is off the mark, driving through the gap on the offside. Morgan's in pursuit. They'll come back for 2 and they'll leave it at 2. So 69 for 3 at the end of the over. I said, well, how many of your tours were to the subcontinent? He said, well, I can't remember, but maybe 18, 17, 18. How many curries have you ever eaten in your life? None.
None?
None.
What?
Phil Neal's idea of an exotic meal is a margarita pizza. And when he goes in onto the subcontinent, India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan.
Wow.
Egg on toast he lives in. And when he gets home and he can't wait for his wife to, she says, I'll cook you whatever you want, you've been away for 3 months, what would you like? I'll have a jacket potato and beans, please.
That sounds
Amazing,
so stereotypically
amazing.
English.
But
like
look at the state of him. He's fit as a fiddle. He's 72 years old. He's as slim as he was when he played.
Oh, fair play. Right, Helm is back at the helm and he's in and bowling full delivery that's just pushed up towards mid-on by Roderick. No run.
And what a lot of people don't know about Phil Neal as well, although, I mean, local people do, but not everybody in the cricket world knows that he also holds the record for the number of appearances in professional football for Lincoln City. And at one time he was playing both games professionally.
Wow.
Once or twice on the same day.
Helm bowls, it's left alone by Roderick shouldering arms. Oh.
That's absolutely true. So he played cricket for Worcestershire, played football for Scunthorpe and then for Lincoln City, and made 335 league appearances for them, which is pretty incredible given that at the same time, most of the same time, he was still playing cricket as well. And he's gone out of the press box now.
Here's Helm. Bowls full delivery that has Roderick taking a large stride forward just to punch it back down the ground without any real force. Tom Helm, when he bowls, it almost seems to slow as he gets to the crease.
Yeah. And then there's a real gather and explosion, isn't there?
It's quite interesting.
Explosive action.
Slows up and then slam. Yeah, he gets into a nice long run up as he is now, and it just slows and then slams it in, and it's just defended out into the offside by Roderick.
Yeah, I thought he bowled beautifully before lunch.
He did very well.
Bowled a ball that wasn't in exactly the right place.
Was 1 for 10 after 7.4 overs with 3 maidens in there as well. So it was the one who struck first with the wicket of Libby, who he had caught behind for just 3 off 5 balls. So yeah, first over. From then he's been outstanding. He's in once more, bowls. Oh, that's got Roderick in a bit of a tangle, but he manages to get enough on it to get it down to fine leg where it's picked up. They just got the single, but he's still threatening. And Roderick was looking more comfortable before, but against Helm, it's still very difficult 32 years of age. In some ways, probably the prime time, isn't it? You've got the experience.
Knows his game.
Yeah, know what you do. Still young enough to have plenty more years ahead of him as well. He runs in with those long legs and bowls, and that's driven beautifully just straight of mid-off. It's not going to go all the way for weight. Again, just slowing in the outfield. Seen quite a few pull up, but it is a no ball again from this end. So Helm at the moment is just scuffing at the pitch with his boot just to have a look, as if to say, I'm sure I landed there, but it's been called. So a couple of runs off the bat and a couple of runs for the no ball takes Worcestershire to 74 for 3. But a couple of no balls though, and a few extras. How are we up to with extras at the moment? I'll check that 15. In a second. 15. Here's Helm bowls. That's flicked away off the pads really nicely behind square leg. Fine leg can't get there in time. So a little counter punch here from Waite, and that is a really nicely played shot. Just over pitched a little bit too straight, and just helped it on its way with minimal fuss. Waite moves on to 8 off just 5. Roderick's on 29, and Worcestershire 78 for 3.
Yep, needing to rebuild again.
I'm
hoping that maybe as the ball softens a little bit.
I'm off for
Mel's
a bit.
Off, thanks Mel. Melinda Farrell of the cricketer there, who has been our third voice for days 1 and 2. Sadly, only for days 1 and 2 of this game. And Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London will move back in alongside me as Toby Rowland-Jones starts a new over, and first ball of it is pushed out square on the offside by Gareth Roderick. Rowland-Jones having broken the obstinate third wicket partnership between Brett D'Oliveira and Gareth Roderick, with that ball banged in short at D'Oliveira, which he went to pull, got a top edge, and Caleb Faulkner at mid-wicket run round, and with 2 other players converging, obviously cooled mind, kept his eye on it and completed the catch. Rowland-Jones bowls, and he's bowled him right through Gareth Roderick. Middle stump's gone. Rowland-Jones points to the damage just in case anybody's in doubt, and he is on fire, the veteran here, and Worcestershire now are in real trouble because Gareth Roderick had played as well as anybody in this innings, and he has had his furniture well and truly rearranged. He's gone for 29, and Worcestershire are 78 for 4.
Well, they told us at lunch on day 1, didn't they, that it was doing a little bit out there. It was nibbling around, and that has nibbled back off the length, hasn't it? Seamed back in, and it's Rowland-Jones, classic Rowland-Jones. Over the years, if you imagine him at Lord's, from the pavilion end, and nips back with the slope through the gate. Well, he's just nipped it off the seam here, not off the surface. And it's, if that makes it, not off the slope, I should say. He's nipped it off the seam, not off the slope. But 78 for 4, it's trouble for Worcestershire, isn't it?
It sure is. And Rowland-Jones, I mean, he celebrated that wicket of D'Oliveira with, even for an excited veteran who expresses himself, he celebrated the D'Oliveira wicket with great passion. And that one is, it's a beauty. It's gone right back through the gate, and Roderick was just a bit late on it really, and by the time the bat came down and was level with the pad, the ball was gone, and Rowland-Jones is on fire here. Bowled absolutely beautifully. 9.2 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 15, and Henry Cullen comes out on debut.
Good luck, sir.
For Worcestershire, the deputy wicket-keeper, playing as a batter in this game. He's got plenty of runs this season in plenty of forms of cricket, but this is his first game in first-class cricket, and it's a tough time to come out to bat.
I feel like Worcestershire got a grab of the shirts of Middlesex on a few occasions yesterday, but they were never able to really pull them back. You know, I suppose in rugby terms, they shook off the grab and got away with it. But yeah, this is Middlesex's chance, all right.
So Henry Cullen, who, if he weren't here, would have been playing for Bark Green today in the Birmingham League. but he's waited a long time for this opportunity. He played quite a few games in the One Day Cup last year. He's played in the T20 the other night, but this is his long-awaited first-class debut.
We've got a message on that as well, but I think we might have to wait until after this delivery, so hopefully he survives it.
Okay. We've got 5 seamers now that play for Middlesex and Worcestershire.
Ooh.
Here's Roland Jones in from the Digley end. Bowls, and Cullen is away. I think he's off the mark. It might be leg buys, might be off the thigh pad. Just keeping an eye on the umpire. They're back for 2. He scampers back, and it is leg buys.
It was a message to Mel from Paul Bonser, who said, "Hi Mel, watching from Adelaide. Can you give Henry Cullen a shout out, who is making his first class debut, plays for Woodville District Cricket Club, the Peckers, in the western suburbs in Adelaide."
And he did
So
well.
there we go. Thank you, Paul.
He did well last winter for them. He got quite a few runs. He's a very likeable young man. There's Toby Roland Jones, balls to him, and he's beaten outside the off stump by this one.
It's nibbling.
Yeah, I think it has all the way through. I mean, that was the word that everybody used that I talked to yesterday. 4 or 5 separate. Talk me through the pitch. Well, it's nibbled a bit, not very quick.
Well, 26 overs, 27 overs into the Middlesex innings. They were not many, but for 1, weren't they?
Yeah.
Worcestershire 80, but for 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Roland Jones in bowls, and Cullen is forward, pushing up to mid-off.
As I say, it was almost like the winger running down the flank, and they kept on grabbing at his shirt every now and again to pull him back, but in the end he ran away. Got the try, but that's what pretty much Middlesex's innings ran at. This is, Middlesex, will they let Worcestershire get away from them at any stage? Because at the moment they just keep tugging at their shirts.
3 slips in place and a short leg for Henry Cullen, facing Roland Jones. Last ball of the over. Balls, and he's out. Caught at second slip. So welcome to the big time, Henry Cullen. Roland Jones pulled the length back a bit, had to play it, nudged at it, second slip. Worcestershire in disarray now at 80 for 5. That's really good bowling from Roland Jones. Had to play it, and catch taken by Sam Robson with a minimum of effort. Just bounced a bit, and poor old Henry Cullen has waited a long time, and it's only lasted for 3 balls, and he has gone. 4 balls, I should say, and he has gone. Roland Jones absolutely got it on a string. 4 for 15 from 10 overs.
I think all of this was born out of the morning session yesterday. Sam Robson and Max Holden had to take huge credit for the way they batted yesterday morning, which set up the afternoon, the evening, and indeed this morning again for Sebastian Morgan and Tom Helm. But all of that has to go down, and there's so much to be said for it, isn't there, Frank? Digging in and playing
absolutely,
as they did in that first innings. And they were, it's perilous, because at lunch yesterday they could have come out, grabbed that 3-wicket spell, and all of a sudden Middlesex are 50 for 4 and they've gone nowhere. But here today, 80 for 5, and Worcestershire, they do have their work cut out now. But again, I go back to the game at Lords. Are you having the same thing? I keep cutting in and out.
Yeah,
I hope it's not the listeners.
It's the connection. I think.
Yeah.
If you pull it out, that's better.
That's better.
Although it's a bit buzzy now, but it's better definitely. Yeah. I don't think the listeners are having it. I did get a call to say that one commentator was louder than the other, but I think we've sorted that out. But anyway, I think we're okay now.
Yes, about the game at Lords, it will be on Middlesex's mind, because I know they're irritated by it, and they will say to themselves, do not let Worcestershire come back at you in this one. Get ahead and stay ahead. And at least twice in that game, Worcestershire came back and then went on to win it. 80 for 5. Here's Tom Helm. 1 for 19 from 80. He's right arm over the wicket. He bowls and forward goes Waits, pushing defensively back up the track, and there's no run. Well, I said if Helm could come to the party, then Middlesex really would be in business in this game. Roland Jones is rolling back the years. There's life in the old dog yet, there's no doubt about that. And he's showing it here. Helm, plenty of life in him, 32 years of age. 1 for 19, 8.1. He's in now, bowls, and forward goes Waite defending into the onside. When he broke through at Middlesex, he was the next big thing, not just for Middlesex but for English cricket. Helm, I remember the excitement around him, and it's things don't. Life doesn't work out that way, does it?
Yeah.
But he's still got a big job to do, and new coach as well at Middlesex. So there's the chance to impress for Helm and press for the place in the first 11. 80 for 5, he's in, bowls, and this is defended back up the track, no run. And as I say, the possibly two most exciting talents for me with the ball for Middlesex, Noah Cornwell and Navia Sharma, aren't even in this side. $80 for 5. And of course Ryan Higgins is missing. So a big chance for Helm, big chance for Bosch and Morgan as well, alongside Roland Jones, who's been the main man for well over a decade now, as Helm comes in, bowls, and forward goes Waite defending into the onside. You always got the impression with Roland Jones over the years as though he was the one that could, change an innings, change a session, but with it change the innings, just blast through a side and put the pressure on, and that's what he's doing here. 4 for 15.
He's bowled beautifully, isn't he? I mean, he really has. He's hardly bowled a bad ball. And when he's tried something like let Dulliver have a little short one, and he got the wicket, and that was just a beauty to Cullen. I mean, it really was. It was a bit like the Libby one from Helm earlier on.
Not quite as quick as he used to be, Roland Jones, but never particularly relied on express pace. He was always an 85 mile an hour man. Here's Helm, who's in, who has been up towards 90 miles an hour over the years, and this is turned through mid-wicket. It's Roland Jones who's got to give chase. He can give up the youngsters there. Morgan's coming around from long leg. They'll get a third, but save your legs, Toby. 83 for 5. And a partnership. The best part of 100 needed here, really, to get Worcestershire some sort of footing back into this. We had to mention the F word, the follow-on. It's still, 100 away? 5 wickets standing. I don't think Middlesex to enforce it, to be honest. In fact, I'm sure they wouldn't. But it'll be on the mind, of course. It must be mentioned, as here's Helm in bowls, and this is eased into the offside. Defending Brooks. That was his first ball, indeed. And it was the last of that over from Helm, who's 1 for 22 from 8 from 9 now. Was 83 for 5. Have you done scores elsewhere recently, Frank?
I have.
Ah, well.
And have you seen the Lancashire score?
I have not.
Well, it was remarkable. I mean, I have done them very recently, and I did them in some detail. But I'll tell you the Lancashire score because it took me by surprise. At Blackpool against Kent, 178, Lancashire 87, all out. Kent 61 for 2, so Kent lead by 152 with 8 wickets remaining. Toby Roland Jones. I said he hasn't bowled a bad ball. He has now, because that one's a little bit short of a length outside off stump, and Matthew Waite doesn't miss out, punches it away through the covers for 4. So yeah, that was interesting. And the other one that's interesting is Somerset 310, Nottinghamshire 104 for 5. There were one or two others interesting as well, but I'll leave it at that as we go back, because I did do them, as I say, quite recently. But yeah, Lancashire are such an inconsistent side, aren't they? 87 for 5 with that boundary.
Yeah, they are, and that's the thing. I think Division 2 is pretty strong this year, but its consistency's the key for what I think is not a bad looking division.
Roland Jones in again to Waite. Lets that go outside the off stump. Waite's on 15 off 11. Hasn't done anything drastic. He's just been quite pugnacious, as he usually is, and put the bad ball away when he's got the chance. Highest he's ever batted for Worcestershire, number 5. Difficult time to come in.
It's
really up against it. It's 339, remember, Middlesex. Roland Jones in again, bowls, and Waite again gets a good bat on this, punching it through mid-wicket, and it's flicked back just inside the rope by Bosch. returned by Faulkner, who's accompanied him out to the boundary, and they get through for 3. So Waite's gone on to 18, and Ethan Brooks will be on strike for the first time against Roland Jones, hoping he doesn't get one like Cullen got in the last over on debut. A baptism of fire for poor old Henry Cullen. Toby Roland Jones into Brooks from the Diglis end, and Brooks is punching this one away through the covers. Might not go all the way. Again, the athletic Morgan is in pursuit, stops it just inside the rope, but they're through for 3. So an expensive over for Roland Jones this. 10 runs from it so far, and he'd been miserly up to this point, but he has just dropped a couple short in this over. 93 for 5. One of the slips has gone to mid-wicket. Roland Jones in again. Balls, and in behind this Waite just drops it down to that man who's gone to mid-wicket. Geddes. And no run. So earlier today, if you're just joining us, Middlesex 291 for 8 overnight, lost Roland Jones for 4, 296 for 9 at that point, but then 43 added for the last wicket before Tom Helm was out for 21, leaving Seb Morgan 58 not out, 339 all out, 4 wickets each for Allison and Finch. Roland Jones again is in, and Waite is forward and gets an inside edge down to long leg for a single. Worcestershire in reply lost Libby for 3, Latigan for 4, 10 for 2 at that point, 18 for 2 at lunch. Bit of a recovery after lunch. 52 added for the 3rd wicket between D'Oliveira and Roderick before D'Oliveira was out for 17. Roderick then went for 29. The unfortunate Cullen on debut out for 0. And Worcestershire at that point 80 for 5. Currently 94 for 5.
Helm has the ball in hand. Roland Jones is to his right at mid-on, putting back on his sleeveless sweater and his cap, and the slips are manoeuvring. 3 of them. Gully's gone to cover though for Waite, who's 19 from 15. I had to double check that for a moment. 94 for 5 as Helm is in. He bowls and forward goes Waite. He's driving down the grass. A lovely shot. Leans into that one. Faulkner's at mid-off giving chase, slides, and they have taken 2.
No, just 1.
Just the 1. Ooh.
Good fielding. He's quick, isn't he, Faulkner? It's not Faulkner. It's Falcon. Is it Falconer?
Faulkner.
Faulkner. Oh, as in Faulk. It would be, even though it isn't spelt that way. Yeah. Yeah.
Helm again has 2 slips and a gully for Brooks, who's 3 from 2, and he's in now. Bowls just full of length. This is ease to point. No run once more.
Hello. Pull up a seat anywhere. We're all just anywhere these 3. So pull up here. Wherever. What time do you get? Between innings.
Is that Helm turning once more? Is that Helm? His 10th over. He hits the crease now. He bowls, and this is turned into the onside. No run. Brooks 3 from 3. 95 for 5. Worcestershire to hang on in there in their first innings under a fair bit of pressure from well, in some ways 2 bowlers that are rolling back the years, because this really is the Helm of 2019 that you saw here and thought, oh goodness me, England will have him in the test side soon enough. Again, all the attributes there for Helm: the height, the athleticism, the pace. He's in now to Brooks. Bowls just full of a length again, defended. Well, Middlesex played well within themselves yesterday morning, and they reaped the rewards throughout that first innings. Something that Worcestershire fans, you've got to try to hang on to. Now, we said it this morning, in fact, with Morgan and Helm, didn't we? That, you know, the last wicket partnership, sometimes they'll throw the bat and, well, let's see if we can grab a quick 20 from somewhere here in a couple of overs and then get on with it. But actually, not just the accumulation of runs, but the time. But the time they made that horrible short little passage before lunch. Worcestershire's batters, as forward goes Brooks to this one, driving back to Helm, who tumbles at the end of his follow through to stop that one, prevent it getting past him as well. Struck that by Brooks, isn't it? Nicely timed.
Long leg, set back.
He's the only one, isn't he, on the ropes? The long leg. That's his.
Helm setting off once again. We're both having
Trouble with our headset at the moment, aren't we? Bizarre that we both cut out at the same time. Here's Helm bowls, and this is turned into the onside. Disturbing us slightly, just to make sure that it isn't cutting out for listeners at home, but it seems to be registering.
No, it's our headsets rather than the.
Unusual for
it's the microphone's all right, but it's the headphones. Isn't it?
Unusual for both to cut out at the same time. But there we go. 95 for 5, but that's what's slightly distracting, as if you can hear us.
I think it might.
It's usually we're up to no good at the back of the box, nattering with somebody telling stories that we can't tell on air. But
I think it might be inside the mixer rather than the actual headset.
Yeah, it is.
Because I tried a different headset yesterday, and it was just the same, wasn't it?
95 for 5 then, as
Helm's 10th over
comes to an end. 1 for 23 with
3 maidens, and here's
Rowan Jones.
And he bowls, and
well, he's cutting out a bit apparently
on the leg side. Okay. You keep talking.
I'll keep talking.
Test.
It's almost a case of sit still, don't move, make sure the headset doesn't. But it's strange that both. Strange that both are doing it. 97 for 5 then, as his. Weight 22, Brooks 3. And Roland Jones down below the Basil D'Oliveira stand is into bowl. It's the crease now, and forward goes Waite, defending into the offside, no run. Yeah, Cathedral bathed in sunshine at the moment. Away to our left, there are a few puffs of cloud here and there, a hazy sea of white, or lake of white, away over the Basil D'Oliveira stand, but unbroken sunshine immediately above us. So here's Roland Jones, midway through his run up, he bowls now, and inside edge onto the pad, and they scamper through for a single as well. Cracknell thinks to release the throw to the non-strikers end, but I think they'd have been fine. It was backed up, but I'm pretty sure they were home anyway.
I think it's okay.
It is okay. It's just in our headset.
Done a double check, so yeah. Is yours okay now?
No, it's in and out. It's all over the place.
Right, mine's all right. I've just found it.
Could do actually. Turn it down. I don't particularly need to hear. Not too noisy here, is it? So it'll put us off less if we just turn it down.
Anyway.
That's what the listeners often say, sat at home themselves, I'm sure, Frank.
Many. Well, they do just turn it down, I think. Mute it, like I do when I'm watching football a lot of the time.
I think they do it on the radio as well, Frank.
Roland Jones in again from the Diglis end bowls, and Brooks is taken on the pad. There's a big shout. He was on the walk, which might have saved him.
Let's get outside the line.
Roland Jones looks disappointed, but umpire Shanmugam is unmoved.
Oh, that wouldn't have been a bad one, would it? I wonder what Roland Jones' quickest 5 for is. 11.4 overs had the finger have gone up there. Where's Andy Zaltzman when you need him?
Decent shout. Might have just gone outside the line. Might have just had too much pad to stump distance to be absolutely certain. I think that's a decent shout. I think he's entitled to be a bit disgruntled, but maybe you win some, you lose some. We thought he got one this morning that he could have gone the other way, so he'll have to put up with it. 98 for 5. Still hard work for the batters out there. Very hard work. Brooks on the walk again. Steers this one down behind square. on the offside, but a good tumbling stop by Morgan means there's no run.
Boy, oh boy, I assumed he was outside the line on that one, but if anything...
A long way to go though, and it was still rising, so you could argue that it was going over or umpire's call on height. But I think what saved him is just that little bit of a shimmy forward, you know.
It hits him on the inside of the pad, doesn't it? Or the outside of the pad, I should say. Outside of the leg.
Again. Bowles. Brooks again on the walk and just defends down on the offside. There's no run. That's the end of a very, very good over from Toby Rowland-Jones. Waite has 23. Brooks has 3. Worcestershire in reply to the Middlesex total of 339 are 98 for 5. They trail by 241 runs. That's a lot of runs to be behind when you're 5 down. With a depleted batting lineup, Tom Taylor due in next. Swanepoel, Allison and Finch, the only batters to come after that. Middlesex are in control of this game.
Appeal there right on the point of impact. It's just struck him on the knee roll, hasn't it?
It's height, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think if anything that saved him.
His helm in bowls. It's driven back down the ground by Waite. That's a lovely shot again. Second time he's got it away down there, and this time it might just go. He does. Falconer wasn't giving up. In fact, it's Leicester Ploy who switched positions with Faulkner, and that's the 100 up for Worcestershire. 102 for 5. Well, the 50 partnership that was applauded, it was almost like a slow hand, but it wasn't rapturous applause for the milestone. But 102 for 5 it is, as Helm turns again. 2 slips and a gully, and Helm's midway through his run-up. He bowls on a full length, which is driven once more. This time, the other side of Leicester Ploy at mid-off. Back-to-back boundaries, 106 for 5. Waite moves to 31. Lovely shot.
Yeah, this is Waite. This is the way he plays. He's capable of playing a rear guard, as he's shown a couple of times. At Derby earlier this year and at Taunton last year, he's batted virtually throughout the last day to save games, but his nature is to, 31 off 21, and he hasn't done anything reckless. His nature is to put bat to ball with a certain amount of venom, punch. Often uses the word punch when I describe his shots. Big forearms, quite a big bat. Certainly a couple of very good shots, those last 2 balls.
6-3 field, deep square, set back alongside long leg as his. A short ball which really did get up, almost up the nose of Waite. That one, he's fended it off. Fortunately for him, straight down into the ground. Unfortunately for him, straight off his nose as well.
Played it well, actually, didn't he?
Yeah, it really did get big on him. Or certainly, he played it far bigger than he expected. It was a short ball to begin with, and he does have pace and bounce, as we've said, Helm.
Yeah, played it nicely, actually. I think he rode the bounce.
Helm in bowls, and that's driven to cover by Waite. 106 for 5. What have we got? 17 overs after this until tea.
Yeah, it's going to be after 4.
2 down at lunch. We were saying Middlesex would dearly love to have them 3 down at lunch. Still 17 overs to go here. They'll be thinking 7 down at tea, won't they, Frank? And with an hour to go, they'll be saying, come on, 2 more.
At least.
Helms in, bowls, and forward goes Waite, defending. Fielded at mid-on. And gentle breeze today. Is that a willow? It must be, mustn't it? Below the cathedral there.
Yes.
That was ruffled, but the rather tall trees to the right of the, or the tallest of the trees to the right, they're
poplars.
They're bouncing slightly, aren't they? As opposed to they were almost bent to one side yesterday, permanently with a strong breeze. As his Helm in, bent down below that one. His weight, that was sharp, wasn't it? Through to the keeper it goes, and Helm enjoying himself. He's only got 1 wicket still at the moment, though. 1 for 31 from 11. Roland Jones is the destroyer of the Worcestershire top order so far with 4 for 29. Wait, that's 31. Brooks has 3, and Worcestershire 106 for 5.
Yep. And it's a tough one out there. Brooks is by nature an inventive sort of stroke player, really. Modern cricketer, I often call him. Plays a lot of reverses and switch hits and ramps and that kind of thing. In white ball cricket, still trying to make his way in the red ball game. Changing the bowling, got Ethan Bosch coming on at the Diglis end.
First bowl at that end.
Comes in now to Brooks with 2 slips in place, and Brooks is defending on the onside.
His first 5 were down blows here, weren't they?
Sorry?
Change of ends for him, isn't it? His first 5 were down blows here, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah. As I say, Brooks prefers to be on the attack, really, as does Waite. But it's not really that sort of situation. But then you could argue that if you're that kind of player, you're more likely to prosper just playing your natural game than trying to do something unnatural.
Well, it's also the change bowlers now as well. And as I say, Brooks, we haven't quite seen a real burst for him for Middlesex just yet.
Brooks steering this one down on the offside. Morgan round to field.
If you were to think, okay, this is the guy I'm going to put the foot on, it wouldn't be because of his talent or his vast amount of experience. It would be a little bit of research coming into the game to say, all right, it hasn't quite happened for him just yet at Middlesex, so let's make sure it doesn't happen for him now. Let's see if we can get on top of him, and maybe we can just...
I mean, the modern thinking, isn't it, about batting, that when you somehow, in these situations, you've got to put the pressure back onto the bowler somehow. Bosch is in. Brooks can't do much with this one. Just works it out square on the offside.
And also, you've got to find one.
That's
haven't
not
you?
To be reckless. That's just to try and.
But it can bring wickets, because you will look at a bowling attack if you've got a quartet of them. You think, all right, which one's not quite?
100%. Yeah.
Either not quite up to it or not quite on his game at the moment.
That's the point that I was making before lunch, actually, about when I said when Morgan comes on, for example, he will benefit from the fact that the batters think, well, we can't score off Roland Jones and Helm, so we've got to have a go at the others. Brooks gets an inside edge to this one, down to fine leg, picks up a single.
But as I say, Bosch is no mug. This is his moment, really, isn't it? If they want to try and put some pressure back on the bowlers here, and they think, all right, well, Roland Jones and Helm are done, let's see what we can do about Bosch. Bosch played a one-day international for South Africa. Well, it's his time. So no, you're not going to hit me off the top of off stump. I'm going to stay there, and you try and score runs off that. Well, good luck to you.
Yep.
So this could go sharply one of two ways.
Comes into bowl now to Waite, who is playing this defensively down on the onside, and there's no run. 1-2 left in the over, and then I will make way for Melinda.
So on the Middlesex Worcestershire players, your question was, who are the 3 in your lifetime?
And there are now
from the
5. Yeah, because I met somebody in the car park at lunch who said
he played for both,
and then I checked another one who came in on Twitter. So I've now got 5 seamers.
So can we just say Alan Richardson and get that one off?
That's one. Yeah, that's one. Mel didn't get that.
Oh.
Edged by Waite, but he's going to get 4 wide of slip, and it wouldn't have carried anyway. Down to the boundary. Matthew Waite moves on to 35 from 27. Nelson is up 111 for 5. So Alan Richards is 1.
Did Chad Keegan come and have a stint at Worcestershire? Is that 6?
It could be. But the other 2 very, very, very famous, but the others are all very well known.
We're going to have to start calling you Johnny Barron, Frank. Yeah, but Johnny Barron used to do the Surrey commentary. He had a cricket question of the day, and the answer was always one of 3. It was either Mark Rambrakash, Alex Stewart, or wrong.
No, I don't. They're much more well researched than that. Well, nobody could get it yesterday, could they? So I made it really easy today, and it's turned out to be too easy.
Here's Helm. He's right arm over bowls and beats forward defence of Brooks. Through it goes, and it's. A dot ball, but another moral victory. Saw Chad Keegan for the first time in years last year at Lords, and it was lovely to see him. 46 years of age. Sussex, he went to Sussex. after Middlesex. So yeah, they're all right. 111 for 5. Does that include an overseas, Frank? Any of them? Two overseas. Forward goes Brooks, defending to mid-off. Not sure if that was a ricochet off the inside edge and then away towards point. This overseas for Worcestershire and Middlesex. A couple of names springing to mind, but we shall see. In comes Helm, he bowls and up on his toes to this one. Brooks defends, back up the track. No run once more. Wondering whether Scott Styrus came for a stint at Worcestershire. He did not. Sussex, Essex, Durham, Leicestershire. Scott Styrus, but not for Worcestershire. All-rounder, I suppose, as well. It was bowlers specifically, I think, that Frank was suggesting. As here's Helm, past the umpire, he bowls, and that's a lovely ball, and it's a lovely drive. Just outside off stump, he's leaning into that, and he's got 4 for it. That's a lovely shot. Brooks is on to 8, doubles his tally. 8 from 18, 115 for 5. The ball was right from Helm, but the shot was just that little bit better. That's where he wants to probe. 2/3 of the way up off stump, there or thereabouts. There are 2 slips waiting. Helm turns again. What can he come up with for Middlesex? He's past the umpire, he bowls, and this is defended to point. Holden's come quite straight at mid-wicket. A little short as well. He's crouching down in there. I'm trying to think of the answers to Frank's quiz question. Since the 80s, 5 bowlers to have played for both. Here's Helm. Bowls to Brooks, who eases into the offside to Faulkner at cover. No run. 115 for 5. And that is the end of the over. Weight 35. Brooks has 8. And Helm is 1 for 35 from 12. I know Frank said he had gone through the scores elsewhere relatively recently, but let's have a quick look, because I haven't. I haven't seen what's going on. All sorts going on in the Lancashire game, apparently. But let's start in Division 1. Leicestershire are playing Essex. 401 Essex. Leicestershire 70 for 3 in reply. 1 apiece for Porter, Snater and Bennett. No Sam Cook at the moment, injured. As forward goes Waite to Bosch at the start of his new over, and there's no run. Essex 204 from Cox, 97 from Critchley. Harmer 36. So Nottinghamshire versus Somerset. Somerset 310. Oh, Notts in a bit of trouble. Here's Bosch in bowls. Forward goes Waite defending. There's no run once more. Nottinghamshire 122 for 6. Somerset had 106 from Herman, 68 from Rue, 66 from Vaughan, and Nottinghamshire, 33 McCann, 36 Clark, Patterson White 29 off 43. He's the last to go, but 3 for Gregory and 3 for Leach. Nottinghamshire won the toss, elected to field at Trent Bridge. Here's Bosch bowls and Waite defends. Fielded at mid-wicket by Ben Geddes. No sign of any spin yet. I wonder just before tea, with the ball seaming as it is, would Middlesex toss the ball to Zafar Gohar to have a little tweak? Surely has to be worth a go. We're in the 35th over of the innings, so still with a pretty hard new ball in hand as in comes Bosch. He bowls and eased into the offside where it's fielded at point 115 for 5. And I'll sat back down. What's elsewhere?
Oh.
Catching up with other bits. Oh yeah, it's gone. Don't worry, it's not working. Forget it. Just turn it down. Ignore that the.
Am I? I'm still on. Am I? Okay.
Just fine. Yeah.
Sorry for.
No, you were. As promised, you had the discussion you've been waiting for. We can't say who, but.
All right.
Here's Bosch in bowls and an inside edge pass, leg stump. 4 it is. It goes away fine. That was close. Weights moves to 39, 119 for 5. Did you get the answers you were looking for?
Some very good ones. It'll be yeah.
This was about the replacement player regulation at the moment in County Championship cricket.
So I'm not going to say anything at this point, but it's just been a very productive conversation, and it's nice to know that my rants are listened to. But yeah, just something to keep in mind.
Was it convivial?
Yeah, very convivial. Really good. Really
no
good.
fisticuffs?
No, definitely not.
Here's Bosch bowls, and this is pushed back up the track and mid-on field, 119 for 5, weights 39, and Brooks has 8. I didn't want to drag you away. I was quite happy to let you continue. Did you get all the answers you were looking for?
I will be seeking some more. I've got some contact details, and yes, I will be seeking some more. But it's nice to know that people listen and they want to explain the process behind things. Do you know, honestly, I think that's part of it when you look at the replacement thing. It's a point that I've just been making, is that the communication has to be improved as far as understanding the reasoning for things, and that includes to fans who are at grounds where decisions are being made, and this goes beyond that. This goes for a lot of things. Communication has to be improved as Helm is in, and that's nicely played and driven by Brooks, but only as far as mid-off. They take a single.
I'm not quite sure I follow. What's your point?
Look, when we're...
Communication. 120 for 5.
Yeah.
Would I really be that rude to say something like that to you, Mel? Obviously, clearly I would. You don't think very well of me, do you?
Look, it happens. It's a flaw in the way that we run cricket. It's even when it comes to rain delays and bad light and everything else. Improved communication at grounds. As Helm in bowls, and that's a lavish drive. This one's going to go all the way. Well, Waite has batted really well, I think it must be said. We've seen this counter punch from him before. He's moved to 43 off 34, promoted up the order to number 5, and I think we're seeing the reason why he's been promoted. He's got Worcestershire out of a hole in the lower order quite a few times. Wait, that was a lovely cover drive. He's there now waiting as Helm is in over the wickety bowls, and this time it's just turned into the leg side, just in front of square leg, and they'll just come through for the single. Max Holden running back to field that one. He's got quite a head of hair, Max Holden, hasn't he? Under that
Voluminous.
He could possibly front a shampoo ad.
He and Faulkner.
Yes, Caleb Faulkner.
I think Sebastian Morgan's got a fair head of hair as well on him.
You've got lovely locks. They're curly. Helm in bowls. That one's driven straight to short mid-wicket, where the aforementioned lusciously locked Max Holden is stationed.
Comscam's not working this week, is it? So I'm quite happily not doing my hair in the morning, just letting the curls run free.
Run free and wild. Problem with these headsets, they always just ruin the do a little bit, don't they?
They do.
As Helm turns at the top of his mark and runs in, bowls to Brooks, who's on his toes and tries to turn that down the leg side, but It doesn't connect, and it's just taken behind the stumps.
I've harked back a few times to the game at Lords when Middlesex felt that they were in good positions against Worcestershire, and then they let Worcestershire get back at them and indeed get away. And that will be on their mind now. The cricketers have long memories, don't they, and coaches. Middlesex will be thinking about that game at Lords, which really frustrated them.
Brooks, 9 off 23. Taking a while to get in. Is there as Helm bowls, and it's a little drive and a very, very tight single. There's hands on heads. This throw came through, and he might have been in a little bit of trouble there, Brooks. But he was quick to hustle down the other end. It means he stays on strike. It was a captain, Laius Deploy, who fired that ball in. And at the end of the over, Worcestershire 126 for 5, fighting back largely through the counter punch of Matthew Waite, who's currently on 44 of 35. And Brooks is taking his time to get in, 10 of 24.
Just quickly finishing those scores elsewhere. Sussex 345 for 6. In reply to Glamorgan's 155, Yorkshire 469, Warwickshire 86 for 2. Division 2 then, Durham 377 and Derbyshire 97 for 6. Kent, wow, Lancashire 87 all out. Kent 178 in their first innings. In their second innings now, they're 95 for 2, so they lead by 186 at Blackpool that game, isn't it? And Gloucestershire 79 for 4 in reply to Northamptonshire's 465. It's a fiercely contested Division 2 this season, which makes this match a very big one as well for two sides that dearly want to be promoted this season. Zafar Gohar is to be throwing the ball for the first time, and I was pondering this just over or two ago. He's in now, left arm around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Brooks, defending into the onside, and there's no run. If it seems, it'll spin, and it's been seeming a bit.
The other match that's happened today in the Women's World Cup.
How's it got on?
Well, Scotland have beaten Ireland, so Scotland get their first win in a World Cup.
Yes.
For the women.
Gohar. This is dabbed into the onside, no run.
So they 161 for 5. With the Bryce sisters looking terrific. Catherine Bryce got 60 off 39 and then took 2 for 19 in the chase. But Kirsty Gordon
balls just pushed back, no run.
Took 3 wickets in 4 balls to totally rip through Ireland's middle order in the chase. They are a good team, Scotland. You know, a lot of their players playing around the counties at the moment. And I, after watching them quite a lot, thought they could give that group a real shake.
Gohar, left arm around, forward defence from the right-handed Brooks. Let's have a look. Carter, Fraser, Bryce, McCall, Lister, Kirsty Gordon. Yep, we are a strong outfit.
Yeah, really strong outfit. They're very well coached and drilled by Craig Wallace.
Gohar bowls, and this is defended for the inside part of the bat by Brooks. It's fielded at short leg, no run.
Lee Kasperick, who was so good for New Zealand for many years, she's part of the coaching setup as well, and I was very impressed with them. They are my dark horse for a semi-final position, believe it or not.
Gohar bowls, bit of flight on this one, and a driven defence, really. Nothing more than that from Brooks, who is on 10 from 30. Waite is 44 from 35. 126 for 5, Worcestershire here at New Road. Who's your out-and-out favourite?
South Africa.
Ooh.
They've been right at the pointy end, and I know a lot of people are ruling them out. It's really difficult. The group that they're in has got Australia and India in it, so only 2 of those 3 can go through to the semi-finals. I do think Australia can do it. I think India's fielding could be the thing that lets them down. So I think that South Africa and Australia might go through from that group. The other group is really quite open in many ways, and I think a lot of people will expect New Zealand and England to go through. But I think Scotland, oh boy, In comes Bosch to bowl, and that's helped on its way down the leg side by weight. It'll just be a single. It's picked up at fine leg. Yeah, that game between Scotland and England, that is going to be a real cracker. That will be well up there. Kirsty Gordon's played for England. I think that Headingley, that's being played.
So virtually Scotland.
Yeah, look, I just think that is a big game as Bosch is in and bowls to Brooks, who gets in a little bit of a tangle as he turns into the leg side. Doesn't go very far, no run. But yeah, it's great. I hope it doesn't get lost. There's a lot going on in sport and even in cricket at the moment.
Yeah, it's a shame.
And I really would love to see that Women's World Cup be a huge success.
Could it have been later in the summer, given the Football World Cup starting the same weekend?
Yeah, it's a tough time, I think. But go out and support it if you can, as Bosch is in and bowls, and that has got him in. Well, doubled over. Talk about tangle. It's hit him, and he's just in a wee bit of pain.
It's hit him in his what? Sorry. It's hit him in his what?
I'm not sure. Did it get
a midship?
A midship?
I don't think it hit him in the worst place of all. He stood up straight at the moment. He's all right.
Yeah, he's all right. That might have got him on the thigh. Just as I think it's got him just on the leg, upper leg, shall we say, as Bosch is in and it's driven. My goodness, that is a lovely riposte. Straight drive, just on the onside, and Brooks just leant on it. Really good response after getting hit on the leg. That's one of the loveliest shots we've seen in the match, I would contest.
It is. It really is. Yeah, Sebastian Morgan got a couple away today, didn't he? That really looked good from. Yeah, he was nearly number 9, wasn't he? In fact, he was number 9. Morgan. It was a long way down. He's got to be pushed up the order, I think, after that innings. It was.
Yes, I would.
I think they're partly keeping him down there just to worry about his workload.
Brooks waits as in comes Bosch. That's again a good response this time from Bosch, who pitches it right up, and in the end, Brooks just had to defend the Yorker, which he did. Slightly
surprised that they've gone back to Bosch rather than Morgan. Morgan.
Morgan. Well, just there's a really good little contest though between Bosch and Brooks at the moment. Bosch is in again. Oh my goodness! Look, he's got him jumping up there. That's hit him again, and he's bent over, and that has hurt Ethan Brooks more than the previous one. That's got him again, and he's definitely limping now, quite noticeably.
The kind of spell Middlesex want to see from Bosch this. Put it up him a bit, it's a bowler's surface, this one, so go on, get in there, bend your back a bit and make it uncomfortable, and uncomfortable it is for Brooks right now, but
as I said, a really good contest between the two of them.
Yeah.
It's real punch, counter punch again.
Morgan is none for 29 from 4, so they've gone back to Bosch, who's none for 29 from 8. Maybe Morgan a little tired. Here's Zafar Gohar, left arm around, he bowls, and this is turned backward a square on the leg side. They'll think about 2, but there's a sweeper out there, so just the one. 132 for 5, so 46 now for Waits. Brooks 14. The follow on, 50 away. Again, I don't think Middlesex would enforce it. In fact, I'm sure they wouldn't. As Gohar bowls, this is pushed back even. Well, they sort of rattle through now. I'm sure they'd say, let's go out and bat again for a wee while. And yeah, they score well ahead. You'd imagine that the pitch wouldn't get any flatter or easier against the seamers, as down the track comes the right-handed Brooks. I didn't think he was going to get to that. Well, he didn't quite get to it, but he did hit it, even though he didn't get to the pitch. Down to a deepish mid-off. They have a single.
I have to admit, I've got a bit of a soft spot for Ethan Brooks. the lovely young man who I enjoy watching him bat.
Gohar bowls and Waite turns to mid-wicket.
I was at Essex, I think that was early last year, when he played that magnificent innings that was almost Stokes-like from Headingley in 2019. Ever so close to pulling off the most incredible victory.
Gohar once more around the wicket, bowls and Waite defends.
And it genuinely was like the Stokes innings, where he was just at one end with complete command of where the ball was going. And then he was controlling the strike, one and the other. It was one of the most astonishing.
This one's eased to point by Waite, no run. End of the over, 133 for 5, Waite 46 and Brooks 15.
One of the most astonishing innings I've watched live in the county championship. It really was. And then I was there at Trent Bridge last year when Worcestershire defeated Hampshire in the One Day Cup final. That was reduced to pretty much a 20 over game, might have been 24 overs. And again, Ethan Brooks played an absolute blinder in that match. The key innings, really. It was actually, I think Henry Cullen was out there at the end when it was won. It was a very emotional day too. Josh Baker, who will be forever loved and remembered. His family was there. As in comes Bosch, and that's whipped away off the hip down towards long leg by Brooks, and they'll take off for a single. Is that Brooks or Roderick? Hang on. Yep, it was Brooks. Yeah, so it was just an emotional day. You knew what it meant to the club, everything they'd gone through, the loss of Josh Baker, and of course a beloved John Curtis in his press box as well. And yeah, the whole family was there and they celebrated. But Ethan Brooks, player of the match. So I enjoy watching him. He's got a lot of talent. As in comes Bosch, and Waite defends that quite straight on the onside. No run. And well, it's just now 134 for 5. They're still a long way behind in this match. Worcestershire. It's going to take a lot of hard work to dig themselves out of this hole. As Bosch is in, a bowls. Oh, that was almost at the end of Waite. He had an awkward swipe at it. The ball popped up and went behind him and then dropped onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything to appeal for there, other than the fact that they all felt they needed to appeal. Just because
it looked awful.
Yeah, exactly.
It looked ugly. It looked precarious.
Can we have something for that? He was beaten all ends up, so we'll appeal.
He certainly was. So Bosch continues to be a danger as he runs in. Cathedral behind him, bowls over the wicket. That's a nice high elbow defence from Waite. And they won't take a run though. Waite is still going. He's kind of looked at a little bit more on the back foot here, but he's still 46 or 43. If he gets to 50, it will undoubtedly be the fastest 50 we've seen in this match so far. He's still 4 runs away. Taps his bat and waits as Bosch is in and bowls, and again that's a bit streaky. It's an inside edge. Oh, they take off for a single. Cracknell ends up running down towards the short fine area and does the fielding himself. Waite goes on to 47.
Here's that ball that they appealed.
Yes.
Bosch to Waite. Let's see what they're appealing about. Appealing that maybe it kept a fraction low, as he was thinking about a hook or a pull, wasn't it? Hit him.
It was angled right in and across, so would have been doing way too much. As Bosch in again, full delivery, defended by Brooks, back to the bowler. Bosch picks it up, and that signals the end of his over as he takes his cap from the umpire. Worcestershire 135 for 5. Waite on 47 and Brooks on 16.
I think we're going to get cake for tea again today?
I didn't have cake yesterday, of course. I told you I'm not a real
You're not a cake
aficionado.
What are you going for then?
I thought a nice slice of cheese, but that is not forthcoming.
Popped to the supermarket on the way, didn't do a Don Topley.
No, but I love lovely breakfast this morning. Some lovely Greek yogurt, as I have to say in this country.
For Gohar Bowls, and this is punched out to deep point 136 for 5 with the single. Weight moves to 48. What do you say in other countries?
Yogurt in Australia.
Oh, I thought you were saying I thought Greek yogurt was called something else. Right? Well, what's it called in Australia?
Yogurt.
Yogurt. But it's Greek yogurt. I thought the Greek bit was the bit you were.
No.
It's Gohar Bowls and Brooks defends.
In Greece, they just call it yogurt.
Yeah, indeed.
Or yogurt.
Well, indeed, yeah. Yeah, we haven't got any Greek yogurt at my hotel for this one. I'm disappointed.
Oh, I had that and berries and a few nuts. I had some grilled bacon and scrambled eggs. It's very nice. By the river.
Gohar Bowls, and this is turned back on a square. Single taken. Brooks moves to 17. So are you heading straight off? You're not staying again tonight?
No, I'm heading off.
You've checked out?
Yeah, I'm going to be at Edgbaston tomorrow. Watch a couple of Women's World Cup games.
Who's playing tomorrow?
So
here's Gohar, left arm around the wickety bowls, and forward goes Waits, pushing to cover, no run.
So it's a double header tomorrow. Australia playing South Africa at the moment. Tell you what, that could be the key.
Australia versus South Africa.
Yeah, they're playing at the moment. Australia 126 for 5.
Gohar's in bowls, and forward goes Wait, pushing back. Well, Middlesex aren't back at Lords until they do. They've got one day cup game at Lords against Yorkshire. But other than that, from the end of May until September 24th, there's no game at Lords for Middlesex. So there's Gohar's in bowls, and bounce on that for Gohar, and the cry of catch, it goes through to the gloves of Cracknell, but as Wade attempted a late cut, that really leapt on him outside off stump, and that will really infuse Gohar. And once again, as I say, even were they to have a major collapse now and be short of 190 the follow-on target, I don't think there's any way Middlesex would enforce it. And if there was even an inkling of thought that they would, surely that ball from Gohar's just said no, we won't be enforcing the follow-on here, thank you.
So tomorrow Bangladesh play Netherlands, and what's interesting about that at Edgbaston is that in the Tri-Series that was held up in Edinburgh a couple of weeks ago, Netherlands beat Bangladesh for the first time ever. Here's Bosch back. First ball turned into square leg, and they'll come through for a single for Brooks. That'll add to his tally, brings Weight back onto strike. He's on 48. And then India-Pakistan at Edgbaston.
It's India-Pakistan tomorrow? Oh, wow.
India-Pakistan at Edgbaston.
Oh, wow. Well, you'd hope that I'd get a good crowd.
No, that's not actually. What am I saying?
I was about to say, that slipped past me.
That's a Southampton. I'm looking down there. I thought it was double-headed tomorrow. Yes, it is. Oh, I know what it is. No, it's New Zealand, West Indies, then Bangladesh, Netherlands. Here's Bosch, bowls a full delivery that's punched up to mid-on by Weight, no run.
Yeah, the Lords fixtures, I was thinking there'll be a Saturday. I'll go along to a Saturday game at Lords, watch one of the Women's World Cup games then, just so I can go and see Lords in between May and September, apart from that one day cup game. No weekend fixture game at Lords in the World Cup, which feels slightly remiss. One of the major venues in the world, let alone in the country.
Here's Bosch bowling, and oh my goodness, it's felled Weight.
Oh dear.
He's down, it's hit him on the helmet.
Oh dear.
And he's up again straight away, so that's the most important thing.
Well, it is, but he'll have to have a concussion check for that. And to be honest, even as quickly as he got up, it's almost a case he got up too quickly. It was like, hold on a minute, steady yourself.
Yeah, that was a short ball, and he ended up on his back as he tried to swing his bat up and around, and it's just got him flush on the helmet. I'm just watching that again to see. I think it's gone flush on the side as he's tried to help it down the leg side, and it's just bounced a lot more than he thought it was going to. So we've got the medical staff running on. I mean, it really got him well and truly, didn't it?
I mean, it's pitched. Yeah, I don't think it's particularly leapt at him. It was a short enough ball, but the direction of the bouncer was just good, wasn't it? Yeah, I suppose it probably has got a bit bigger on him, but I mean, he's played it as though he expected it to be there. He's through the shot, and you reckon he's worn it on the side, do you?
Think so.
Through the shot, really nasty. So his face has turned. He's worn it on the other side, so he's a right-hander. So rather than on his left side, he's worn it on the right side because he's through the shot.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's lucky, he's worn it on the side because it wasn't far from wearing it flush on the face, be it on the. Well, they're looking at his chin now, aren't they?
Yeah, it's like because he sort of
jarred
threw his
the
head
grill,
back,
yeah.
so it just as if it sort of jarred his jaw, maybe. But we will.
Was it Ponting who? Well, it was Ponting, but was it the grill? He got a bumper from Harmison and it drew blood, or was it Langer?
Yes,
actually,
no,
was it Langer?
It was
Ponting, wasn't
Ponting.
it? Yeah. Because the grill then hit the face and drew blood, didn't it? It was 2005, wasn't it?
He's just having some water now.
Well, he got up so quickly, it was almost the case where someone just run to him and say, "No, don't get up yet. Just take a breath, gather yourself. You know, get up after a blow to the head like that. You could be straight back down."
So we will have a delay. He's still 40 overs remaining.
You hope that it's one of those that it looks worse than it was, because the way that it hit him and where he was in the shot at the time, it's understandable that his feet gave way underneath because he was tucked up by it, and look, he's just got into a bad position. You hope that it wasn't as much the blow that knocked him off the feet as it was the just where he was in the shot at the time that he was hit. But yeah, it'll take a moment now because you need a concussion check. He's got a pat on the back, so it looks as though all's okay, and he'll continue.
Yeah, he's just walking back towards the crease now, so it looks like he's okay, and very, very glad. I hate seeing it.
Yeah,
I really
it's not nice.
do.
I mean, I did say that this spell for Bosch is one where hasn't particularly made a big impact yet, and this is the one. On a pitch where it's doing a little bit, it's like, well, go on then. 28 years of age, you played for South Africa, go and let rip on this, and well, he's let rip there, hasn't he? And yeah, it's definitely around that chin area, isn't it? Just the right side of the chin. So looking at the replays of it again now, as the physio's looking at him, and he's pointing to where the grill is probably jarred onto the chin. He's even testing a tooth there as well. Bless him.
Gosh. Well, he's made of tough stuff, is Matthew Waite. And Ethan Bosch is running in and bowls to him, and that has cut him in half. Manages to get it out to backward point. It's fraught at the moment. They're being tested in every possible way.
End of the over, we've got to shuffle, haven't we? We don't have to do it just yet. Well, we can start to shuffle, but we'll hand over the headsets at the end of the over. But yeah, as I say, this is one for him where, go on then, let rip, Ethan. Really go at him and attack here, and be brutal, be nasty. And obviously that does mean bumpers, but we never want to see somebody hurt, do we?
We certainly don't. As Bosch is in, bowls to Waite, who plays that one to short mid wicket. And no run there as Ben Geddes cleans it up.
So what is it? 7 overs to tea after this, and well, I think last time Frank and I were together, we were saying that Middlesex will really be thinking, come on, 7 down at tea. Ideally, just love to break this partnership now.
Well, it's been a handy partnership, but a long way to go. As Bosch, he's in and bowls to Waite, who defends this one just to the left of the bowler in his follow through, and that will signal the end of the over. And actually, Waite's is going to have a change of gloves, I think, and some more water. I'm going to turn myself off. You talk, Kevin, and then you'll hear Frank. I'm bossy.
138 for 5, and Waite's 48, yeah, Brooks 18. Frank, last we were together, 7 down at tea, I was saying, Middlesex had won. They'd love 6 now, wouldn't they? They just need to break this partnership. But good for them, Worcestershire. It's the fight back that the host needed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've done well as Gohar starts a new over, bowling to Brooks, who's back, pushing out on the offside, and there's no addition. But what you hope with weight is that he isn't going to be too disturbed by that blow, because it wasn't very nice at all. I've got no sound in these headphones at all, have you?
No, there's a bit of an issue with that, but Kevin assures me that we're being heard.
We're going out okay, yeah. So Gohar again, round the wicket. Bowls, and Brooks is forward. Pushes out on the offside. And there's no run. I might try a different headset or something. I think it's the connection there that's the problem. But as you say, commentary's going out okay.
Yeah,
it's just a little bit off-putting when you can hear it in your ears, isn't it? Anyway, 138 for 5. This partnership is worth 58. As Gohar bowls and Brooks goes back and plays a nice shot off the back foot. There's a good tumbling stop in the covers. And no addition. Substitute fielder in the covers, I think. From what I can see. So Brooks remains on 18. Gohar is into him again and he drives on the offside and gets a single this time. He has not played a sweep yet, Brooks, against the spinner, which is most unusual.
Luke Holman, by the way, is the substitute fielder.
He loves to sweep, does Brooks, both sides of the wicket, but not yet ventured to do that. Wait now, how will he respond, having recovered from that blow? He's back and he plays and misses at that one that might just have turned a little bit. Go on, not afraid to give it a bit of air.
It's really fraught, this bit, isn't it? We've still got
6 after this to tea. Gohar bowls. Brooks is waiter, beg your pardon, is forward, pushing out on the offside end of the over. 139 for 5.
A really tricky little period here now for Worcestershire. It's been a good partnership so far. It's actually since they were 5 for 80. So a 59 run partnership between Waite and Brooks. Absolutely vital for Worcestershire, but they desperately need them to go on, and they're really being tested towards the end of this afternoon session. Waite being felled by a brute of a short delivery from Ethan Bosch. He's running in once more from the New Road end. He's in, bowls. It's well defended by Brooks though, just drops it straight in front of him. No run. If they can survive, get themselves in, just give Waite the opportunity to have a little bit of a breather as well after copping that blow to the side of his helmet. And Brooks as well being examined by what has been an outstanding spell from Bosch, who's in, bowls. Brooks defends again very solidly, gets right behind it, it rolls up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, it's not Ethan Brooks's game to play this way. 48 deliveries for 19, but needs must. Matthew Waite has been his usual pugnacious self. He's 48 or 55. But it's all about crease occupation, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. We saw D'Oliveira and Roderick desperately trying to do that earlier. As Bosch is in and bowls, that has tangled up Brooks, and it just pops up and then plops down on the pitch about 2 metres in front of him. And it's a very, very testing period right now. It could have massive implications for the game, depending on whether or not this pair can survive this onslaught. Take nothing away from the bowling of Bosch. He's running in and bowls, and Brooks just drops that one down towards gully, and oh my goodness, it should have been a run out. They both took off, and then Brooks turned around because Waite had hesitated. The throw came in and it missed by a mile. And I wonder if they might look back on that, because that was a real opportunity. In fact, Waite has just walked all the way down to the other end to give Brooks, I think, an apologetic fist bump, because he took off and then he really left Brooks stranded. He watched the ball come in. It's lucky to still be there. Here's Bosch. That's left alone by Brooks. Chance gone begging. And that would have really had Worcestershire on the ropes. I just need to keep calm out there. The last thing they want is a run out after the hard work that's gone into this partnership. Just making a couple of fielding changes now. Looks like someone's going under the lid. Yeah, they're bringing in a short leg for Brooks. I wonder if we might see a bumper. There's 2 slips in. A mid-wicket is just, mid-wicket has just walked in and stood right next to Matthew Waite at the non-striker's end. Here comes Bosch, bowls. It's a full delivery, so it's the bluff, and it's just defended very calmly and well by Brooks in the end. That's the end of the over. Worcestershire 139 for 5. Waite on 48 and Brooks on 19. Under the pump. And really, Brooks should have been run out. And if he had been run out, it would have been because Matthew Waite really did leave him high and dry. And it was just fortunate that the throw that came in from Gully, fortunate for Worcestershire, I should say, that the throw was wide.
Sorry, Mel. I've been trying to sort out an issue outside, and also at the same time trying to sort out these headphones. Anyway, Gohar starts a new over, and Waite just tucks this one away on the leg side off an inside edge. Picks up a single, takes him on to 49, and the total to 140 for 5. These two have added 60. It's the second partnership of any substance, really, in the innings. 52 added for the third wicket. But it's been hard graft, it really has. Gohar bowls, Brooks forward to this one, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. He's been tidy, Gohar. 4.2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for just 6 runs.
When you look, it's interesting that Waite and Brooks have faced a similar number of balls.
Brooks drives this one from, are we saying Zafar or Gohar? Zafar on the board, I suppose.
Yeah.
He's known as Zafar Gohar, isn't he? Up to mid-on, no runners, Bosch fields.
So Waite's faced 56 and Brooks faced 54. Yeah. But Waite has scored 49.
Brooks has now faced 55 as he dabs this one down on the onside.
Yeah, for just 19.
But
so
he's done a great job.
He has. That's.
This is, for me, if Ethan Brooks is going to become he's become a regular in the Red Bull side. He's on the walk this time, dabs it down on the onside, but seeking to make the number 6 spot his own and to become a consistent run scorer in Red Bull cricket. Came to New Road, he only got 100. Remember, I think he's got 2 since then. But he's got to play longer innings and occupy the crease. Cameos of 30 at a runner ball are not what's required all the time. Sometimes gets a single here as he cuts this one away off the back foot, out through the covers, and keeps the strike at the end of the over. 141 for 5, and we've got 4 overs left till the tea interval.
Yes, 4 important overs. One imagines, certainly for Worcestershire, who are under the pump. They can get through to tea, just maybe a little bit of time to settle, refocus. They've been really tested. We've seen Matthew Waite on his back, felled by a bouncer from Bosch. We've seen Brooks defend and defend and defend. But yet again, it's been a really good contest, and Middlesex, after starting the day well with the bat, with that wonderful 10th wicket partnership between Morgan and Helm, have bowled really well. It's Bosch running in, bowling, and Brooks just plays this nicely, guides it down towards deep third. They'll just get a couple as the chase is successful.
Right, I'm going to give the answer to the quiz.
Oh, here we go.
Because it's just got bigger and bigger and bigger. Anyway, so seam bowlers that have played for both Worcestershire and Middlesex. Okay.
Me.
Number 1.
Mr. Me, Alan Richardson, sir.
Alan Richardson,
Hey!
who had already been revealed by Kevin Hand. Okay, I'm going to do the 2 overseas. One of them is an Aussie that you know well. Great bowler.
Bosch is in. It's just played out
No
to
ball.
mid wicket. Can I bet he comes. He was born in Narromine.
Married a girl from England.
Correct.
Played here and was, some people say, the best bowler they've ever seen play here. Glenn McGrath.
Yeah, Narromine boy.
Who played a bit for Middlesex.
Not
and then
far from Orange,
a
by the way.
left arm seamer, Chaminda Vas. And then 2 right arm seamers who started here and went to Middlesex.
Bosch to Brooks defended up towards mid-off. It's picked up by cover running in. No run.
One of them a former pupil of mine and a former teammate as well, as was his dad, and that's Dean Headley, who played here, then went to Middlesex, then went to Kent, which is where he had most of his success. And the other one is somebody who I played against lots of times, Ricky Elcock, who played here and then went to Middlesex and would have played Test cricket for England probably had he not had a back injury when he'd been selected for a tour.
Bosch bowls to Brooks, who stoutly defends once again. He's been steadfast.
Ricky Elcock, who went on to become a transatlantic pilot with Virgin Atlantic Airlines until recently, really, and came back to speak to the Worcestershire Cricket Society 2 winters ago. 145 for 5. So there you are. They all play for Middlesex and Worcestershire. There's probably some others. There we go. Those are the ones I was thinking of.
Here's Bosch, and it's another foolish ball to Brooks, who just calmly defends it again. He's doing well here, Brooks. It's not a lot of scoring, but I think you're right, Frank. This is an important innings for Brooks. He's just gone down and just tapped the pitch. Ben Geddes has planted himself right in his eye line next to Matthew Waite at the other end of the pitch, just as a very straight, almost silly mid-on. In comes Bosch, I should say, to Brooke, who just takes a step forward and then leaves that one alone. Yeah, but that sort of straight, short mid-on has got Ben Geddes right in front of Brooks. They've got the short leg back in for him as well. It's Caleb Faulkner. He's under the helmet. And Bosch in bowls. It's left alone by Brooks, though. He's being patient. I don't think that's missed by a huge amount, judging by the reaction from the players. But the important thing as far as Ethan Brooks is concerned is that
it missed by something.
It missed by something. Doesn't matter how much bite. Only 2 kinds of leave.
Yeah.
And that, by the definition commonly given to that adage, is a good one. Worcestershire 145 for 5 now, with Waite on 49 and Brooks on 22. He's faced more balls now than Waite.
Actually,
as Brooks.
That missed by plenty, to be honest. I'm not quite sure what all the fuss was about. It kept a bit low, but it missed by a good 18 inches, I would say. And Zafar Gohar starts a new over, bowling to Waite from the Diglis end. His first ball is pushed out on the offside by Waite, who remains on 49. These two just need to stay together now till tea. 2 more overs after this one, and then they can just regroup and plan the last session. Waite defends again, and it will be a session of, well, they've added 83 in the session. They've lost 3 wickets. Well, 80 odd for 3 is my par session score usually. I think Waite turns this on the leg side. Well, he doesn't really. It sort of takes him on the pad. And so you'd say if you lose 3 and you score 80 odd in a session, I reckon it's difficult to say that one team or the other has particularly had the better of it. Gohar in once more, bowls, and Waite's driving this up to mid-off, but he can't get it past the field. 49 he remains.
He slowed down Waite after being struck in the side of the head, but also as T is approaching, he understands the importance of just staying out there now.
Absolutely. Safa Gohar in again, bowls. He goes back, Waite, and ooh, goodness me! An error of judgment there. He's gone back to one that he probably should have been forward to, and it scooted on. And I thought it looked for all the world as though it was going to be pinned LBW, but in fact he must have just got an inside edge on it, and he survived. But gosh, dicing with death on that one. He really was. And I'll be able to watch a replay of it in a minute. After this one, Gohar is in and bowls, and he's gone back to this one. He's cut it away, and that'll be his 50. Just going to get the one, and warm applause. Ooh, goodness me. He left everything exposed, didn't he? Just jammed the bat down on it. But well played, Matthew Waite. A very good 50 in the circumstances. Came to the crease. Very difficult situation, and he's made 50 off 62 deliveries with 7 fours, most of which came very early on in the innings.
Well, he was going at better than a runner ball for quite a bit of that, but he really slowed down just in this last sort of half hour, 20 minutes, half hour. But that's sensible, I think, in the circumstances, especially after he copped a knock. It's been a really gutsy effort, I think, this half century from Matthew Waite.
Absolutely. 2 overs left before tea.
Well, don't go anywhere, because these 2 overs could be hugely important. It's Bosch bowling from the New Road end. First ball is played by Waite just to short straight extra cover. No run. A real test of technique and character that's been going on this afternoon for this pair. And they've got 11 balls before tea. Waite is there and turns the next ball from Bosch into short mid wicket.
And then it will be Helm and Roland Jones again after tea, I would imagine.
Yeah, they really have done well, and Helm and Roland Jones were both fantastic. Roland Jones has picked up 3 wickets so far, and Helm has also bowled really, really well. It's been a good effort by Middlesex all round, as Bosch is in and bowls to Waite, who turns this one around the corner, and that's going to go for 4. He's just helped it on its way. Just a little tickle, and it was fine enough that the fielder out there in the deep can't get there in time. So that brings up the 150, I should say, for Worcestershire. The milestone, just try and tick off each small one. 150 for 5. Waite is on 54. Brooks on 22.
Yeah, they've just got to keep going, haven't they, these two?
There's no shortcuts, hey. No shortcuts out of this one.
No.
There's nothing
Keep
but
going.
grind. Waite does wait as Bosch is in. Bowls. It's defended nicely. Straight back down the pitch. Goes for a little walk. Just keep resetting. Don't lose concentration. Just 8 balls remaining in the session. Blue skies with only a few fluffy white clouds around.
It's glorious, isn't it?
Absolutely
glorious.
stunning. Honestly, it really is. I want to be up over underneath those lime green
Do you know
sails.
This is a bit of local geography that surprises people.
As Bosch runs in and bowls to Way to just shoves this one into the gap in between backward point and cover, and they'll just get a single.
So obviously the cathedral is on the other side of the river as we look. Those red buildings that you can see behind your favourite terrace are also on the other side of the river.
Oh, so that's the bend in the river.
Right. Well, yeah, you don't quite appreciate it, but
what's the pub on the river next to the cathedral?
well, the hotel is the Diglis Hotel. That's where
I was staying last night.
There is a pub on the river called the Anchor, but the other pub that has Anchor in its name is not on the river.
Here's Bosch bowling to Brooks, who plays that one straight, picked up by Geddes, who is in that position right next to the cut strip. And that's the end of the over, so they survive another one. Worcestershire 151 for 5, Waite on 55, Brooks on 22, and we have 33 overs remaining in the day, which means 1 over remaining
before
tea.
And it will be bowled by Zaffa go, oh yeah, where the river goes down, it joins the canal down there, and that canal, Mel, you could walk home from there, because that canal, where it joins the river down there, goes all the way into Gas Street Basin.
Really?
In the middle of Birmingham. Go our bowls and Waite defends on the back foot. And that area where there's a basin, it's called Diglis Basin, and people live on boats and so on in the basin down there, and then the canal goes off to the left and the river carries on down towards Tewkesbury and Gloucester and Avonmouth, etc. Go our bowls again, and that's played out on the offside by Waite. But that Diglis Hotel, Diglis Basin, Diglis etc., Diglis End, and I've already told you why it's called Diglis, Mel. You can enlighten the listeners. Dot ball, push back up. No? I'm sure I've said it lots of times. I thought I must have said it when I've been on there with you.
I think you have.
It's called Diglis because all of this land in this part of the city, including this ground, and indeed part of the car park, I believe, still is the case. Waite defence again, belonged to the cathedral, to the dean and chapter, and the club bought this ground from the cathedral. And Diglis comes from the French d'église, of the church.
Oh, d'église.
So all of that part of the city was Diglis because it belonged to the cathedral. Waite drives nicely, but can't beat Bosch at mid-on.
I like that. I really like that. No, you've not told me that before.
So d'église is where Diglis End comes from.
Of the church.
Of the church, yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit of local history.
Oh, I love
One ball
that.
left before tea.
Oh.
Many people who live in Worcester don't know that, actually.
Yeah. They've just brought another catcher.
Yeah, it's gone from short leg to silly point, Faulkner. As the last ball before the interval is bowled by Gohart, and Waite is turning it behind square on the leg side, and he'll just get 1. So that is the end of the session, and Worcestershire have got through it, losing 3 wickets whilst adding 90 runs. So that's a pretty even session. It's tea at New Road. Waite has 56, Brooks 22, Worcestershire 152 for 5, which means that they trail by 187 at the interval. No doubt about the bowler of the day for Middlesex, Toby Rowland-Jones, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 29, but they've all bowled well. Tom Helm, the other wicket taker. And that's the situation at tea. We'll be back at 4:30 or just thereafter. Until then, thanks very much for being with us.
this regulator, the secretary advisor to the ECB, the ICC, and the MCC are calling him for his advice on it. So he's not actually the person that's writing it, although he effectively is, because he'll end up writing what needs to be written. But he.
No, that's good. I'm really happy to talk about it because again.
Welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where players are about to get underway in the post-tea session on this second day of the game between Middlesex and Worcestershire. Rothesay County Championship Division 2 game, with Worcestershire at tea 152 for 5 in reply to Middlesex's first innings 339. And the Middlesex fielders just taking to the field. The two not out batsmen, Matthew Waite on 56 and Ethan Brooks on 22. And so far these two have helped Worcestershire recover by adding 72 for this 6th wicket since the 5th wicket went down with the score on 80. And we're going to see, I think, Sebastian Morgan have a bowl in the post-tea session from the New Road end. Morgan earlier today, 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 29 was a little bit expensive. The pick of the bowlers, undoubtedly, Toby Rowland-Jones, 12 overs, 4 maidens, an outstanding 4 for 29. But other excellence offered by Tom Helm, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 42. Bit expensive towards the end, but excellent early on, and indeed got the first wicket. And Ethan Bosch, 13 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 41. 7 overs of spin from Zafar Gohar, producing 1 maiden, no wicket for 9. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford from Worcester. Alongside me is Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London, and you will also hear from Melinda Farrell as Morgan bowls the first ball after tea, and it's pushed out on the offside, but it was a no ball. Umpire at this end, Ulas Gandhi from India, has been quite hot on no balls. He's actually no balled 3 different seam bowlers from this end: Helm, Bosch and now Morgan, and extras have climbed to 23 in this innings, and it's 154 for 5. He's standing a long way away to see a no ball, isn't he? That would be my reaction out there as Morgan bowls again down the leg side, taken on the pad. Good diving parry by Cracknell behind the stumps, prevents a leg bye. Beautiful evening at New Road. We've got 31 overs left in the day after this, so probably heading for a 6:30 finish, I reckon. And it's been a really well contested game of cricket this so far. Middlesex putting down the foundations yesterday morning, which allowed them to build a pretty good score. Waite defends again of 339. 70 from Robson, 49 from Holden, 37 from Faulkner, 85 from Deploy, 58 not out from this young man Sebastian Morgan. 4 wickets each for Ben Allison and Adam Finch. And Worcestershire in trouble at 10 for 2. 50 partnership for the 3rd wicket between Dolliver and Roderick. And then in trouble again at 80 for 5 as Morgan bowls, and Waite steers this off the back foot square on the offside, and there's no run. When the unfortunate Henry Cullen on debut was out caught at second slip by Sam Robson off Rowland-Jones. A really good delivery that bounced, and he had to play it just outside off stump. But they've battled their way back into it, these two. Waite on 56 received a crack on the side of the helmet, but recovered. And he is now hit on the pad, and there's a shout for LBW as he fell over that one a bit. I think his head fell over to the offside.
Where he's looking to drive it mid-on, you'd have thought that was out, wouldn't you? But let's have a look.
Next ball on the stream's a little bit behind, but umpire Gandhi not raising the finger on this occasion. There's Morgan again. bowls, and Waite gets the first runs of the evening session, 4 of them, short and wide outside the off stump. He's very strong there, and he pumps it away behind square on the offside. Just having another look at that share. Yeah, going down, I think, pretty.
Yeah, he didn't move the foot across, did he? When he was looking to play the on drive, you'd imagine that front pad went across, but it didn't.
So a boundary off that 5th delivery takes Worcestershire to 158 for 5, and Waite goes to 60. Comfortably the highest run scorer in this Worcestershire innings. Up the order at 5, it's the highest he's batted. So far, a justifiable decision. Hasn't been able to bowl in this game, certainly in the first innings. Morgan bowls, and that one nips back. There's a shout for the court behind, but I think it's flicked the pad. Cracknell took it low down. Umpire unmoved. End of the over, 158 for 5.
Yeah, Waite's on that previous LBW one, which they were more optimistic about than this one, this appeal. Waite was pretty much the leg side of it the whole time, wasn't he? He never moved across at all. No trigger movement and no step across to... You get on drive, you get that pad down and drive across the front of it, don't you? But yeah, drifting down on that occasion. Oh, yeah, drifting down. That's with the wobble, but you can see all of middle, all of off, obviously. And I reckon if the bat wasn't in the way, they'd see all of leg as well. So fair bet it was drifting down. So it will be Toby Rowland-Jones from the
and he's been the biggest threat, hasn't he? With
he has
just for 1 over where he was a bit tired at the end of the second spell.
Tom Helm started well, didn't he? I don't think he's particularly gone off the boil at all, but it's Rowland-Jones that's really blown this open, and forward goes Brooks defending into the onside.
Keeper standing up.
Yeah, Joe Cracknell injured the finger at Old Trafford that saw him out from then until now. Middlesex staff in the dugout again to our right. Peter Fulton, the head coach, director of cricket Alan Coleman, there's bowling coach Tim Murtagh, spin bowling coach Ian Salisbury. Slip in a gully. Here comes Rowland-Jones. He bowls and forward goes Brooks, smothering this into the onside because he played it rather as though it popped on him slightly, didn't he? If it had gone a little bit more forcefully, that could have been dollying up. Not to be. Alders has made the call for cake again today, Frank.
Oh, is he?
He has, yeah.
Not for me.
I'll have yours, don't worry.
Yeah, I knew you would. Too hot for cake today.
Too hot for cake. Here's Rowland-Jones, his 13th over. Balls and shorts, and punched through cover point for 4. It's a lovely shot. Brooks is on to 26, 162 for 5.
Yeah, nice shot. Doesn't miss out. I suppose the key, one of the keys, I think we said this yesterday, is that when teams are bowling well and the conditions are difficult, you do get a bad ball, don't miss out on it. Don't hit it straight to a fielder, don't go too hard at it. And we saw Lewis Deploy particularly yesterday, I thought, do that. Every bad ball he received, he made sure it was dispatched.
Rowland-Jones
doing the same there.
Onto the hip of Brooks, worked to deep backward square leg. It's got a long way for a leg by, isn't it? Clearly it was. Hey?
They're good, these pads.
Yeah.
Isn't they?
Well, I was going to call it as a leg bye to begin with, but then I saw how far it went and I thought maybe there was a little bit of bat involved. But all change. Helm's coming out from slip. Robson's going into slip, and Helm is being put at short extra cover. Robson was second slip, but he takes up the slip position. Here's Rowland-Jones. Past the umpire, he bowls, and now it's hit up on the thigh guard. A cry of catch. It falls well short of Robson. The reason it fell short is because it was excuse me, Excuse me, it was protective guard and not part of the bat. I got a frog in my throat, sorry. Back with you, I think. I hope. Aaron Jones. Past the umpire. Bowls and... Oh, that's going to be close. Looking to drive. Was there bat involved? I think there was. I reckon there's 2 deflections there, because otherwise I reckon that, again, similarly, was going to be very, very close.
Yeah.
Just like the Morgan one, but maybe the pad didn't go across again. Maybe he started leg side and stayed leg side. We'll have a look.
But uncomfortable in the first 2 overs after tea, it must be said. A boundary for each player, but 2 shouts that were of more than passing interest, shall we say. And one against, well, both against Waite actually. And just have another look at that last one now. Yeah.
Stayed leg side again?
Yeah, it did. Morgan Bowles beats Brooks outside the off stump, but it was a good shout. It was going down. Yeah, going down. He did stay quiet. Hit him in front of leg, I think, and it was angled across. But yeah,
he starts leg side and he doesn't particularly go across.
No.
Like I say, most batters you thought, oh, that's trouble.
Yeah, he's not. He stands very still. Matthew Waite. He's quite big on alignment, I think. If he thinks if he's out of form, he just speaks to 1 or 2 people about just how he's actually lining himself up. Morgan is in again, bowls. Brooks is forward to this one, pushes out on the offside, no run. Well, it was very much what Worcestershire needed, a partnership, when Henry Cullen was out with the score on 80. And it looked disastrous. Still a long way behind, of course, but it doesn't look quite so dismal as it did. As Morgan is in again, and that's driven handsomely off the back foot by Brooks, but handsome is all it is, because it goes straight to the fielder in the covers, and he doesn't get anything for the shot. Remains on 26 not out. His brother, of course, is a Middlesex staff member, isn't he?
Who's that, sorry?
Henry.
Oh, Brooks, yeah, of course, yeah.
Although he's been out on
He's
loan.
not in the squad for this one. No.
Been out on loan at Derby as well, hasn't he?
Brought down from Warwickshire.
There's Morgan again. He beats him again outside. There's some good delivery. Yeah, it went out on loan to Derbyshire as a bowler and got his career best batting score in the championship game earlier this season. 87, I think. Henry Brooks.
Just looking back on the weight one as well, I've just frozen it on the point of impact again. You can see all of off, and behind that you'd see all of. Behind the bats, you'd see all of
there's still 4
middle
feet
again
to go, isn't it?
Exactly. So yeah.
Here's Morgan again. Nice, easy, rhythmic approach. He bowls, and Brooks is forward. Pushes this up to mid on, and there's no run.
It's nice to be able to rock and roll on these streams though, and say, "Yep, umpire's got that right."
And usually they do, don't they? You get the odd, one wrong, and you get the odd one, a mistake, and they regret it, and they say afterwards to the player, "I think I got that wrong." But generally speaking, I think they're really good. I think, generally speaking, 1 or 2 that you worry about. Morgan bowls, pushed out on the offside by Brooks. End of a very good over from Sebastian Morgan. 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 35. Worcestershire 163 for 5, and we've got 29 overs left in the day.
Busy dugout down there now. You got the physio, the fitness and conditioning coach, the masseur, who I did call the masseuse yesterday.
You did. I didn't like to. I didn't like to say anything.
Well, careful.
Exactly. My very point.
But I'm assured he is the masseuse. Monsieur.
When you said monsieur, he's French, presumably then, is he? Monsieur.
Roland Jones begins the new over. Forward defence from Waits, pushed into the offside. No run. Luke Holman's there as well, sub. He was on for a little while, wasn't he, Luke? He's off again now. The sub fielder. He's got one of his jackets on. He's got to be warm in that, hasn't he? Is it cold down there in the shadow of the pavilion?
Not really. He's not.
Bit of a breeze.
Don't know. Not really. I don't.
These southerners, eh, Frank?
Yeah, absolutely.
Where were you born?
I was born in Manchester. Yeah, but I only lived there for 5 years.
Yes, Roland Jones bowls. This is pushed to mid-on. To mid-wicket. Coming across in front of mid-on Holden. On 63 for 5. That's long enough to have acclimatised. That's set your barometer for life, hasn't it? 5 years in Manchester.
Between 4 and 5, and then I moved to Solihull, just south of Birmingham, where I lived until I went to university, and then came to Worcester, and then left Worcester, and then came back.
Where did you leave for?
Well, I went to teach at Repton School in Derbyshire.
Roland Jones bowls, and forward goes the right-handed weight, and there's no run. So Manchester,
where Worcestershire played Derbyshire last year in the one-day cup at Repton, on my old school ground, where I was in charge of the cricket for quite a long time, where Martin Spate is now in charge, who is responsible for the development of Harry Brook, among others. Jordan Cox.
Double ton for Cox yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, not that Cox, the Surrey Cox.
Oh, sorry.
Clark. Jordan
is Roland Jones in bowls, and this is he's to backward point, and there's no run.
Jordan
So it wasn't
Cox got double ton, didn't he, yesterday? And he was here for the Lions last week. I watched him and didn't get any, but really, really talented, isn't he, Jordan Cox? But no, Jordan Clark. I'm thinking of the Surrey all-rounder, seamer. But Martin Spate, who is now bringing on a new bunch and some fine young cricketers at Repton.
Roland Jones to wait. This ball's eased into the offside. We're into the 53rd over, Frank. Only seemed like a moment ago, and
Libby was out. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So they've done well here. They've done very well, Worcestershire. That's only 27 now to avoid the follow-on, which we're pretty sure Middlesex would never have enforced anyway. But they're in a good position. The only thing they'll have to weigh up if they don't enforce the follow-on is, should they fall short of it, is any potential weather over the last 2 days. It is a must-win, it feels like, for Middlesex, as Roland Jones is in, he bowls, and this is pushed back again.
I don't think there's any problem with weather.
Was it yourself or Mel said showers before the start of play tomorrow, but then uninterrupted thereafter?
I looked at a kind of long-range Met Office one the other day, and didn't see any potential for.
Well, they reckon it's 48 hours, don't they?
So tomorrow looks good, and Monday looks good. Light cloud, gentle breeze. It's been lovely, actually, hasn't it? The weather. It's been. I mean, it was a bit breezy yesterday, but I mean, trees aren't stirring much today. It's been really, really pleasant, hasn't it? 163 for 5, and Sebastian Morgan begins a new over from the New Road end, and Ethan Brooks is defending this back up the pitch to him. The crowd stayed pretty much the same, hasn't it, throughout the day? Similar amounts. You get fluctuations during the week when people call in after work, and it's free after tea, of course, but fairly consistent. And I've sat out a couple of times when I've been on a break. It's not too hot in the sun. Morgan again bowls. Brooks, very watchful in defence, drops down on the onside. Middlesex searching for this 6th wicket, 83 so far added, but they're still a long way ahead, so they can afford to be patient.
Be interested to see Zafar Gohar again. That ball that he got to really bounce just before tea, I think, is the one that will interest him greatly.
Morgan bowls. Brooks forward again. blocking it. Yeah, the one to wait. It was an error of judgment from the batter. He went back and should have been forward, and then he just jammed his bat down on it at the very last minute. And again, it was one of those where
Which
all
was that
three
one, sorry?
stumps were visible. The go hard to wait just before.
Oh no, I'm thinking of the one that really bounced on the cut.
Yeah,
the one that he looked to
went
cut and the
past
keeper took it.
Yeah. But there was also that one that hurried on, and he came close twice. He was very tidy, wasn't he? And this one is Morgan again outside the off stump, and Brooks pushes out on the offside. And,
Well, Middlesex
and surprisingly, Brooks didn't sweep or reverse sweep, which he does compulsively usually.
Well, the
against
bounce
spin
might be the
bowlers.
clue there, mightn't it?
But he very, very rarely doesn't play a sweep to a spin bowler, but he didn't.
Middlesex do regard him as probably the best spinner in the country.
This one is again pushed out on the offside, but it's a no ball signalled by the umpire.
And he is now qualified for England, having played one test for Pakistan. Good bat as well, Gohar.
As I said yesterday, I can't believe they're not top, really, of Division 1. Best spinner in the country, best number 11 in the country, best young all-rounder in the country. Here's Morgan again. Bowls, and that's slightly down the leg side, and Brooks just flicks it off his pads. Wants to, but will be ill-advised to take them, because that's a fabulous throw coming in from... is it Roland Jones down there?
Tom Helm, I think.
Tom Helm, really good. Picked the ball up.
No, you're right, it is Roland Jones. Rarely send down there now.
Picked it up and saw that Brooks wanted to, and very intelligently threw it, very accurately, to the non-striker's end. And if Brooks hadn't had his wits about him, he'd have given it away there. Good, really good fielding from the veteran. 166 for 5. Morgan bangs that one in short at weight, which is not a bad idea. It doesn't do it very often. I think it's good if you just slip the odd one in, just to remind the batter that you can, and it gets him out of the over without further damage. 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 38 for Morgan. He was a little bit expensive in his first spell, but pretty good there. 166 for 5 at the end of that over.
So, Roland Jones, 4 for 33 from 14. And he will...
You can't. And you know, I was teasing you there, but we've talked about Morgan and everything else, but you can't beat experience, can you? Roland Jones has used these conditions so well.
Yeah. He's got a slip in place and a short extra cover. He's in bowls, and that's turned back on a square on the leg side for a single, where Gohar will underarm it back to the keeper. 167 for 5. But I think this is... Sorry, go ahead.
Well, you know, you identified Tom Helm before the innings as a potential threat, and obviously he was, and still will be, because of his height and the length that he bowls. But probably if we'd have had a real think, we'd have said Roland Jones is going to know what to do here.
He's in bowls, and forward goes Waite, pushing back up the track. Well, I think it's always a given with Roland Jones. It's who's going to do it alongside him, because he can't do it all on his own. And at the moment, he's got 4 of the 5 to go. So it needs to be Helm or Bosch or Morgan to step up. Higgins so often does. And at the moment, the old fella can't continue to shoulder it for years, can he? You know, so once they're through this spell of Roland Jones, then that's pretty much it then until the second new ball. So Middlesex would rather hope to get it done by then, as here's Roland Jones in bowls, and this is run back at a point, and a single's taken, and that's where you think of Roland Jones and Murtagh when they used to bowl together. Well, they couldn't score a run off Murtagh, and they couldn't really score a run off Roland Jones. So how do you survive the pair of them? Middlesex would always fancy that one of them would come up with something special. Higgins is playing very much that role at the moment alongside Roland Jones, but out with the wrist injury at the moment. But picking up bagfuls of wickets still, Ryan Higgins. Yeah, like I say, Navia Sharma sat on the sidelines at the moment. I think he'd have been very useful on this surfaces. Here's Roland Jones in, bowls, push back. Noah Cornwell here as well. But the other thing is, how many youngsters do you put in at once? 3, 4, 5 years down the line with those three, you'd think Middlesex is going to be in a good position, but what do they say? You don't win anything with kids.
Yeah, which is nonsense.
I think he's a cricket fan, Alan Hansen. Mark Lawrence is, I think, isn't he? Here's Roland Jones in, bowls, and this is ease to backward point. There's no run, the former match of the day duo.
Yeah, Gary Lineker certainly is, isn't he?
Of course he is,
a very
yeah.
good player, wasn't he, apparently?
He was a snooker fan as well, wasn't he? Him and Cliff Thorburn were best mates, weren't they? Do you remember that?
He played county second team cricket, I think, didn't he, for Leicestershire?
Phil Neville for Lancashire.
Yeah, and Gary Neville.
Yeah.
They're both very good, weren't they? I think. Could have been. Genuinely, I think probably could.
Phil Neville, I think they say, certainly could have been, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just think of the career he missed out on, never mind Champions Leagues.
Mm.
All them millions. Here's Roland Jones in, bowls, and forward goes
isn't it? It's like,
Brooks.
I've said it many times. Joe Hart was in the academy here, you know, left arm seamer. Chose football. Probably did the right thing. His bank manager certainly thinks so. End of the over, 168 for 5. These two continue to frustrate Middlesex. We've got 26 overs left in the day.
Couldn't really call them the ones that got away because, as you say, no brainer. They're not the ones that got away. You had no chance.
No.
As soon as football came calling, and that was it.
I'll tell you another goalkeeper who was a really good seam bowler and did play a fair bit of cricket. I still occasionally see him. I'll probably see him quite a bit more next season because I think I'm going to be covering Coventry City. It's Morgan Bowles, short, cut away by Waite, and that's going to go all the way. Tends to stay hit when Waite cuts it, and that takes him to 65 and the total to 172 for 5. And that is Steve Grizovic, the former Coventry City goalkeeper who holds the record appearances for Coventry, I think, and played a bit for Shrewsbury Town as well, but he was on Liverpool's books, understudy to Ray Clements at one time. He was a really good quick bowler for Shrewsbury and Shropshire and Coventry and North Warwickshire in the Birmingham League. Quick, got a bit of bounce, moved it away. Took the wicket of F. Watson on 2 or 3 occasions, I can tell you that. But Joe Hart, left arm seamer apparently, pretty good. Morgan Bowles worked away on the leg side by Waite, but straight to the fielder at square leg. 172 for 5. Tom Helm loosening up vigorously. Short extra. Going to see him fairly soon. Just the 1 wicket for him. 4 for Roland Jones. The others wicketless. But it's been tidy. It's been hard work for the batter. Been hard work for the batter from the beginning of the day yesterday. Morgan in again, bowls, and that is short and wide again, and again Waite is not going to miss out on that, and he just smacks it behind square. Minimum of first straight pat, and very, very nicely executed back foot square drive takes him on to 69, and the total to 176 for 5. Morgan learning, as do young bowlers when they come in, that margins for error are smaller than the first team.
Well, this is the thing, young all-rounder as well. You go well with the bat. It's asking a lot for the 18-year-old to come and be that man that backs up Roland Jones here. And that's where Bosch and Helm, just fancied Helm might be the one that, again, teams that win things, they've got that they've got those partnerships, haven't they?
It's Morgan again. Well, there you go. I like that. Really good response from the young man. He's been hit for 2 fours in this over. He's bowling a bloke on 69. His figures aren't that great. He's halfway through his 8th over and he's gone for 46, and he thinks, well, I'm going to let him have one here.
I don't think he'll lack for confidence, will he? But
I've mentioned Jack Home several times and said the similarities, and that's exactly the sort of thing that Jack Home would have done. Played with Morgan in the under-19 England under-19 setup last year, Jack Home, but he's a bit quicker, but that's exactly the sort of thing that you like to see. Back on it this time, and Waite just pushes this out. on the leg side, and there's no run. And it was a no ball again, signalled by the umpire. So they're leaking runs a little bit. That's 10. Well, come on, this over.
You mentioned the pace of this surface. I wonder how much the new ball is the key element here. Middlesex made the most of it today, didn't they? Worcestershire didn't yesterday. And then it was catch-up for Worcestershire with the ball. They're playing catch-up now with the bat, but catch-up they are.
Morgan again. In, bowls, and wait again, just sort of gets a bottom corner on it, drops it down on the onside. So 25 overs left in the day after this. Looking at about a 6:30 finish, I think. Hope. Supposed to be going out tonight, Kev.
Where you going? Candlelit for you tonight, is it?
Friends barbecue.
Oh.
I think that's the plan.
Not the candlelit concert in the cathedral.
No. Morgan bowl short and wait, heaves it round on the leg side and has given it away. He's caught by Roland Jones at long leg. That is very, very well bowled by Seb Morgan. Matthew Waite absolutely livid with himself. I think that's a really good bit of bowling by the youngster, and he's been a tiny bit expensive. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 48, but he's broken the partnership. Well bowled, Sebastian Morgan.
Yeah, that was fine cricket from the youngster. The bumper picking up the wicket. Middlesex needed something out of somewhere, didn't they? As I said, you know what you're going to get from Roland Jones, but it's around him that you need somebody else to come up with something to help fire through a side. And well, Morgan has his first now, to go with Helm having one as well. Generous round of applause there for Waite, because they were in a fair bit of trouble. The applause has grown through this innings, hasn't it? It was almost groaned with the applause for the first 50 partnership, and it was similar for the century being brought up in this innings. It was almost a reluctant applause for the century, but that was very generous on this occasion. Who's the new batter? He could be timed out here, Frank. Where's he gone? Have we found him yet? Here he comes.
Tom Taylor.
Charges from the shadow of the pavilion into the gorgeous sunshine here at New Road. 1, 7, 8 for 6. And Taylor comes to join Brooks. 28 from 85. 12 runs shy of the follow-on, but again, they wouldn't take it. Clive Eakin quoted me on that on the BBC. At whatever it was, when they were 5 down or so, just after lunch. But Kevin's pretty sure that Middlesex wouldn't enforce the follow-on, even if they did manage to force this collapse. But yeah, I think those few deliveries from Zafar Gohar, as much as anything, would suggest. But also the fact that at the moment it is still Roland Jones who's doing it, and he can't do it all alone. In one innings, he can't do it all alone twice. So they need a bit of inspiration from somewhere else. Well, Morgan's found that with the bumper to get rid of the very dangerous Waite. 1, 7, 8 for 6. And here is Brooks on strike, because that was the end of the over. Roland Jones runs in, bowls, and forward goes Brooks, defending back up the track, and there's no run.
What time did we start after tea? 4, was it?
Something like that.
I think so. Time for a break. Time to get melon, isn't it?
Getting in trouble here with Danny Knights, who you know from Middlesex. Young Danny says, stop coughing. It did leap up on me, to be fair, Danny. Too much cake. Actually, we haven't had cake yet. 1, 7, 8 for 6. And here's Roland Jones. Keeper stood up, he bowls, and all beats with a bit of bounce. Brooks, forward defence from... Shall I just move along now? Would that be the easy way to do this? And then Mel's musical chairs again in here. And yeah, that was a bit of bounce again for Roland Jones, but very well kept by Cracknell, who standing up be wary of the bounce. Roland Jones is in, bowls, that's left alone by Brooks outside of the off stump. Oh, someone else has come in. Have they brought cake? Is this the cake delivery? No, still no cake.
Oh, I've just registered my my thoughts on the no cake situation, even though that's only because of you, with Ashley Giles, the chief executive, has popped into the press box for a little while. So I have registered my concerns.
For the lack of cake?
Well, not for me, but for you. I'm always thinking of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Here's Roland Jones bowls. This is turned through square leg for a single. 179 for 6. Brooks 29. That's my favourite phrase of this match now. My favourite phrase of the season. Deceptively frail. That's me, deceptively frail. Always looking for cake.
This is a real test of Brooks, this is. It's not how you would perhaps normally see him play, but look, Tom Taylor, very handy, can be very handy with the bat as well. He can certainly bat.
Roland Jones passes the umpire, bowls, and this is pushed back up the track. And there's no run. 179. 179 for 6.
It certainly is a real test of Worcestershire, because they've been pretty relentless, Middlesex, with the ball. It's been a very good performance all round by the visiting side. And it's got Worcestershire with their backs to the wall.
Roland Jones. It's the crease now. He bowls, and Taylor leaves alone outside the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. 179 for 6. Was it a good night at the Opera last night?
It was a really good night at the Opera, yes.
Band AA on your ticket here in front of us in the press box.
Yeah, posh seats. Right up the front at one of the posh pews at Worcestershire Cathedral.
Yeah, I was in the non-posh. What do you call a non-posh pew? The riff-raff pew.
Pleb pew. Pleb pew.
I made a mistake there. Oh, it looked like a great deal. $5. What have you said now? What have I missed? You chuckling about?
No, nothing.
Have you filled out the form? They've asked you to fill out a form on the back of this, haven't they?
Well, I didn't fill out the form. Here's Sebastian Morgan in around the wicket, and he's got him! The wicket! Oh, Ethan Brooks. He throws the bat in the air in frustration after being so dogged, facing 90 balls for his 29 runs, and he's just got a little tickle on it. And he is absolutely furious with himself. So after Brooks and Waite really stuck together in defiance for that partnership, now both are back in the sheds, and they're still a way off the follow-on. Not that I think it would be.
No, I don't think so. I mean, the way that Zaffa was getting that ball to bounce earlier, go hard, I don't think you'd want to bat last on this, would you? There's bid in it, and you look at that one, I think we're going to get the view of it now, aren't we? That ball from young Mr. Morgan, who has 2 wickets to go with his 50 in this game. And well batted and now well bowled from Middlesex's genuine all-rounder, Morgan. I was just saying to Frank, there was a bit of bounce to that. It just seemed back in, which tucked him up, didn't it? Bounce and a little bit of movement.
Good ball. It leaves Worcestershire really struggling at 179 for 7. And now with 2 new batters at the crease in Taylor, who's yet to score off 2 balls faced, and Swanepoel, who is yet to face a ball as he comes in. It's been pretty relentless, as I said before. And Brooks, well, he was a study in concentration for so long. You can understand why he's so frustrated in the end. I thought he was maintaining a pretty fine vigil with Matthew Waite. It was a good partnership, but now both of them removed, and Worcestershire find themselves under the pump once more. Still a long way behind, trailing by, is that 100 and 160 runs in the first innings.
Yes, what is it? It's 11 runs to avoid the follow-on. But I can't see it. I can't see it at all. 24 overs to go on the second day. The Worcestershire's best chance of winning from here would be that Middlesex enforce the follow-on. They go out and hit something around 300.
Here's Morgan around the wicket, first ball to Swanepoel, and he just turns it behind square leg, and it was vacant enough for them to be able to run through for the single, get Swanepoel off the mark.
And for a lot of these guys, it's their, they've got one championship game this week, they've got another one next, and that's it, feet up again until late August. So I'm sure certainly there'll be a good number of the batters, Sam Robson you think of, who would dearly love to go out and have another bat, even on a testing surface as it is.
Problem for Worcestershire is that they lose wickets in clumps. I saw that losing 2 wickets early with Libby and Latigan, and then they lost 3 for 18 in that middle period. There's Morgan, he's in and bowls to Taylor, he leaves that one alone, and then they've lost 2 for 1 just now with the departure of Brooks and Waite. So that's a problem for them, and I think it's a problem that has been dogging them quite a bit this year, these little collapses that happen throughout their innings. So even though they bat quite deep, they tend to find that 1 wicket or 2 wickets follow another. There's Morgan, he's in and bowls to Taylor, who tries to whip it down the leg side but doesn't make any connection, and it's taken by Cracknell. I think Middlesex will be feeling quite satisfied with how things have gone in their trip up the motorway so far. Still a long way to go though. Good weather as forecast for the rest of this fixture, as Morgan is in over the wicket now, and there's a little outside edge, but it's wide of the slips cordon, and it's going to go all the way. So Taylor is off the mark with a boundary. A bit of a streaky one, it must be said, but he's still out there, and that's the main thing. So takes the score to 184 for 7. Taylor on 4, Swanepoel on 1.
Is the Australian take on follow-on still very much the same? You go and bat again, you don't enforce?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's mostly the way, isn't it? It's, Morgan bangs one in and it's down the leg side, and it's actually a no ball. It was very, very short. So that adds another couple to the total, 186 for 7. Most people feel, particularly in Test cricket, right? Especially when you've got a series and whether it's 3, 4 or 5 tests, get the opportunity to grind the other team's bowlers into the ground. You want to take it. Here's Morgan, and that is again a play and a miss.
How did that end up? Did it go through to the keeper?
Yeah, it did. Do you know what
was
deceptive is because first slip turned around and it almost looked like it had gone past him, but it hadn't. He turned around to go and pick up the helmets. It's the end of the over, 186 for 7 now, Worcestershire. And in quite a bit of trouble. 2 new batters at the crease. Taylor is on 4 and Swanepoel is on 1. Wicket of Ethan Brooks falling in that last over from Morgan. Out for, in the end, he was out there for a long time, but he fell for 29 off 90 deliveries. He batted for just over 2 hours. So it was a very watchful innings, but all comes to naught. Morgan is just being handed a drink on the
Roland Jones around the wicket, and down the track comes Swanepoel and carves him through the covers for 4. Well, we've not really seen anything like that in this innings, have we? Nor really this match, I suppose. Deploy maybe a little, but Swanepoel, clear intent from Worcestershire's number 9 there.
I'm just watching Morgan after he got the drink, Tim Murtaugh's just come over and just gave him a low five, a little bit of a congratulations. Having a chat there on the boundary rope. I think he would have liked seeing that.
No, I think it was Josh de Carey's maybe took a wicket for Middlesex a couple of years back, and the question that was asked to Murtagh at the close, who maybe took 5 for, let's say, that day, as forward goes Sonopol from within the crease now defending, back up the track to Roland Jones. Like, you do realise that when you took your first class wicket, Tim, Josh wasn't even born.
Oh, that's mean.
That was mean.
Oh.
I think Jimmy gets a bit of that, doesn't he, up at Lancs?
Yeah.
Scott Reed can be mean, can't he? Scott Reed will put the knife in like that.
Do you know what, though? Tim Murtagh looks so fit. He looks fit enough to walk out there and run in, I reckon. Well, he does, look.
Here's Roland Jones down the leg side. They'll pick up single 191 for 7. I thought you meant he looks fit enough to walk out there to the middle and decide, no, I'm not having that, and run back inside. No, he's done with it, I think. He's not missing it one iota, which I always thought he would. I remember having a conversation with Mertz when he was about 33, and he was like, yeah, thinking about what I've got to do after cricket. I said, well, it's a long way yet, isn't it? And he said, well, not really. I said, Mertz, you're a long time retired. Why would you even be considering giving it up? And 33 or so, he'd have been around that time, I reckon, when we were having that chat. But on he went into his 40s. Roland Jones over the wicket, he bowls. That's defended back up the track, no run. 191 for 7.
I was lucky enough. One of the best tests that I've ever covered was
Ireland, England.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
Well, I wasn't actually at that one. I was at Ireland's first test against Pakistan.
Ah, yes, when poor old Ed Joyce, he got it in the ear for years from Murtagh scoring those runs, highest test average for Ireland, Tim Murtagh. Roland Jones is in, bowls, forward goes Taylor, pushing back up the track. Have you got it in front of you there? What did he get?
That's that test. No, well, we took 4 for 45 in economy rate of 1.8 in the first innings.
That was loose from Murtagh.
Yeah, I know. He's miserly as anything, isn't he? No, he was not out for 5, and then...
Was that not the match he got the 50?
No,
maybe it was the second one then.
2 for 55 in the...
Oh, that was right, because that was Ed Joyce's only test, wasn't it?
Yep, it was.
Here's Roland Jones, he bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside, and he did absolutely everything he could just to keep going, because he had terrible hip injuries over the years, and or hip problems. So he kept going just so he could play that one test, but not to be. And then it must have been the second test then Mercer went and got a 50 odd.
Well, the first day was entirely rained out, and it was like, oh gosh, after all the builds up and everything else, and then it came down that the last morning, 3 wickets fell. Ireland took 3 wickets, and you just thought, oh, Kevin O'Brien played a brilliant innings as well.
What a team they were.
Yeah, Kevin O'Brien, 118. He got to keep them in it. And on that last morning, you just thought, oh, and then they ended up getting...
That's a heck of a top 6, isn't it?
Across the line. They enforced the follow-on, Pakistan. So Ireland couldn't get across the line in their first, as Morgan starts another over, and it's worked to short mid-wicket by Swanepoel, no run. But it was, I was there for 9 or 10 days for that test, because we went across with my producer when I was at Cricinfo, and we went up to Sion Mills and we filmed up there, and we did all this filming around it, and every night we were in Gibney's, the pub, for a Guinness, and it was just a great week.
A Guinness?
Yeah, just one. Morgan around the wicket, slashed away, lovely cut shot, beats the infield, and that's 4 runs. Swanepoel has decided he's going to try and put a bit of pressure back on the young whippersnapper Morgan.
Yeah, so Middlesex needs somebody here to finish it off at the other end, don't they? And whether it's Helm to come back as well. Roland Jones 4 for 41 from 17 overs now. Morgan into his 10th after the fine efforts with the bat. 2 for 59, so his economy's a bit rough, but he's got a couple of wickets. Roland Jones is next to him. Where is Helm? Helm is in that slip.
I commented on that earlier. It's unusual to see a fast bowler go from bowling to first slip. As Morgan is in, and it's defended straight back down the pitch past Morgan.
And he's warming up, isn't he, Helm? Slip. Ready to go. Yeah, missed out at Joyce in that one, didn't he? But that was quite the top order. Was it Porterfield, Joyce, Balburney?
Yep. Niall O'Brien, Nobby.
Yep. Paul Sterling, Kevin O'Brien. I mean, that's not bad.
That's a solid lineup. It was a great occasion. It was the comeback of Muhammad Amir as well. There's Morgan around the wicket now, and it's a short ball that Swanepoel ducks under.
Speaking of missing out, I'm still thinking I missed out on a night at the Opera last night. I would have been. I've got the ticket from your candlelit concert in the cathedral.
Yeah, I highly recommend it to anyone. I'm going to see.
Oh, it would have been no good filling it out, actually, the form on the back, because it does clearly say fill me out and leave me behind.
I know. So, I missed out on that. What could I have got if I filled it out and left it behind?
Oh, you'd have been in with a chance of latest updates and ticket discounts.
Okay, here's Morgan. Bowls. Oh, that's gone past. Yeah, so he's actually got, I think, a little bit of an edge, Swanepoel, but it's died and fallen short of the fielders behind the stump. So a little bit of fortune. Swanepoel has raced to 10 off 9. I saw him play a lovely cut shot. There is a backward point in position. And Morgan is in. He flashes a lavish drive, but it doesn't time it at all, and it ends up just meandering up to mid-on, and that will finish off the over from Morgan. Worcestershire 195 for 7. So does that mean they have... Was it 195, the follow-on?
190.
190. Oh, they avoided it, sorry.
Wasn't it? 190, am I going mad? 339. Yeah, 190, wasn't it?
So they have avoided it. That's one thing ticked off. 195 for 7 with Taylor on 4 and Swanepoel on 10. Last wicket to fall, Brooks, after he applied himself for more than 2 hours. They're still a long way behind Middlesex's first innings total of 339, which they got to this morning in the first session. Wonderful last wicket partnership between Helm and Morgan. It's been a good day for them.
Zafar Gohar, I think this is the right move. He's left arm around the wicket, he bowls to Taylor, it's dug out, back to mid-on, full ball. I think this is the right move for Middlesex to try and finish this off. Swanepoel's a left-hander for the left arm finger spinner. As he bowls now to the right-handed Taylor, and it's eased into the offside.
Just keeping an eye as well on that Australia-South Africa game in the Women's T20 World Cup. Australia are looking pretty good. South Africa needs 76 in 34 balls and they're 6 down.
Gohar bowls and backing up, Taylor defends. Around once more. Slipping a short leg. Mid-wicket, mid-on. Deepish mid-off. Extra cover, deep cover point, backward point, and Gohar bowls, the right-hander. Looks to turn down the leg side, but through to the keeper it goes. There's a deep square I've missed as well in all of this.
By the way, top score in that match, and it's 50 off 24 balls to Phoebe Litchfield, who comes from Orange, my hometown.
Forward goes Taylor, a little inside tickle out to deep square, and he moves to 5, 196 for 7. And what's she done?
She scored a 24 ball 50, top score in the match. So, yeah.
Batted Phoebes.
Well, I always feel obliged to, I'm obliged to mention Orange at least once a day. So that's given me my excuse.
Orange is the New Black. It's a good show, that. Have you seen it?
Do you know what? I haven't.
I'm halfway through it.
Ah, okay.
Need to go back to it.
I find it really hard to watch a series because I'm all over the place all the time.
Go Harzin bowls, and has he? No, well, maybe he has. It's gone through the keeper. Let's see what signal by the umpire. Was it an inside edge? 4 runs it is. 200 up for Worcestershire. 200 for 7. They trail by 139. Taylor moves to 5, and the applause is getting ever more generous. I felt like it was a reluctant applause when the 50 partnership came up for, what would it have been, the 3rd wicket, was it? Yes, it was.
Well, just each of these milestones, they've just got to fight hard, haven't they? They've got to get it as close as they can to Middlesex's first innings score of 339. Still a long way off, 139 runs behind. But if they can get that down to double figures, you'll at least start feeling like, right, well, if we bowl well in the second innings, have a bit of luck along the way.
I think it was an outside edge, you know. Did it come off the keeper's glove and the way through as well? I mean, it looks as though it beat the outside. It looks as though it took the outside edge.
But then it ended up on the other side.
Of the keeper, yeah. Here we go. We're seeing the replay again. It must have been an inside edge, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, I think it's an inside edge. Very fortunate. They're still out there. Here is Helm back. He's in over the wicket. First ball is a solid back foot defensive shot from Taylor. But Helm does the fielding for himself. And this is a time of day too, with that late afternoon sunshine. It just hits the cathedral. It sort of glows. The afternoon sunshine. Sun shining directly across the shadows of the players, all pointing towards the cathedral at the moment. Taylor waits as Helm is in a full ball. He digs that one out up to mid-on, no run. Just how many can Worcestershire put on for these 3 remaining wickets? At least get the deficit down to double figures. That'll be perhaps the first or the next little milestone. As Helm is in, and that has really leapt up from a full length. Taylor gets on top of it, no run. What are you looking up?
Someone sent me a link, but you're always worried when you're on air, aren't you? Oh, it is a cricket link, but you're always worried when you're on air, aren't you?
Well, I'm not, because I don't have dodgy friends who send me dodgy links, clearly.
Yes, you do. Lots of them.
Not in the least. It's Helm. He's in past the umpire, bowls. Oh, that's a big flashing drive from Taylor that completely misses. Goes through to the keeper. He has to be careful here. It's Helm. Well, he's bowled 13.4 overs and he's 1 for 42. That probably, I don't think, really reflects just how good he's been. I thought he bowled really well this morning.
Helm?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was outstanding, wasn't he? But they need him to add to that wicket column and wrap this up.
Helm bowls. It's defended well, though, this time by Taylor. What they will be hoping, Worcestershire, is that they can put together the kind of frustrating lower order partnership that frustrated Worcestershire themselves early this morning. Just get a couple of decent partnerships at the end here. Set the game up for a really tight tussle in the 3rd and 4th innings. As Helm is in and bowls, and it's defended once more into the offside. Goes out to mid-off. No run to finish off the over. So the score remains at 200 for 7. Taylor on 5. Swanepoel has been the more aggressive of the two, because Taylor's 5 have come off 21 deliveries. Swanepoel's 14 has come off 11.
Roland Jones is off. Luke Holman's on. I think he's alright, just a comfort break.
Love that term, comfort break. Make yourself comfortable.
Is there an Australian version of the comfort break? Do they call it comfort break in Australia, or what's it called?
we'd
He's
probably
nipping off for a moment to himself.
Yeah, we probably wouldn't be so discreet, would we? And call a spade a spade.
200 for 7. Here's now this is the contest, I think. This is the first time we're going to see Zafar Gohar bowling left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Swanepoel, who reverse sweeps him. First ball, cry of catch, it goes past slip and is most likely to run away for 4, and it does pop over the rope now. And well, there we go. That answers that. Yes, this is the match up to watch.
It was actually very well executed. I know there were cries of catch it, but he seemed to be right on top of that and Swanepoel, that is, right on top of it, pretty aware where the field was. I have got a conventional slip in for him, so if he reverses, he has to get it wide enough to beat them. He's also got a short leg in.
Gohar bowls. Swanepoel slams him over long off.
Hello.
For the first 6 of the match. I'm pretty sure it is 210 for 7. I think Middlesex managed one, did they?
I don't remember one, but we've got our answer about this being a contest.
Nobody particularly started to swing, did they, for Middlesex? It was even the last wicket partnership. They were not digging in, they were just batting sensibly.
Well, Swanepoel has clearly decided that offence is the best form of defence.
Yeah, I don't think Zafar will like this much, so he'll be pulling out a party trick or two of his own, I'd imagine. This is the first 6, certainly the Worcestershire innings, and yes, first 6 of the match. Here's Zafar Gohar, slip and a short leg, and an edge to the keeper. No, not out. Gohar.
Oh boy.
Imploring the umpire. Cracknell, it popped up out of the gloves and he took it at the second attempt, which suggested there was a deflection on the way through. By the fact that he didn't take it cleanly first time. They all went up, but no, not out. The call from the umpire. Wow. So Gohar will go again.
Go hard or go home.
Indeed. Here he comes, bowls, and beats the edge again. Forward defence from Swanepoel on this occasion. Swanepoel right now saying to himself, that's why we don't play the forward defence. That's why we reverse sweep or hit him for 6.
Well, I tell you what, it's been an eventful over so far. It's not over yet. There's all sorts going on at the moment.
Gohar bowls and reversing again. Swanepoel. Gohar goes up for the appeal, saying that was a little tickle through to the keeper. Umpire says no. Cracknell didn't appeal. Slip was diving to one side in anticipation that potentially that reverse might have taken the ball in his direction.
I just watched a replay of that, and it didn't. Yeah, it definitely didn't hit it. It just. This was the previous one where they were all appealing. It didn't look like he hit it when it was juggled behind.
Gohar, last ball of his 9th. He bowls a quicker, flatter ball, and it's cut away in front of backward point, and that will be 4 more. 214 for 7. And how are we on our clock watch? What are we? I think there or thereabouts, aren't
14 off the over.
Is it time to go? Yeah, it is time to go.
I'm being hooked.
Yeah, I'm told to go.
You're hooked. But you keep talking while
exactly.
I shuffle across.
You're hooked, but not yet. 214 for 7. So Taylor has 5. Swanepoel has 28. And after a few words from Frank, it will be Mel back on the mic with him.
Yeah, 214 for 7. So these two making a good fist of it. Swanepoel, bit of a charmed life, but been very positive. Decided that's the way to go. 28 off 17. Just sat in the press box, Mel, talking about how many times Worcestershire have lost games when they've had a first innings lead, including here against Durham when they had a first innings lead of 40 and got blown away. Tom Helm bowls the first ball of a new over, and Tom Taylor defends out on the offside. And just saying that, that's what you've got to keep believing, isn't it? And if they can get within 75, 50, whatever.
Well, The first port of call I suggested would just be get it down to double figures rather than triple.
Yeah, sure.
And then get as close as you can.
Which is another 25 away, isn't it? So Helm is in. Bowles and Taylor is forward to this, pushes out on the offside. Just the trouble is, as we were also saying next door, they've lost wickets in clusters, haven't they? And,
that's
that good
what I said.
Partnership of 58, of 98 for that 6th wicket, and then Waite was quite cleverly bounced out by Morgan for 69, and then Brooks fell quickly after. You've got 2 new batsmen at the crease. Start all over again, isn't it? Helm again. He's in and bowls down the leg side.
Well, they lost the first 2 wickets for 10 runs, and then they had a partnership, and then they lost 3 wickets for 18 runs in that middle period, and then they lost 2 for 1. Yeah. So this was exactly what I was saying.
Yeah.
Yep. They just lose them in clumps.
Yeah, and it destroys. Well, it destroys your recovery, and you have to start another one.
Yeah.
Simple as that. But they've hung in there. Both teams have shown that resilience in the batting.
It's been
plays and misses outside the off stump.
It's been really entertaining cricket, to be honest. I've really enjoyed this match.
Yeah.
It's been an awful lot to enjoy.
It's one of those things I always say about not just cricket, but sport in general, football definitely. What you want is a bit of jeopardy. I get bored watching the same team win all the time. You want to see a team have a chance in a game. Helm bowls, Taylor defends, and that's why. So we've seen Surrey lose a game or 2, and we've seen Notts on the wrong end of the game at Somerset today, and you think, well, you would like to see these teams that have dominated things have to struggle now and again, and that's why I support a team that plays in the Championship of football, and I quite like it because you never quite know. They go on an away game and they might win. Whereas in the Premier League, if you're in a team near the bottom and you go away to one of the big teams, you just know you're not going to win. This one's pushed out on the offside. Good over from Helm, a maiden. 15 overs now from him. 5 maidens, 1 for 42.
They needed
17 left in the day.
Well, they probably really wanted a maiden there after the previous over went for 14, just to stop any momentum. So Taylor is playing the role of a drop anchor, 5 off 27. Swanepoel is the aggressor, 28 off 17, and he really went for Zafar in that previous over.
But yeah, you going back to that. So you want jeopardy. You want it to be a competition between 2 teams, not one-sided. And this one's been a real competition. And I'd say Middlesex are on top, and they've nosed in front, and they certainly showed great resilience in the batting. But Worcestershire, they've not given up. They're not beaten.
Here's Zafar to Swanepoel. Down the track he goes. And it ends up being just a bit of a hack down to deep square leg, just behind deep square leg, where it's stopped at the rope.
A bit of a hack.
Was
a bit of a hack. Crikey.
I'm being kind.
God, you are. God, it's an absolute. It was a real slog, wasn't it? And do you know what? He was annoyed with himself, and he could have got 2 because it was misfielded by Bosch. They could have got back for 2, but they didn't.
So Taylor now on strike, and he comes down the track, and he's given that a mighty hoik. Well, that might be the second 6. It is the second 6 of the game. We saw Swanepoel deposit Zafar in exactly the same spot, and even though we've got a left-hand, right-hand combination out in the middle, well, Taylor goes for him. That was a mighty blow. So 221 for 7. Taylor getting in on the act. They want to take Zafar down. He's in now around the wicket, and it's a back foot punch from Taylor out towards deep cover, running in. It'll just be the single. I tell you what, when Zafar's bowling, the things happen.
Yeah.
He made a really good comeback against Swanepoel. He was hit for 4 and then 6. But
what I'm going to say now, they've won this over. You know, they've got 8 off the first 3 balls. Do not now go and do anything daft and chuck it away.
Well, Swanepoel, short leg in, slip in. As in comes Zafar, and he goes and flashes at that one again. It comes off the outside part of the bat and makes its way down towards a deep third boundary, and deep backward square runs around to keep it to a single as Ben Geddes out there on the rope. Takes them to 223 for 7. Taylor now on strike as in comes Zafar. Off the back foot, playing out in front of point, no run. And that's probably a sensible shot there for Taylor, because you're right, they have won the over. They're whittling away. But they've decided Zafar, who is in now, and that is a very defensive shot from Taylor. Got right forward with a big stride and just smothered the ball. So they did exactly what you said, Frank, to be fair. They took 8 off the over, and then Taylor played defensively. Didn't get too greedy. And at the end of the over, Worcestershire 223 for 7, with Taylor on 12. Swanepoel is on 30 off 19.
Yeah, they still trail by 116 runs. We've got 16 overs left in the day, is it? Or 15? Just dim in the sunshine. That's
16.
16 left in the day. So I guess we're looking at a sort of 6:30, 6:35 finish. Maybe more, depends how many of those overs Zafar bowls.
He gets through them very quickly, doesn't he?
And the new ball will be due with 1 over left in the day.
Ooh.
Take it or save it for the morning. Got to take it, haven't you?
Got to take it.
Give Roland Jones 1 and then wait for the... Well, if they're still in, of course, they might not be in by then. They could easily be all out before then. Tom Helm from the New Road End, wearing number 7. Bowl, short and wide to Swanepoel. Dismissed. Slapped by Swanepoel. It was a proper loosener from Helm, or long up. Wide outside the off stump, and Swanepoel.
Forehand smash.
Absolutely, it was, wasn't it? Almost cracked it.
Double-handed forehand smash. That's how I play them.
Cracked it away through the offside. 227 for 7. Well, they'd be happy to get another batting point, and a batting point on top of the bowling points they've got so far. Worcestershire. Helm again is in and bowls, and ooh, that one's chipped up in the air by Swanepoel. Didn't know a lot about that one. Chipped up in the air and bounced just short of mid-off.
And Toby Roland Jones just running in there. Wouldn't have had a chance of getting there, but you'd almost argue they've got 4 off the over. They've almost won this over when you think of how tidy Helm has been.
Well, you know what? I thought I'd have a look at Byers Swanepoel's record and just check what his highest first class score is. County Championship high score 54 for Kent against Worcestershire at Canterbury 2 years ago. I remember that. Do you know what his highest first class score is?
I do. 188 not out.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
But I said this before.
That's not a bunny, is it?
No. Worcestershire bat deep though, Frank. They really do.
188 not out. Goodness me. There's a lot of top order batters who haven't got a career best highest that big. But 50 odd in the Championship, 54 against Worcestershire for Kent at Canterbury 2 years ago, which is when first saw by Swanepoel.
Well, he's played 51 first class matches and he's got an average of 25.21.
Yeah, so you shouldn't be surprised that he's played. But 34 off 21 in this game is quite remarkable. Helm round the wicket to him now. He's in the mood, I think, because he's had a real slap at that one as well. And they've got 3 out on the leg side boundary. He's going to bang one in at some point. Whether Swanepoel takes it or not, I think if I were him, I think I'd be thinking, well, I'm going to go big if it's offside, but if it's on the leg side, I'm going to just duck it maybe. Steve Waugh was a big hooker at the start of his career, but just eliminated it from his game. Swanepoel lets that go down the leg side.
I'm trying to think of a game when I've seen Basically, there have been two approaches to batting at the extreme ends of the scale in this game on both sides.
Yeah.
And I'm struggling to think of a game where it's been quite so
polarised.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Haven't seen many people take the Swanner ball approach, but so far he's prospered. 2-2-7 for 7. Helm round the wicket bowls and he's out. Oh, he's out. He's caught behind. Well, he's edged it to slip, and the first slip has caught it, knocked it up, dropped it, knocked it up again, and Cracknell, with the gloves on, has completed the catch and taken probably the easiest catch he'll ever take in his life. And the first slip has run off for a comfort break, and he's decided to go over to the loos behind the D'Oliveira stand. So the end of Swanepoel for 34. It was entertaining while it lasted, but he has gone.
Well, I think it was Robson at first slip who did the juggling before Cracknell took it. But it was gosh, it just feels very, very eventful. So Swanepoel, well, he was there for a good time, not a long time, but he did make a dent in that deficit.
Yeah, they added 48 for that fourth wicket, did they? Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's handy. And I guess, some batters are going to feel that they're better positioned to stay out there by being aggressive. But we really have seen two different approaches. That was
so when James Cracknell phones home tonight, he said, how did you do? Yeah, I got 3 catches. What were they like? Oh, absolute ripper, the third one. Goodness, we had to dive full length.
It was an ultimate
Robson, how did you go? Well, I put one down.
Well, he almost should get an assist for that one.
Yeah.
Shouldn't he?
Well, definitely.
Should get an assist.
It's always a bit of fun. I've taken 1 or 2 like that myself over the years, and you just have to be alert. He caught it, kind of knocked it up, caught it again, dropped it, knocked it up again, and Cracknell completed the catch, and Robson ran off down to the loos, I think. Can't think why else he went down there. Ben Allison is the new batsman. 227 for it. Can Worcestershire get another 23 runs to get them to a batting point? And can they see out the day, or will we see Middlesex in again tonight? I fancy we will, with further 15 overs after this. We'll lose a couple, obviously, between innings. As Helm comes in again now and bowls, and Allison turning this on the leg side. No run, end of the over. 2-2-7 for 8. Taylor has 12, but he's lost his mate. Swanepoel has gone for 34. If you're just joining us, earlier today, Middlesex all out for 339. Worcestershire have lost Libby for 3, Latigan for 4, D'Oliveira for 17, Roderick for 29, Cullen without scoring, Waite 69, Brooks 29, and in that last over, Swanepoel for 34.
And no more Zafar as well. It's going to be just checking who is.
That's a shame, isn't it?
Have they swung around Bosch?
I think they're going to Bosch. Yeah.
Yep. He's bowling from the Diglis end. Is this his first time he's bowled from the Diglis end?
No, he had a little spell from there earlier.
He's mostly
started at this end, but
New Road end.
Kevin pointed out that he came on for a couple at the Diglis end.
He's going to be bowling to Taylor. He's running in now over the wicket, and Taylor just works this one to square leg, and they'll take a single. Every run, just getting them closer to reducing that deficit to double figures. It must have does it have a psychological effect when it's, even if it's only a matter of a few runs, whether it's single figures or double figures or triple figures, do you reckon?
Yeah, but I think so, probably, but I don't know. Probably some players do and some players don't. I mean, Worcestershire, as I say, they've lost quite a few games. They lost 2 last year with the first innings lead and 1 this year.
Here is Bosch, and that's defended solidly by Allison. No run. It's yet to score. Latest one in. What they could do with now is not having one of those final mini collapses and just seeing what they can piece together for these remaining 2 wickets. It was a really productive last partnership that they had for the 8th wicket. Here is Bosch running in over the wicket bowls. It's just played out in front by Allison and just guided behind point. It's fielded at backward point by the substitute fielder, I believe.
Yeah,
it is.
Luke Holman.
Luke Holman. So someone's still off. Not sure who that is. At the top of his mark, Bosch has turned and run. He's in. Bowls to Allison, who just drives this one up to mid-off where it's fumbled by the captain, Lewis Deploy. They get through for a single. And it brings Taylor onto strike. And we saw him play a couple of attacking shots against Zafar. He absolutely mullered him for 6 over long on. Now does he go back to being defensive? Here's Bosch. Yes, he does, because he defends that straight back to the bowler. No run. It's 13 off 33, Taylor. Swanepoel really just turned things on their head for a while. Reverse sweeping, going down the ground. Very, very aggressive. And it's Taylor again. Swanepoel bowls. Driven straight back past the bowler, ends up at mid-on. And that will be the end of Bosch's over. Worcestershire 229 for 8. So they trail by 110. Taylor is on 13. Allison on 1. And we have 14 overs remaining in the day. Still really bright, beautiful cerulean skies. And a few white clouds floating across.
Stratocumulus.
Are they?
Those ones, they're cumulus, and they're when they flatten out into lines like that, stratocumulus, I think.
Oh, thank you, Frank.
Scout, Boy Scout cloud badge.
Oh, really?
Weather badge, I think it was, yeah. Circa 1973.
I've always thought of you as a Boy Scout.
Tom Helm bowls outside the off stump to Ben Allison, who leaves that one alone, and it's taken by Joe Cracknell, I should say, who's kept wicket very tidily. Picked up 3 catches. The last of them, a dolly, I think we can call it. Although you've got to be alert, I suppose, as a keeper. If Slip drops one and knocks it up like that, and it was quite low, but yeah, it wasn't a stinger. Wasn't going to hurt his hands catching that one. 229 for 8. Allison on 1 waits as Helm is in again and bowls, and it's gone down to the fine leg boundary for 4 leg byes. All contributions gratefully accepted as far as Worcestershire are concerned. 233 for 8. So it might come down. I reckon when it does get psychologically influential now is when it gets down to below sort of 75 or something like that, because you think, well, you know what, if we had a 75 opening partnership, we would be thinking that we'd sort of wiped it out, really. If that means that's sort of reverse thinking, but this next one played back up the pitch. But you think, well, they're 75 ahead. If we knock over the first two, and they're 10 for 2, and you think in a one innings game, if they were 85 for 2, you wouldn't think we were that far behind. And it so often happens that things change round. I don't think the pitch has changed much.
No, it doesn't appear to have.
Helm again from the New Road End. Bowl short and swung away by Allison. Good shot from Ben Allison, the tall all-rounder. Smashed away for 4 over to the ladies' pavilion.
Well, they're one shot away now from
3 figures.
Yeah, from reducing that. So it's there's been some lower order resistance.
Yeah, it certainly has.
And it's been
80 for 5 at one stage.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, really.
80 for 5 has become 237 for 8. So yeah, good effort. They're saving Roland Jones. And thinks for the new ball. Helm again with a man out now. Will he go short again? No, he goes for the length ball, and Allison is forward and pushing it out on the onside, where it is Roland Jones who does the fielding. So 1 ball left in the over, 13 left after this.
I mean, they've sort of come back and forth, but it has felt that Middlesex have kind of been on top for a great deal of the first couple of days. They've been ahead of the game, but not taken
ahead of the game, but not out of sight.
Yeah, they're not taking it by the scruff of the neck and kind of taken Worcestershire out of the picture. So
last ball of the over is dropped down on the onside. And that's the end of the over.
So very entertaining stuff. Worcestershire 237 now, trailing for 237 for 8, I should say, trailing by 102 when it comes to first innings honours. Taylor on 13 and Allison on 5. And it is going to be Bosch to continue from the Diglis end, which comes from the French d'église, or of the church, as I have been informed today, because a surrounding land was bought from the church by the club. Here comes Bosch. It's driven, but straight to mid-off. So
and there's still a little parcel of the land over there by the nets that belongs to the cathedral, and the club is trying to negotiate to get it at the moment. I think the Supporters Association are thinking about making a contribution. They bought the ground. The Supporters Association bought the ground in the 70s, I think, from the cathedral, and I think that's good news, and I'll explain why in a minute.
Here's Bosch bowling to Taylor, and he tries to whip that one away, and he didn't get it cleanly at all, but deep mid-wicket runs in and just keeps it to a single. But no ball. They have been guilty.
Yeah, there have been lots of extras, haven't there?
Yeah, they really have.
There have been 36 extras now.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah,
it's
an innings, isn't it?
It is actually the second highest innings for Worcestershire as Sally Sundries.
Sally Sundries. Yeah, the reason I think it's good news that Worcestershire is still trying to get a piece of land, so they've got every bit of it, what they're on.
And next ball from Bosch has just dropped onto the onside by Alison No Run.
It's because there's all this talk of seeking an alternative home, which they are doing and so on, but I don't think they'd be looking to get that little bit extra signed up if they weren't thinking of staying here as well, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I think it's only, they use it as a bit of a car park and whatever at certain times, but they want to sort of complete the unit. This is how I understand it. Anyway, I think it's good news.
Allison awaits as Bosch is in and bowls, and that's 4. That's 4 runs. He's in the end just almost inadvertently guided it in the gap between slips and point, and that's run all away. It almost like he wasn't really trying to play that shot, and he looked almost in surprise as he turned his head over his shoulder and saw the ball running away, but he'll take that. 244. So the deficit has come down.
Yep. Sure has.
And it is now double figures. So that's the next little milestone ticked off. They got to 200, and that was there. Now they
need a batting point now.
Need a batting point now, so they can get another 6 runs, and they'll get their batting pointers. In comes Bosch, and well, Allison plays it in the same region, but this time Holman, the substitute fielder at backward point, is on the spot to prevent the run. It's just been a good contest, it really has, even though it has been Middlesex that have been on top and still are. They're still ahead of the game, but the time's a real tussle. They've got a short leg in and 2 slips, as well as backward point for Allison, who crouches. In comes Bosch. He takes a big step forward and has a swish at it. Play and miss. Yeah, again he's won the over. He's won the over already, Frank.
Yeah.
Don't get greedy.
Don't get greedy.
Don't get greedy.
Reaching for it. There.
It was a big step forward, and he was reaching. Just take a moment and resettle. He taps his bat. In comes Bosch. Bowls. Now he's back on the defence and plays it up to mid-on. No run. And that is the end of the over. So it finishes with Worcestershire 244 for 8. Not throwing in the towel. Taylor on 14. Allison on 9. And it's
Helm to continue.
Is
have
Helm
a look
to
at
continue.
That one. 5th one. How wide it was. Yeah, just drawn into it, really, wasn't it? It didn't do anything. He just got. Well, as you say, maybe just got a bit greedy. Thought he could just steer it away. The thing is, it was only ever going to be a 1, wasn't it? If he got a bat on it. Tom Helm to continue then. 12 overs left in the day. 72 deliveries left in the day. Helm to Taylor, and Taylor is pushing this one to fielder on the onside. Say goodbye to the family.
Oh, it's lovely meeting your family today.
Yeah, they've had a lovely day. They've stayed longer than I thought they would. It's not my whole family, but my daughter and her husband and my grandson, who is 7 years old and just getting into cricket. He's learned a lot today. He's learned how to read the scoreboard and who's faced how many balls and who's bowled how many overs.
Well, he told me he had a very good time. He liked the shop, I think.
Yeah, he did. He's got a nice new top. That one's cut away for 4 by Taylor. Loose, short and wide from Helm, and Taylor not going to miss out on that. Cuts it away behind square for 4. And total goes to 248 for 8. Well, his mum was a decent. She showed some promise as a cricketer, but
she said she used to score for your club.
She scored for the school. For
the
Repton
school,
School, she scored. She came on a tour to Sri Lanka and learnt to score, and then was first 11 scorer for 4 years. And she was a brilliant scorer in the day when it was still done with a pen and paper, more different colours for the bowlers and everything. She was very, very good. 248 for 8, 2 away from that batting point. Helm again bowls, and Taylor just turns this on the onside, and there's no run. But it taught her to quite enjoy the game, and she was quite a good little off spinner at one stage when she took an interest, and she can still play a mean off drive if I'm teaching the grandson in the garden, and she says, well, watch mummy do it, and she plays a lovely off drive. Very good. High left elbow, leans into it. Good stuff.
It just put a fielder.
They've put a fielder back for the short one. Will he take it on, Taylor? We've seen one batsman perish to that. That was Waite. This one is not short, and Taylor gets he drives at it, looking to hit it on the offside, and it runs up to mid-on.
It was just a bit of a bluff.
But yeah, 2 men back, and
back, but he's a long way in off the rope.
They're a long way in. They are there for the top edge. They're not there for the properly hit pull shot. They're there for the top edge.
Maybe try and cramp him.
2 away from the first batting point, Worcestershire. Helm bowls. He is short, and Taylor does take it on and says thank you very much, and absolutely slaps it away. Far, far too far in front of square for the fielder who's been placed out there for the trap to be interested. And there is the batting bonus point. Worcestershire go to 4 points, which puts them level with Middlesex. Although Middlesex, of course, are only 1 wicket away from another bowling point, and it's 252 for 8.
That was really well played by Taylor.
Helm again is in and bowls, and Taylor is smashing this one out on the offside, but doesn't actually time it. Tried to smash it through the covers, doesn't really time it. Runs up to deploy it mid-off, end of the over. 252 for 8. 11 left in the day. Taylor 22 and Allison 9. And Worcestershire still just hanging in there.
Well, we know that Taylor can be extremely handy. I mean, he's an all-rounder, isn't he? He's a bowling all-rounder.
Yeah.
And Allison, we also know can bat. I think he has a highest first-class score of maybe 75, I think. And yeah, this is all right. We've seen a few times where the eyes have lit up, probably from Allison in particular. Taylor's played pretty... That shot he played where he put the ball away then, it was short and he pulled it, but it was all along the ground. It was just great placement. Next over begins, and Bosch, first ball to Allison, is played out towards point, no run. So it's quite intriguing, really. It's been a really good 2 days of entertainment. It's been slow going at some times, but it's just always been something. Short leg in place as in comes Bosch, and it's carved away by Allison, but only as far as backward point. He's played it a few times through there, and he has got 4 runs, but not quite got the placement right. 2 slips in for him, as well as that short leg. Sebastian Morgan, it is at backward point as well. Got a mid-wicket in place. Extra cover. Here comes Bosch. That is defended very conservatively by Allison. No run. It just goes out to the offside. And it really is interesting, the different phases of play we've had, where at times players going for around a run a ball, or maybe even better, and then at other times they've been crawling at a snail's pace. We've had both the rabbit and the hare or the tortoise and the hare, I should say, in one game. Here comes Bosch, has played late to backward point again. Sebastian Morgan picking it up. Allison showing a bit more patience this time. You can see him eyeing that gap between Morgan and second slip. So Morgan at backward point, second slip. He just turned around and had a little look at that area.
And that's not bad news for Bosch either, because if he's looking to run it down, they could easily get a nick.
Which is why he's got 2 slips in at the moment. Oh, and he goes for the same shot again, Allison, and doesn't time it again, and it goes to Morgan again.
Yeah, he's annoyed with himself, but it happens when you're batting sometimes. You just you know where you want to hit it, and the ball seems to be where you want it to be, and you just can't quite get it there. And what you mustn't do is try to force it. I mean, if you're a top batter, you can probably just open the face a little bit, but it's not so easy to do if you're a tail ender.
This is interesting though, they've brought in a leg slip. I think it's Max Holden there. As in comes Bosch, and that's just punched into the covers defensively.
Morgan's going to have a bowl, I think.
I think he is going to have a bowl, yes.
A bit of a golden arm, hasn't he, in this innings? Yeah. He's been expensive, but he broke that partnership and removed weight, and then he removed Brooks soon after, and that double strike really did derail the Worcestershire fight back, really.
That was a maiden over from Bosch. So Rains at 2.52 for 8. Taylor on 22 and Alison on 9.
10 left in the day. Time for you to go. You don't have
I've-
to, but I'm
No,
thinking about you.
no, I'm not. I'm
You're right
s-
for a bit. Yeah.
I'm staying until because I'm going to have a chat with a player.
No, I meant I thought you might have to write something or.
No,
that's fine.
I'll write something later. I'm not
Okay.
sure when. I don't even know when I came on, to be honest. I've lost.
Oh, you're
track.
enjoying it so much.
Exactly.
Yeah, good. Seb Morgan, slight figure, but capable of reasonable pace, and has that bouncer that he's willing to use every now and again, and got picked up the wicket of Matthew Waite with it. Batted very well earlier on for his unbeaten half-century in the Middlesex first innings. He's in now and he bowls, and Tom Taylor just steers his first ball square on the offside. Interesting field now. We've got one slip and a gully. Then we've got a sweeper out on the offside. Extra cover and mid-off. And then mid-on. Short mid-wicket on the drive. A squarish mid-wicket, conventional, and a long leg. It's fairly well spread. I'm surprised there's maybe not a second slip. Although we are only 8 overs away from the new ball. Taylor fends that one away on the onside. Taylor's on 22. He's faced 44 deliveries. Played nicely. Alison 9 off 21. And Worcestershire hanging in there, as I say. 252 for 8. They've got a batting point. And they still trail by 87. But that doesn't sound too bad. You get that down to 60.
Yeah.
I think you feel you're still in the game. Morgan is in and bowls, and Taylor is taking on the pad. A strangled appeal as the ball runs out on the offside, suggesting that he got a bit of an inside edge onto it.
Oh, I wish I was coming back the next couple of days.
Well, so do we. So do we.
I can tell you I'll be checking the scores all the way through and feel quite invested in
you do, don't you?
outcome.
I've been in that situation where you've seen the first couple of days of a game and then you're not there. Morgan bowls. Taylor plays a short one down on the offside, and it's slightly strange because when you watch, maybe you watch the live stream or you just watch the scorecard, you picture the game and the players and everything exactly as it's been for the first 2 days. I had a similar situation last year.
Well, I'm not normally on for 4 days, so unless a game finishes in 3 days.
Like that one at Northampton.
Yeah.
There's Morgan again in and bowls, and Taylor's got a run. Worked away on the leg side. He's thinking about 2.
We wanted
to. He was really keen, but he decides not to come back, and it's just as well he didn't. Bosch running round from long leg. Throws the ball into the non-striker's end. So it's just 1 for Taylor, 23 to him. 1 ball left.
Feel like every run at the moment is so crucial at this point in the game. Just edging slightly closer. Take everything that they can get. But those extras are a bit of a problem for Middlesex.
Taylor defends down on the onside, and there's no run. So 9 overs left in the day, and we're having a little bit of a drinks break for the batters. Glove change for Alison. Or is it Taylor? Alison, whose brother Charlie, of course, is in the Essex side.
Yeah, I spoke to the two of them together when I was down there. That game when Ethan Brooks got all those runs, I actually spoke to the Allison brothers, which is quite a jolly interview, has to be said.
He's done well, Charlie, hasn't he? With
Yeah.
Beginning to establish himself.
Yeah, definitely.
In the first team.
Yeah, he's becoming quite consistent with scoring very, very valuable runs.
Zafar Gohar's coming back on at the Diglis end, which
Maybe.
I'm pleased about because I think we'll finish a bit sooner if he does.
Well, they've been trying to take him on, and maybe the thought for Middlesex is that, right, well, if they try and take him on, they're going to
give us a chance.
Give us a
might
chance.
Cost 20 runs, but might hasten the end of the innings.
So it's going to be Taylor first up. He has hit Zafar for 6 once already. I've got to slip in for him, and long on his back. Here is Zafar, first ball, and it's just plonked into the offside by Taylor. No run. It's up in the covers. Yeah, long on back and long off his back as well. Zafar in once more around the wicket, and it's just played along the ground out into cover. Coleman, the substitute fielder, has positioned himself at the moment. So Taylor is not taking the bait. Next ball, oh, it's fine, it's off the outside edge, or maybe more of an open face, and Sebastian Morgan chases it down. But that adds another couple to the total, 255 for 8. Taylor moves on to 25. Chip away, just how long can they stay out there? Taylor gets himself into position. And Zafar is in and bowls, and he whips his hands through that one. It goes straight along the ground to Holman at extra cover. No run. I imagine there's a part of Taylor that really wants to take him down. Here comes Zafar again, and he beats the outside edge. But Taylor survives. He's not taken the bait so far. He's looked like he's wanted to have a go at a few, but keeping his head. Zafar is in. Oh, it's the outside edge, but falls safely and rolls along, and they'll pick up another single to finish off the over. 250, just waiting to see if that ticks over. 6, yes. 256 for 8. Taylor on 26. Allison on 9. So I added another 3 in that over. What's it? Yeah, another 3.
He batted at 10 in one game, Taylor, earlier this year, and he got a few. I can't remember exactly which one it was. It might have been Durham, I think. I interviewed him after the game, and I said, played well, nice to get a few runs. And he said, I'm not really happy about being 10. No, I don't think it's happened very often in his career. And it can be a very explosive batter in white ball cricket, of course.
First ball
just dabs this one down on the offside.
It's so.
I think.
Oh yeah, it is. Sorry. I remember the first time I really watched much of Taylor was when he was playing for Northants.
Yeah.
And in the One Day Cup.
He got 100 against Worcestershire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was actually having a blinder with the bat.
Yeah,
Saw
he
him
got
play
100
really
against
well.
Worcestershire, and it was a brilliant innings low down. And I'll tell you something about that. I don't think I've ever said this before on air, but Morgan again bowls, and he cuts this one into the ground. I knew then that he was coming to Worcestershire. I already knew, and I wasn't allowed to say anything. And I was in the commentary box with Andrew Rudd, of course, who was eulogising about Taylor's innings, and I think most of us knew actually in the Worcestershire side of things, and we were all sort of. It was bittersweet, shall we say? We won the game. Worcestershire won the game as well, but to think that he was coming and had played so well, it was quite nice. But Morgan's got him out. We've talked him out, and I tell you what, it's a great bowling change, because Morgan, we said he's the sort of bowler that makes things happen, and he's done it again. Kept a tad low, I would venture, that one. But
splattered the stumps.
Done the damage. 256 for 8. Good partnership. 29 added, but he's got his man. And Tom Taylor, who played really well for his 26, has gone, and Sebastian Morgan has taken his third wicket. And he's a bit of a golden arm, I think, this boy.
Yeah, he is. He really is.
That's how I described him before, and I think it's he's produced it. He's justified that tag, I think. I'm just going to have another look at it now. 74th over. Good little partnership. Adam Finch now coming out to the middle. Here we go.
Oh, nip backer.
Nip backer, good delivery. Not saying it kept that low really, particularly. So Worcestershire now on the brink, 256 for 9. And what have we got? We've got 8 overs left in the day. 7 after this one. You'd lose 2 between innings. Could be a nasty little 10 or 15 minutes for the openers.
Yeah.
Or can. I mean, what do they do now, Finch and Allison? Do they? I suppose they just literally dig in and try and eke out another 10, 15, 20 at best. Maybe take it into tomorrow. Just got to dig in, haven't they? Just got to absolutely dig in. Do not throw it away.
Well, as I said before, it just feels like every single run at the moment is so vital, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really does. But, well, when you consider they were 80 for 5, and they're now 256 for 9. It has been an admirable fight back. They've had their backs to the wall.
Yep.
They're still behind the game, but they haven't thrown the towel in by any means. I think it's set up for a fascinating days 3 and 4.
Morgan 3 for 60 now, which, given that he was quite expensive earlier, oh my goodness, I thought it was going to be a run out. Played it up to mid-on, never a run there.
No, what are they doing?
Both batters going for it. Now they're going to have a chat.
Have a chat beforehand, will you, fellas?
Chaps, I just think we need to calm down here.
Yeah, calm your farms.
256 for 9. And Morgan, expensive early on.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, what a tremendous comeback. 3 for 60 now in his 12th. And he's made things happen. He's that kind of guy. Comes in again now to bowl to Finch. Bowls, and Finch is driving inside edge up to Holman, the substitute at mid-wicket. He's looking a little bit iffy again out there now. 7 overs left after this. It's going to be a later finish than I anticipated. Gohar will probably... I'd keep Gohar going there, definitely, against these two. Would you?
Yeah.
I really would. I think he's liable to produce a little lapse in concentration, perhaps.
I think it's definitely possible.
Morgan to Finch. Bowls, and Finch is trying to flick this away down the leg side. Can't get anything on it. Cracknell dives away to the right to take it. And there's no run. It was a no ball. Goodness me.
Again.
258 for 9.
So that's the 37th extra, is it?
38.
A 38th extra. Yeah, you're right. It is because it's 2. I keep forgetting that. 38. That's been the biggest criticism that you could make of this bowling attack. Oh.
And there's a boundary to finish the over from Finch. Short and wide outside the off stump and cracked away through the covers. So a nice gimme for Finch at the end of the over, but Morgan still done a good job by removing Taylor in that over. It's 262 for 9. Morgan is annoyed with himself as he takes his cap and walks away, but he's done a pretty good job.
Tell you what, that deficit is now what, 79? No, 81? No, not less. The
77.
77. Do you know what? You did say if they could get it under 75.
Yeah.
It's
still significant.
Yeah, it is.
But as I say, if you put yourself in the shoes of the team with the deficit, you think, well, you know what? If the other team was 70 odd for no wicket, we wouldn't be desperately upset about it. Go hard to continue.
Oh, first ball beats the outside edge of Allison's bat. There's a bit of a yelp.
Still looking for that run down.
He is.
On the offside.
He's tried to play it so many times. They've still got the short leg in and the slip in. It's helmet the slip. And they've got the backward point in as Zafar is bowling once more, and it's just played straight back down past Zafar. And because they had mid wicket in, they didn't have a mid on. Zafar had to scuttle back and do the fielding himself. Beautiful golden light settling in over this lovely ground at the moment as Zafar in. Oh, do you know what? Allison
he was going to do a little
reverse. Try and reverse, and then he changed his mind and just played it back down.
Yeah, the binoculars on it. I was watching it, saw it, read it exactly as you did, Mel.
He changed his mind at the very last moment. In comes Zafar again. He plays it late. He's going for that shot again. He really wants. Do you know what? I think he wants to send it to us, Frank, because it's directly towards us.
He's just in. He's
fixated.
He doesn't quite know what to do, does he?
No, he's fixated on that one shot, and maybe he's just doing himself a disservice as Zafar in again, and he plays it to backward point where Morgan does the fielding. It's almost like he's so fixated on that, he's not seeing other options for scoring.
Yeah.
And he's going to have to be careful because it could be his undoing. Where else can he score? As Zafar is in, he pushes his hand in front and he does find a run. He finds it at mid-off with a little push. So that'll keep him on strike. Just the one run coming from the over. Worcestershire 263 for 9, trailing by 76. Finch on 4, Allison on 10.
Yeah, somebody in the live chat picked up on what I said about buying land, and they've started talking about floodlights again. It's not going to happen. New road floodlights there. No. I think they did have temporary floodlights for one game, but there are too many reasons, I think, why it couldn't happen. Planning permission is one of them. I think partly to do with, the aesthetics of it, partly to do with expense, partly to do with flooding, electricity and the water and everything else. It isn't going to happen, I don't think. But that's another reason why an alternative venue would be appropriate for Worcestershire, as Morgan is going to carry on and bowling outside the off stump to Allison, who's on the back foot. Looks more comfortable playing against the seam, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Plays that out on the offside. So 5 overs left in the day after this. You've done a marathon stint here, man.
I have. We're
very grateful because as you're sneaking off for the last 2 days.
Yeah.
It's only right.
Do you know what?
That you put it in. You're not thinking of just turning up for the fun of it. Morgan in bowls. Oh, Allison taking on the pad. Big shout for LBW. Thought he might have got a nick on it. Lobs out on the offside.
Well, as always, Frank, you know I love coming and commentating with you, and it's even been all right putting up with Kevin Hand. No, it's been fantastic being here and with you two gents and everyone at New Road.
Morgan again outside the off stump, and Allison's on the charge and has a big swing at that. He really meant that. He didn't get hold of it at all, and it's just run up to mid on, no run, but his intent was clear. Wonder what Morgan's response will be. What he'd really like, Allison, is one of those short ones outside the off stump that he could cut. And I don't think he'd be so keen on the bouncer that he pulls with the leg trap set.
Mm.
But
But he has become so fixated on that one mode of scoring, and I just do think, is there a way he can manoeuvre it around at all?
With the field now.
So, hang on, they're running. They're going all over the place. They're running back and running forward. They've taken out the short leg.
Short man on the. A man on the.
No,
man on the drive at extra, and a third man. So he's giving himself a bit of cover. So, well, I still fancy behind square on the offside for the boundary if he gives him a chance. But they're pretty well spread on. They want to bowl at Finch. There's not much in it, between Allison and Finch, really. Allison tends to be classed more as an all-rounder, but Finch is no mug. Morgan bowls, Allison drives, thinks about a run, but isn't going to get one. It's going to drag out a bit now, isn't it? I thought we'd be finished by about 22, but I think it's going to be more like 10-7 at this rate. Depending on what happens wicket-wise. I mean, if a wicket went now, we'd have 3 overs, wouldn't we, of the second innings for Middlesex. Deploy changes the field again.
Yeah, that's desperately searching for that wicket, aren't they?
Well, they want to give him one now, don't they? Well, the third man's come up.
Oh, yeah.
Still 2 balls left in the over. Morgan bowls. Oh, Allison taking it. There's 2. Wow, I don't really understand that at all. There's 2 balls left in the over, and he's taken a very, very, very risky single up to mid-on to try and keep the strike. When Adam Finch is, he's got first class 50.
Well, he's played one scoring shot so far, and it was a cracking shot.
Yeah, but Adam Finch is, he's no
mug, shall we say?
Not by any means. Not by any means. As he shows here, just pushing this one out on the offside. Actually, hasn't got a first class 50. High score 43. And it was in that game when Swanepoel got his 50
Frank,
at Kent. But there you go.
I'm going to leave you now, and thank you
for all your help and your company over the last couple of days.
It's been wonderful.
Excellent commentary.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. And Kevin is going to come back in and do a bit of work before the end of the day. 5 overs left in the day, and Zafar Gohar is going to bowl the first of them from the Diglis end of the ground, and he'll be bowling to Allison, who took that single to keep the strike. Mel Farrell leaves us with our thanks, and it's been a great fun having her in the commentary box and listening to her excellent commentary and observations on the game.
Is that who it was?
Kev's back. Zafar Gohar to bowl. 5 overs left in the day. It's going to be a bit later than we thought, Kev. Gohar bowls, and Allison comes forward and plays out on the onside.
Well, I don't quite know what we did with our rota the last half hour.
I thought
I'll be back for the last half hour, but
Mel was just on a roll. I kept saying
no. But in terms of number of overs, because I looked up about.
Zafar bowls again, and Allison cuts, and having gone to all that trouble, this is what honestly, sometimes you just don't know what you're watching, do you? Having gone to all that trouble to get the strike, and nearly run himself out, taking a single off the 5th ball to protect Finch, which he didn't really need to do. He then takes a single off the 2nd ball. You see it so often, don't you? They do everything they can to get the strike and then take a single off the 1st or 2nd ball. Anyway, Finch on strike for the first time against Gohar. It's 265 for 9. Gohar from the Diglis end, and Finch is propping forward. Very quite stiff front leg on that forward defensive, but got the middle of the bat on it. Batsman having a chat.
Declaring
left in the day after
declaring three deliveries and have 2 of them. No, I'm joking,
don't think so.
I'm joking, but if the wicket were to fall, Robson and Geddes would be thinking, "Oh no."
Yeah, they'd have 2, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you wouldn't fancy that.
Reverse the order, maybe.
Gohar bowls, and Finch edges this out on the offside. I'll tell you what Worcestershire did once a couple of years ago. Finch and Gibbon, Gibbon, played out a very long last wicket partnership where they added, I don't know, 50, 60, I can't remember the numbers exactly, and batted together for about 2 hours, but they lost the last wicket, but they still had to follow on. So they sent them out to open, the same two, because they'd been out there for goodness knows how long, and it made sense.
Yeah.
And they did all right, actually, second time around. This is dragging now. I calculated a 640 finish, and we've taken far too long to bowl these last few overs. They're +1 on the over rate, but even with Gohar bowling, there's been far too much messing around in the field.
Do you think there's a cunning plan?
Well, no, I don't.
Neither do I.
You know, they've got a helmet going out, but it's just taken too long. It's just ridiculous. Now, there's big pause in the previous over while Morgan changed his field, and we've got this helmet coming out now.
You've got a candlelit barbecue to go to.
I know, but it's even if I hadn't, it's just silly. I think I do. I think we should not still be here at this time of night when we've had an uninterrupted day with a 12th man running on and off like a Belisha beacon. It's ludicrous. He's been on 3 times. We should not still be here.
I'm just upset.
96 overs in a day ought to be doable, don't you think?
I'm just upset we didn't get the cake.
Well, that just adds insult to injury. But really, Gohar in again, round the wicket, bowls, and we have got the wicket. Caught behind, Finch has gone, batters are running off, and we are going to have 2 overs of the Middlesex second innings. And if you're a Worcestershire player in the dressing room, you think, oh my goodness, I've got to get all my kit out, get my bowling boots on, etc, etc. Why couldn't you have just lasted a little bit longer?
What about Robson and Geddes? They'll be thinking, oh no.
So 265 all out, Worcestershire. Finch, the last man to go, caught behind by Cracknell off Geddes. Off Geddes? Off Gohar. He threw me then mentioning Geddes. Leaving Allison unbeaten on 12.
Takes more than that to throw you, Rothesay.
Too many extras from a Middlesex point of view. 38 extras. And they have a first innings lead of 74. So plus 74 for Middlesex. They begin effectively at 74 without loss, but they do have a very nasty little 2 over session to put up with.
Yeah, do we take a break?
I think we might as well.
Back in a minute, folks.
Oh, he was bowled. He was not caught behind. He was bowled apparently. He must have just knocked a bail off. I didn't see it. Pretty much. Here we go. There's a replay coming, I think. Yeah, bowled. Yeah, turned and bounced a bit actually. Good delivery. Finch. The man out then. 4-4. And it was a cracking 4. But the innings has concluded. 7 leg byes. 5 wides. And 26 in no balls. Making up those 38 extras. Bowling figures, Roland Jones at 17 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 41. Helm 18 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 58. Morgan 13 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 67. Bosch 16 overs, 2 maidens, none for 50. And Gohar 12.5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 42. So we'll have a little break and we'll be back very shortly with those last 2 overs. Good evening. Welcome to New Road again. 2 overs left in the day. 2 overs for Middlesex to survive at the start of their second innings. First of them will be bowled from the Digley end by Tom Taylor. They start with a first innings lead of 74 after dismissing Worcestershire a few minutes ago for 265. Top scorer Matthew Waite with an excellent 69. There's Swanepoel with a defiant 34 towards the end. Couple of 29s in there, Brooks and Roderick. But Worcestershire will be disappointed with that deficit. As Taylor in the evening sunshine bowls and picks up a wicket with the first ball, but he doesn't, because it was a play and a miss. But there was a concerted appeal as Robson played at that, and it was taken by Roderick, and Taylor ran through and the slip celebrated, but umpire said not out. And I think from the way that the Worcestershire appeal subsided, they probably knew all along that it was very optimistic, but it was enough perhaps to just unsettle Robson that little bit. Taylor again with the second ball from the Digley end, bowls, and he beats him again outside the off stump. It's a good start from Taylor. I think if Worcestershire could pick up a wicket tonight, they'll feel that they're still behind the game, but they'll still feel that what they've been doing is keep just hanging in there, all the way.
After what happened at Lords, it will be on Middlesex's side. Mind.
Yeah.
That Worcestershire came back at them twice at Lords and won the match.
Yeah. And I bet they said that in the Worcestershire dressing room just before they came out as well. Yeah. But
they'll know the pressure's more on Middlesex to win this game.
Taylor again is in and bowls, and Robson gets the first runs of the second innings. It won't be 4. He's driven it through the offside. It'll be 2. Geddes, I beg your pardon, not Robson. He's taller, isn't he? Thanks, Kevin. Both
have some
right-handers. Geddes different bat manufacturer. I did notice that in the first innings, and quite a bit taller, because he wasn't there for very long in the first innings. And unusually, I was going to say unusually, he holds the bat in his bottom hand when he's only holding it one-handed, but then he changed it. Anyway, he waits again now as Taylor comes into bowl. 3 slips in. Bowls and lets that go outside the stump. Bit of carry through from Taylor to Roderick, who took that quite high up. Hands on head from D'Oliveira at backward point. Yeah, Worcestershire, as I say, you're aware, aren't you, that even with half of the first over, 4 balls of the first over negotiated, you're aware as a fielding team that this is not ideal. As a batter, I would have hated this. Happened to me a few times, but just got to get through. Got nothing to gain really. Taylor again is into Geddes. Bowls, and he's pushing this nicely out on the offside. Fielded by Latigan. So 1 ball left in this first over. And I'm going to dash off and try and get my interview at the end of the game with Matthew Waite.
Is he lined up for you?
He is lined up, yeah. He's at mid-on, trying to get him as soon as he comes off the field if I possibly can. As Taylor comes in again and bowls, and that's left alone by Geddes. Cuts back, hits him high up on the thigh, produces a strangled shout, but nothing more. End of the first over, 2 without loss. Middlesex lead by 76.
Yeah, can they get through? It's a horrible thing, this 2 overs.
Yeah, it really is.
A conversation I had with Dave Fulton, he said, in the evening, if they declare and you've got 8 or 9 overs, you actually feel like you can achieve something, you can get your teeth into it, but as an opener, you go out there and you've got 2 overs to face. There's nothing that can go right.
Yeah.
There's only things that can go wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's pretty much the way I wake up most morning, Frank, but it's a life of an
you're right,
opening bass as well.
Nothing to gain. Ben Allison to start from the New Road end.
So
picked up 4 in the first innings, Allison, which he'll be pretty pleased about. His first innings of the season, first bowl of the season in the Championship.
Here is Allison then, with 3 slips, point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. He's right arm over, and Robson's working him through mid-wicket, off his hip. Got it too hard, just a steer, just a turn, and he takes 2. 4 without loss. New opening partner in Ben Geddes. That's a bit of work for them to do tonight. Out in the middle, these two. Here's Allison in again. Bowls now, and this is defended by Robson. Back up the track. And no run, so 4 deliveries left of the day. What have you lost?
Nothing, I'm just checking where
you got the wires
plugged in. Yeah, it's alright.
Have I plugged myself in?
No.
I just heard the commentary of the pig and the butcher up at Scarborough. Have you heard it yet?
No.
Our old mate DT's on commentary.
Yeah.
David Townsend.
Right, yeah. He loves Scarborough.
Well, dear old Deutsche, Jonathan George, come out. There's a pig being chased by a butcher around the field here. DT struggles for something to say. Do you think the butcher knows him? No, they've turned up separately in fancy dress and.
Right, yeah.
Radio Gold from Townsend. I've sent him. Time to retire, old chap. Time to retire. 3 slips and a short leg crouch down for Robson, who's forward and gets the thick edge along the floor to Gully. That was high up the outside edge as well. I really thought that would fly, but roll it did towards the Gully fielder. Here is Allison then, 3 balls to go. Bless you, Frank, you're up against it tonight, aren't you? You're in a rush.
I am
He's
indeed.
a man on the move.
I am.
Who will be on the move? Moving day tomorrow, Frank.
Yeah.
Moving day tomorrow. Middlesex still noses in front, but
yeah, definitely.
Here's Allison to Robson pushing back. And a dot ball. As I say, I don't fancy they'd even force the follow on anyway.
No.
But Worcestershire have taken a good chunk out of the lead at one point that looked as though it could have been beyond or above a follow on total. So well done.
I was thinking while I was on with Mel that a lead of 70 odd is substantial, no question about that. But if you get a couple of early wickets, it's only like being somebody being 70 odd for 2 in the one innings game, and you don't feel out of that.
Allison bowls and Robson forward is tucked up by that one. Through to the keeper it goes. I think it went straight through him, didn't it? Did it cut him in half?
Yep. He's gone for a little walk and a prod there. The heavy roller on, of course, for the obligatory 7 minutes or whatever it is between the innings. Will have had some effect. But Worcestershire back again in the morning. And I'd just say it again. We've said it lots of times. Middlesex have been in front throughout the game, mainly because of that excellent batting yesterday, but Roland Jones's good spell. But they haven't got away, as it were. And Worcestershire have remained competitive, just hanging in there, really.
Allison bowls and Robson works off the hit. He'll take a single here. It's close to long legs. They won't get the 2 this time, and it went square over 4. And that was the final ball of the second day, and we're into the 3rd innings. Middlesex are 5 without loss, and they are in a pretty good position. We're not far. You put 2 wickets on the board in the morning, though, and we're not far off a 1 innings match, I'd suggest, Frank.
Exactly. They lead by 79, and I think that's exactly right. They've made it difficult for Worcestershire to get back into it, but Worcestershire have just managed to stay in touch. So it's been really good, I must say. 2 great days of county cricket, really good stuff, and we hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. With the news that Worcestershire are trailing by 79, Middlesex 5 without loss in their second innings. We'll say goodbye until the morning.